Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
I hope you like us too many, too. Loco Americanos. Yes. Crazy Monday. Lots going on here today, folks. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everybody else. Yes, including you. Welcome to TopstepTV. We have an all-star cast today and a lineup each and every day of the week. No other show you're going to find like TopstepTV anywhere on this planet. Remember, we got education, trading buddies, market knowledge, some cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Jake, and I'm Elwood. We're the Blues Brothers. We have an informative and educational show for you today and every day. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, the kid that bags your groceries, even the neighbor that bitches about you, and even that voice in your head that keeps telling you it's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark. We're wearing sunglasses.
Let's hit it.
Okay. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, and the guy who knows the blues, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Happy Monday, Eddie. Happy Monday, everybody. Monday, April the 22nd. We've got a fresh trading week ahead of us, and looking forward to seeing what kind of opportunities we can scare up this week. As always, our focus here is accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Elwood, how are you doing today?
I am doing good. Had a great weekend. Lots of rest, lots of blues, and ready to get this April double deuce on the books, 22nd of April. Let's get into the news here and start the party. Well, U.S. stock futures edged higher today with this stabilizing the start of a new week following that sharp sell-off that we've seen from the tech sector. We do see the Dow was contracted 120 points, S&P climbed 17, and the NASDAQ rose by 85. So the S&P and NASDAQ indices closed sharply last week, dropping just over 3% to 5.5 respectively. That was after sticky inflation readings had reduced the likelihood of, yes, that interest rate thing that we keep talking about. So Dow Industrial Average outperformed, helped by its minor tech exposure. And, given the worries over inflation, the release on Friday of monthly personal consumption expenditures price index, Fed Reserve favorite inflation gauge, will be the spotlight this week. There you go. Tesla making some moves here in a spotlight today after the manufacturer cut prices in the China and Germany markets. They are going to be also cutting the price here for the Y model, X model, and Model S vehicles by $2,000. They did that Friday in the States. So they're trying to get a little bit more competitive. And Elon says that the prices must change frequently in order to match production with demand. This is coming from Mr. Musk. Bitcoin, once again, here in the news. Edged higher today, but significant gains in the wake of its widely anticipated halving event had been hard to find. The Bitcoin traded 1.6% higher at 66,237, following the fourth Bitcoin halving over the weekend. And Johnny, what do you got for us here?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers today and for the week, we don't really have a lot to talk about here this morning as far as economic numbers. At 7:30, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out to pretty much just a yawn from the markets. There is or are a 3 and 6 month bill auction today at 10:30. Looking forward for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we've got PMI composite flash. We've got new home sales, Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index, a 2-year note auction. That's tomorrow. Wednesday, of course, mortgage applications and rate. Durable goods orders on Wednesday. EI petroleum status report as usual. There's a 4-month bill auction, a 2-year floating rate auction, and a 5-year note auction. All of those on Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to get a look at the first quarter GDP numbers, international trade and goods, jobless claims as usual, retail inventories, wholesale inventories, pending home sales, EIA natural gas report due out on Thursday, a 4-week bill auction, an 8-week bill auction, a 7-year note auction. So some auctions going off on Thursday. And we're going to round up the economic information this week on Friday with personal income and outlays, consumer sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment, and the Baker Hughes rig count. As far as earnings are concerned, Eddie, this morning we had Verizon come out, and they beat on earnings per share, but they missed on revenues. As far as the important earnings coming out this week, we've got a lot of the Magnificent Seven coming out this week. Tuesday, before the open, PepsiCo, Novartis, GE, UPS. After the close, Visa, Tesla, and Texas Instruments. On Wednesday, AT&T and Boeing due out before the open. Meta and IBM due out after the close. Thursday, Merck, Caterpillar, Comcast, Northrop Grumman due out before the open. Microsoft, Alphabet, Google, T-Mobile, and Intel due out after the close. And then Friday, we get into the energy sector with ExxonMobil, Chevron, and then AbbVie as well. Those all before the open on Friday. So there's still a lot of geopolitical energy in these markets. Markets are emotional and a little bit nervous. One notable thing about this week, there will be no talking Feds. They are on their blackout before the next Fed meeting, which is a week from this Wednesday. So we've got a few sessions before we get to that next FOMC meeting. And of course, I think most people are expecting no change in rates at that meeting. So that's what we've got here for today and for the week. Eddie, what else you got for us?
That is a lot. We got a lot of that. My goodness, my man. Dude, where's my crude? Well, crude prices, if you remember, this past Friday fell sharply, extending the prior week's losses amid growing hopes that the Iran-Israel conflict will not escalate further, and that's reducing some of the chances of disruption. We did see that U.S. crude futures traded 1% lower, 80.88. Right now we're looking at 81, just a little over $81 a barrel here. Brent dropping 1.5 at 86 a barrel. Both benchmarks fell around 3% last week, posting their biggest weekly loss since February. And yes, we've got a new tip of the week. Topstep's tip of the week. James, what do we got? Continuous learning. Markets are dynamic, evolve. Yes, change. Get yourself some education. Remember, adaptability is one of the high marks in continuous learning. Markets are dynamic and subject to change each and every second. So we got to remember, it's sort of adapt or die. Traders need to adapt evolving market conditions and develop new strategies to remain competitive. So continuous learning is so very important. Johnny, what do you got on continuous learning?
I said it, I think, last week. I think, if you stop learning, you stop living. I've been in this industry for 40 years, not as an active trader, more like 30 years or so as an active trader. But if I start to kind of put my guard down, stop learning, stop trying to improve, stop, being a little bit better than the day before, things tend to go a little bit haywire. It is so important in trading and your entire life that you remain inquisitive, curious, absorbing information, and always progressing forward. So important. Continuous learning is a big part of being able to be around this industry for as long as I have, and hopefully as long as you are here, you're going to be learning. So that's a great tip of the week, I think.
As long as you're here, you're going to be learning. Write that down. Put that in your journal. All right. Hey, we got some big news today. The big news. Boy, they've been asking about this one for a while.
You sure have.
Okay, now allows traders to trade the maximum equivalent contract values of minis. All right, the 10-to-1 contract ratio. You've been wanting to do that for a while. Well, it is available now. Now, those trading in Topstep X can try trading in the updated micros now. Now, we're going to be working on implementing this with the other platforms, but right now we've just got it only in TopStep X. So if you want to check it out, check it out. Here's another thing that we've got going. We're going to have a fire drill today. Okay. We're going to invite 5,000 traders into TopStep X today. And if you already got TopStep X, you can sign up again, get this. What the thing is here, enter your name to win one of the 5,000 invitations to lock in one TopStep X trading combine for 50% off the first month. All right, so it's just for that first month. We're going to post those sometime today. I honestly do not know when. It'll be up for 15 minutes, and then that code will expire Tuesday, April 30th at 12 o'clock. And these winners are going to be randomly selected, and those selected will be sent the code email by Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. And those selected, you'll be able to trade. Check out the micros. But we have added the minis and micros 10-to-1 contract ratio. I think
Awesome.
that should be it. And please remember, right? Please remember to be kind to your support agents. I tell you, they've been working all weekend. We're getting a lot of emails, a lot of questions, requests. They're working hard day and night. I know this for a fact. And all the issues, all the fixes, all the questions, requests will be answered. And so remember, be kind to your support agent. They're working very hard. Okay. So we've got that. But otherwise, Johnny, one more thing. If you're trading silver, hi ho, silver. If you're trading silver, it's a 5-to-1 micros, okay? Because they're like 25 bucks a mini. So you can only trade 5-to-1 if you are trading silver. So just to let you know. But otherwise, without further ado, unless you wanted to add something, Johnny?
Well, I mean, the micros are except for silver, which is 1/5 the contract size, they're all 1/10 the contract size. So if you can trade 5 mini S&Ps, now you'll be able to trade 50 micros. What does this do? I mean, it helps traders manage risk. If you're trying to scale an account and the minis are too big, now you're going to be able to trade the micros. You're going to be able to scale in, scale out using equal leverage and basic risk, right? So we're really excited to do this. This is something that people have been asking for a long time. If we go to the charts here, I can show you on the TopStep X, how you can find them and where they are. And so this is the contract that I'm currently on this dome with. So I can just go down. If I want to start trading the micros, I just go to micro S&P right here, MESM24. That's the month. Now I can trade micros. And if I could trade 5 minis, I can trade 50 micros. You're going to be able to use the same amount of risk and just in smaller pieces. So we're very excited about this. Remember, if you're trading silver, it's 5-to-1. All the other contracts, the micros that are available, are 10-to-1. A lot of folks have been asking for this. We're very excited to have this on TopStep X. And again, as Eddie said, it's going to be a while probably before we get them onto other platforms, but we're just very excited to have this step on TopStep X ready and available for anybody who wants to get into TopStep X. And remember, TopStep X, we get 5,000 accounts are going to be available for you today, again for a discounted price. But it won't be long until TopStep X is available to everybody. Now, if you have a platform that you want, by all means, stick to it. We're not demanding that anybody move to TopStep X, but we want to make it such a great platform that you'll want to. So another great thing on TopStep X. All right, let's jump into the charts, shall we, Eddie?
Hey, real quick, Johnny, before you go there, another thing we want you also to know that TopStep X Trade Copier. Now, you, the trader, you're able to copy trade across account sizes, express funded accounts, and trading combines. So it is open. Once again, here you can trade the copy trade across the board. So we've got that going for you. So we'll get you more details as the day goes on. But otherwise, we are running out of time here, Johnny. Let's hit those charts and get that going.
Yep.
Sorry, buddy.
You got it. I see, a comment here from Josiah, my friend Josiah from Florida. He wants to switch to TopstepX, but his strategy is too reliant on TPOs. They're coming on TopstepX again soon. I don't know when, but they are on their way. That is one of my biggest demands for TopstepX. Josiah, I'm sure you've commented on that too. So, all right, now let's get into the charts. All right, this is the daily chart. Obviously, we've changed market states. We've been talking about the potential for the market state change for 2 or 3 weeks now. Volume and open interest on the downside. Let's get this volume here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Well, I'm going to tell you the volume on Friday on that downside move or the pullback from the downside move was pretty strong. It's a down day, higher volume, higher open interest. We added 6,300 in open interest. And if we're looking for an auction to the downside to continue, we're looking for increased volume and increased open interest. So I've taken the auction grade to the downside here in the S&Ps and upgraded it to a B. I think that the auction is doing pretty well. I don't know how far it can go. I don't know when it's going to end. Just as the market is continuing to push lower, it is bringing in volume and open interest. Price is still out of balance. This market is really trying to seek balance. It's trying to seek equilibrium. It's trying to find the area where traders and investors alike are comfortable transacting business. We know that the market, it trends, a certain percentage of the time. The greater percent of that time, it spends in balance just looking for new information. So there are two regular trading hour gaps down below this mark, and I'm just going to give you the levels. Then we'll keep an eye on those if price approaches them. Regular trading hour gaps, mind you, you're not going to see this on an extended trading hour chart. There is a gap from 49.87 to 49.84, 49.87 to 49.84. We already went through there. Well, we went through there in the overnight. We have not gone through there in the regular trading hour session. There's another gap below that, 48.70 to 48.68 and a quarter. Very small gap, but still a gap nonetheless. What we're doing and looking at these gaps is finding weak structure levels that price may auction to see if there's business to do there. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. We're going to be moving relatively quickly here this morning. We had a lot of announcements, a lot of exciting things going on here with TopstepX. Overnight inventory, do we have any? I'm going with no. The market opened here. The market is trading here. If I had to say there was overnight inventory, it might be to the long side. But the important thing about this is the market is opening in range and in value from Friday. Now, Friday's profile was a kind of a trend day / normal variation day. And there is one point in this profile and on this 30-minute chart that I might be focusing on for opportunities today. And it's this afternoon pullback high, 50.37.5. The market broke, came all the way back up to 50.37.5. That's where buyers backed off, sellers took over again and pushed price lower. That might be an interesting area for an execution today, if only for the fact that it might give me an opportunity to limit risk up against that level. If we get there, we'll see what happens. And but to me, the market is opening in range and in value. There's no real major change in the perception of value here of the S&Ps. So I think maybe we'll see better trade locations as the day goes on. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. Market loves to make a liar out of me. NASDAQ. Obviously, the upside market stayed broke. We are continuing to try and auction price lower. It is doing a pretty good job. Again, the volume was higher on Friday on a down day. We added 6,600 approximate new contracts. Open interest increased on higher volume at lower pricing. That is saying that the auction is succeeding. The auction to the downside is succeeding. I'm giving the auction to the downside in the NASDAQ a B+. It is out of balance right now. There is no equilibrium. There's no area of balance that we can count on here. So that kind of complicates things a little bit. But again, when we look at this 30-minute chart, the market is basically saying it is idling here. It is waiting for new information. It is inside the range from Friday. It is inside the value area from Friday with no real overnight inventory. Again, suggesting that we stay patient and that the probability of better trade locations comes as the day goes on. The profile yesterday, Friday, I should say, was again a trend day to a normal variation day. And again, we have an afternoon pullback high that I'll probably focus on a little bit this morning. That afternoon pullback high is this high right here. That level, 17,340.50, 17,340.50, that afternoon pullback high. Price broke down below it, came back to it. Sellers took over, and we closed this market lower on the day and near the lows of the session. Let's take a quick look here. 1 second. All right. All right. Let's take a look here at the crude oil. Now, crude oil, the daily, is it holding its potential head and shoulders pattern? Well, today so far it is. Friday we had an anomaly that really kind of pushed this market higher, and we got pushed all the way back down below. I think that this head and shoulders pattern still kind of remains intact. News driven emotional market. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things out there that could disrupt the flow of crude oil. So the market is very, very sensitive. It's like, if you have a sore toe, chances are you're going to get hit on that sore toe. If you have a sunburn, somebody's going to hit your back, and that's really the way this market feels to me. We had a nice volume spike on Friday, but a lot of that volume spike happened in the overnight session. We lost 19,000 in open interest on Friday, but 30,000 of that was in the May contract. So in essence, we did more to add open interest on higher volume on that pushback off that high than anything else. So we're kind of looking at about 11,000, an 11,000 increase in open interest in the June, July, and August contracts. So while it looks like we lost open interest, we actually gained open interest in the future months. That loss in open interest in May is largely due to it is expiring, and it is expiring very soon. So take a look at the 30-minute chart. You got to get through these. So there's that anomaly that you kind of pushed us up there, and we pushed all the way back, and then we kind of looking at the movement of the day on Friday. It almost looks like the market added new open interest to the upside. It's a P-shaped profile. P-shaped profile usually indicates short covering, but we added open interest. So that may be indicating that we did run into some buying down there. And that level, our last week's low, we traded now into a naked point of control. There's another naked point of control below that. Overnight inventory kind of short. We did not open with a gap, but really now the question to me becomes, do we reaccept range and value from Friday, or do we reject? Right now, it appears as though this market is rejecting, and we've got lots of visual targets down below. We've got to get down through last week's low, except below weekly kickoff low, and then we might see this market roll over and head back to the downside. I'm not expecting that yet. I'm waiting for more of this head and shoulders to get filled out before we break. Take a quick look into gold now. Gold, we have the weekly kickoff levels did not change this week. That 2440 level was pretty tasty for the last couple of weeks, kind of capping off upside movement. The upside auction is looking a little bit tired, right? Volume has been dropping off in this area of balance here. We only added 800 in open interest on Friday, which to me is largely inert. So what I'm really kind of looking for is this market to kind of idle here until some new information comes in. Last week's low, 2340.20. Last week's high, 2443.30. Those I think would kind of suffice as kind of extremes for a balance up here. We don't know what's going to happen. Upside auction grade is now a C minus. It has not been performing well. Volume has been coming off, and the open interest again has been largely inert. Look at all these targets down below here, man. If this market turns lower, there is a lot to focus on as far as weak structure down below. We did open with a gap. We have been unable to close that gap, which has us thinking of looking for continuation to the downside. Be careful, because there is a lot of overnight inventory, the short side here. And, if all these shorts decide that they're not going to continue to get paid, they can bring price back to higher levels for better opportunities if you are of the hypothesis that you're looking for shorts in this market today. The profile yesterday, a double distribution trend day higher, kind of a small range, low volume, and open interest changes. Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breath before you get into these markets. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. And by all means, remember to pray for peace. Well, let's get down to business.
John, Well done to get that all in, boy. We had a lot to talk about. All right, we're going to take a break here right now. We've got Andre, JD, Hoag, and Deanna coming up for Fast Markets here. Don't worry, we're going to explain a lot more what's going on. Yes, we got a fire drill today. We don't know when. I honestly do not know when, but we will have one. And this is for everybody. If you got Top Step X already, you're good to go. You can participate. So we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine. Be right back.
Be there.
All right, traders, let's get our micros in the gates.
Ooh.
All right, I'm passing it back to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning, Eddie. I did not screw that up this time. I appreciate you working with me on that. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV Fast Markets. Here we are. We got Deanna. We got JD. We got Hoag. What's happening, everybody? John, we got the opening bell here in about 90 seconds or so. What are we looking for on the open? I was just watching you in the opening call, and maybe you can repeat some of that for some of our newer viewers. We got a big day today. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, where the equities are opening up, the S&P and the NASDAQ, we're right in the middle of the range from Friday and inside of value. So typically that's going to be a hurry up and wait situation. There's very little change in the perception of value of the equities. It's not out of balance in the day time frame. It is still out of balance on the daily time frame. But because we are opening inside range and value, I would think twice before taking an opening range trade. I feel like better trade locations are going to come as the day goes on.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is Monday, beginning of the week, big, huge earnings week. A lot coming out, so definitely be patient. Deanna, welcome to Fast Markets again. What will we be trading today? Are we still is crude still on pause for the time being?
Yeah, so crude seems to be making some moves, but mostly for Asia and London sessions. And then by the time we kind of get to NYMEX, it's still doing a bit of a quiet. Yep. It's still doing a bit of a quiet NYMEX. So I'm still putting it on the back burner and still just mainly observing. Tried a couple of trades on Friday. And again, I had the same situation where it only went to about 30 ticks profit. So I'm not really liking that just yet. So I'm going to wait until that range expands a little bit more so that we have more to work with. Therefore, I'm staying with gold. Gold seems to have paused a little bit when it comes to that strong uptrend. Why do I say that? Well, if we have a look at the weekly chart, you can see that we are still in range, and now we've been selling off from the start of this Monday. There is some signs. When I go back to some of my stats, I see that over the last 10 years, gold does tend to have this tendency to pause halfway through April and then to reverse trend, whatever trend is in force up until that point. So I'm a little bit mindful of trend exhaustion here. And this is why all of my hypos today are maybe a little bit more on the short side, even though I have a couple that will account for maybe a gap fill because we did open with a gap. But all in all, I'm going to wait until the initial balance is definitely done and maybe C period as well, because obviously gold opened slightly earlier, just to have a little bit more information before I pop a trade in. I do see that London has exhausted the average daily range and largely ignored it. What that tells me is that there's a higher chance of a single direction day downwards. So again, it kind of tells a story of a potential trend exhaustion. So I really want to see what happens here. I have 4 hypos that I'm going to be working from. One of them is looking for weakness inside the initial balance, which we kind of already have, but again, it's a little bit too early to just jump. Second hypo is a long trade potential. I said that really weird. So the gap fill would mean that we go into quite a bit of aggressive buying and then to try somewhat close the gap from Friday. When I say gap, I of course mean the distribution curve from Friday, which us profile traders call the value area, and we're quite a bit far away from it. So third hypo would be a continued short through the daily demand. And if we actually end up breaking this week below 23.21, and if we close and sustain the price below that level, that will signal a trend change for me. So, I will be looking for more short setups. And then the final hypo is a neutral day type where we don't really go to any particular new levels, but we kind of stay in a range, having extended the first hour of trading to both sides. So again, nice variety of hypos. Just need to stay patient and to look for asymmetric opportunities in whatever scenario we find ourselves in.
Okay, very good, very good. Deanna's ready to go for this Monday, this big week. Like you said, lots of earnings. All the big companies coming out this week. Stay tuned. JD, welcome to Fast Markets. JD, what will you be trading today?
What's up, guys? I have the NASDAQ up right now. If you switch over to my charts, I'm looking at a daily to start off with. Yeah, just based on momentum, and we've had a couple weeks of lower closes. Friday, that moved down, decent volume, increase on open interest, everything you want to see in a healthy break, So I have an initial bias to the short side right now, but it's been fairly choppy overnight. I'm not expecting to see too big of a move today. Of course, that could change. These 2 lines I got down here right now, 17,360, 17,300, those are measured move targets from a couple price or chart patterns that we were looking at last week. We had run over through these real quick. So we had sort of this double top here that we were looking at last week or a couple weeks ago. All these measured move targets hit last week
Yes, they did.
pretty swiftly, actually. So yeah, just a measured move down from there. It takes us to 300. And then we also had this diamond pattern that we were looking at.
Dow's seeing some sellers here.
Yep.
Yeah, JD.
So based on the breakout of this is just a lower right trend line of that the diamond pattern that we were looking at last week. The breakout was right around 18, let's call it 60. So 700 point move down from there. It takes us to 17,360. Yep. And this area is kind of lining up nicely with this little resistance area going back to late December of last year. So I just kept those lines up as sort of, I don't know, value areas almost. Not value areas, but areas of interest that I'll be keeping an eye on. When levels like that line up together, sometimes it's more than just a coincidence, So I'll be keeping an eye on those levels today. Nothing on yet. But as far as the house count goes, my initial bias would be to the short side, trading the NASDAQ or the ES if we're going to throw something on early today.
Sounds good. So as far as levels, we pulled some levels overnight. We're seeing levels around the shorting 17,380, shorting 17,400 in the the Nasdaq there. It's kind of a consensus we have for the time being. We aren't there yet. We are kind of just opening up, chopping around. JD, keep feeding me those levels. I think I like that downside. That measured move that you called the 17,360. What were we trading the Nasdaq when you did tell us about that? Where you did highlight that price? Because that was last week, and we got there. We did get there quickly. At the time, it seemed like that price was pretty far away, but yet here we are.
Yeah, it happened in just a couple of days.
You nailed that one.
Well, these are basic chart patterns that we were looking at, We're
Yeah,
just
I
trying
remember.
to educate people on simple things that everybody, really should know. And those patterns played out beautifully, both of them.
Sure did,
There's actually three
Jeez,
patterns we were looking at. We were looking at a rounded top, a double top, and the diamond formation. And all three of them hit in just a matter of 3 days,
Okay.
We had the breakout last Monday, and by Friday, call it 4 days, by Friday, we hit our measured move targets.
Wild.
I hope some people were paying attention and were able to take advantage of it.
I hope so
How
too,
about it?
JD.
Exactly. Yeah.
That was good stuff. I got my daily levels here. Got the trading checklist pinned to the top of the chat here. Like Eddie said, it is a fire drill Monday. We rarely do fire drills on Mondays, so this is how we start off the big week like this. You guys are welcome, but please tune in. Stay with us today. We got the fire drill coming up here at some point today. Yes. Stay tuned. But for the time being, let's trade. John, anything in this opening range looks like it's pretty tight from what I'm gathering, but help me decipher what we're looking at here on this open. Unmute.
There it is.
I hate that. Sorry about that. All right, I apologize. So far, the opening range in the S&P, the Nasdaq, and the Dow is the high of the regular trading hour session. We have Anne Marie in the chat talking about how she just bought VWAP in the Nasdaq, and I have VWAP at 17,271. Right now the market is looking to the downside. We are testing those VWAPs. We're below VWAP in the S&Ps. Opening range, the high of the session, which puts me with JD, and I think all of us that we're looking for opportunities for shorts today. What I was really hoping for, and we have not been able to get there just yet, was this afternoon pullback high in the S&Ps, 50.37.5, and the same weekly kick, the same afternoon pullback high from Friday in the Nasdaq, which is 17.340.5. Now I'm looking at our levels that we get sent in. Nobody has really picked out those levels, so at the very least, they give you the opportunity to lean against those levels and to limit risk. If we get opportunity there, it means the opening range in all three of these equities is probably going to get taken out to the upside, which lends, I think, a little bit more towards balance. But right now, the opening range trades, they're not even at 1-to-1 reward over risk just yet.
All right.
I still think that we're going to get better trade location as the day goes on here. Unfortunately, I know that's not very active early in the morning here, but this is the way I'm seeing it. So we'll see how this plays out. We're getting a little pop here in the Nasdaq off that VWAP. And Marie's got, it looks like a nice trade on.
Very nice. All right, we got some initial levels here. So we got basically a consensus of big fat round numbers getting along around 17,300. If we can build some momentum to the upside, targeting move to 17.4 to the upside. But like I said, we do see some downside bearish bias. We don't necessarily have some levels, maybe levels beneath. John, keep me posted on if we see some of these come into play. But right now, we are just kind of just a little bit of a slow open, which is to be expected here on a Monday. So if it's going to be slow, Topstep TV is here to help you get through it. Stay disciplined, stay patient on some of these trades. JD, if you see any of these levels come into play, please holler at me. Deanna,
Oh yeah,
I'll let you guys get back to trading here. Deanna, what are we seeing? Anything? I know it's a bit slow. You're very good at being patient. You're very good at letting the market and trade come to you. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Right now, I'm just seeing C period in gold popping below the initial balance, but so far having trouble staying below it. So there could be maybe a failed auction. It's just I don't really like doing failed auction trades on a Monday this early when everything else is telling me that we might go in the other direction. So again, staying patient, trying not to be a grasshopper, trying to stalk the market, wait for a very, very good setup here. Because, on a Monday, you don't want to put yourself in a hole. Like the one thing that I really hate doing is starting the Monday with a losing trade. So typically you will see me wait quite a while for that good high probability opportunity, and then to try and get some budget for the rest of the day and thereby the rest of the week, because you don't want to spend the rest of your week trying to get yourself out of a hole. So
The worst.
therefore, that's the main reason for me staying patient, avoiding pain.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
it's true. There's nothing worse
Yeah.
than having a bad Monday, tough Monday, and the rest of the week you're just digging yourself out of that hole. Makes for a long week.
And I'm also,
Thursday, you are exhausted. Come Friday, you don't even
I'm
want to
also
trade.
traveling tomorrow. I'm
Oh,
also
there you
traveling tomorrow. I'm going to go see my mom for a few days. So I'm going to be coming at you Tuesday and Wednesday from Belgrade. But for now, I don't know how much time I'm going to have tomorrow to trade before Marcus talking with D. Because, I'm going to be with my mom. I haven't seen her from February. So the worst thing that I can do is just be, all eager to trade and then do some stupid low probability trades that might work out. And then just go, okay, so now what? And then Tuesday, go to see my mom. It's like, what's up? I'm like, oh, I had a bad Monday. So,
What's up, Mom? It's your
Right.
I don't
daughter.
want to do
What's
that.
up, Mom?
Yeah. What's up, Mom? So yeah, so just patience, being very mindful of the budgeting for the week, because trading does have that accounting side to it that not many people pay attention to. Like a lot of people like to destroy combines on Fridays. I see that a lot. So they kind of trade well for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then they're like, right, well, now I'm going to go hard, and I'm just going to pass this thing, and then quite the opposite happens. So let's try and assume that we are not going to ruin the work that we've done so far. So last week I was in profit. So again, primary thing there is to save that profit rather than use that to, spend it on low probability trades. So high probability trades this week, we have rollover and gold as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So
Yeah,
this
it's
Friday.
yeah, you mean expiration.
So it's Friday, isn't it? Yeah. So this is also another reason not to rush into anything, because whilst you can have these like trending days on rollover weeks because people are kind of bailing from old contracts and going into new ones, you can also have a few days where it's very quiet. So I'm kind of mindful of all of that kicking around in my head and just waiting to have a little bit more information and to obviously find a nice solid trade for my first trade of the week. I didn't trade London today. I had to do some other things. So this is like the first time that I'm actually looking at the charts for the week.
Stay patient.
Yep, ease ourselves into this. Right now, as I tried to take a peek above 17,300, got rejected quickly. Do have a level we can build some upside momentum there, possibly take along to the breakout 17,000, but we are seeing a bit of a bias to the downside for the time being. So taking along would be counter trend on the longer time frame, I guess. John, the only thing that seems to be consistently moving here is Dow. That's moving to the downside. Did take a peek at the tilt with this downside move. I did see it was 80% short in the YM. They peeled it off a little bit, deck to 62% short. Crude seen a pop here. Like John said in opening call, we are very sensitive and susceptible to headline geopolitical risk out of the Middle East. It's been a little quiet over the weekend, so you don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, we pray for peace around here, but you can't hold on to these positions for too long and marry these trades for too long. If you do, you are susceptible to these headline risks. It might be see profit, take profit. We will see how this Monday plays out. But for the time being, Dow took a bit of some sell-off here, but nothing really followed through as far as S&P's.
The Dow opened.
NASDAQ.
Dow opened with a gap, Andre. There was some long overnight inventory. Those longs didn't get paid. The market opened. It left the opening range the high of the day. It's already almost come back to close the gap to settlement. It has closed the range gap, so I'm watching to see if we see some signs of acceptance inside range and especially value in the YM. So because that could push us lower. That if we start to show acceptance of value, that could be a decent trade on that. But as far as the S&P and the NASDAQ, we're still right in range. The NASDAQ has been holding up really well with the Dow kind of cracking. The NASDAQ is holding basically inside the opening range. This gold bar here shows the range for the first minute, 17,307 down to 17. 287. So that's the opening range. And we're still in it in the NASDAQ. We're still testing it. We're still trying to see if we can take out the high. Opening range in the S&P is 50.2875 up to 50.3275. We're holding below it, but the weakest of the three right now is definitely the NASDAQ. Opening range rather sizable here. It did open with a gap. Okay, there's the range gap. Did that right away. Now, if it gets back down to settlement gap, and if we show signs of acceptance and value here, this is a pretty decent opportunity for a long. But if we do show acceptance in there, that could bring us all the way to the low end of value from Friday, which is down to 38,118. Right now, we've rejected value from yesterday. This might be an interesting opportunity for us as the day goes on here.
All righty. All right. JD, what levels you got? Anything you're seeing around here?
We're right at that 17,300 level in NASDAQ right now. We do have a heat map short. I'm looking at what Robert's saying in Slack right now. He puts together a heat map based on all of the trading levels that people send into us. We send on a forum and people share their levels with us. So that 17,300 to 319 was a sort of a sell target based on what the community's saying. We're hovering right around there now, kind of still in a 40-point range in the NASDAQ. No breakout. Looked like it was going to pop, maybe see a small range extension there, but we haven't seen it yet. Really just super choppy and thin at the moment. So not much to talk about early on. This is a good opportunity for a cheap trade right around here, though, if we want to dip our toes in the water.
I do have the house account up. I don't know if it's going to be a cheap trade because house account doesn't do cheap trades, but I do have 15 lot queued up here, right around this NASDAQ level, 17,300. Maybe we can take another peek to the upside here, possibly take a short up around here. It is early. We will see how it goes. We do, yes, look at that heat map. I was looking at the same thing you got. We do have a bit of a consensus at this level, 17,300. John, you seeing anything confirming this level up here, 17,300?
Other than the fact that it is inside the opening range. I mean, we're about to take that out, though. We're about to take that out. So, the one level that I'm looking at in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps today is that afternoon pullback high on Friday. In the NASDAQ, again, 17,340. In the S&Ps, 50.37.5. If we get a pop here and we start to show some structure up around that 17,340 level, that might be something to think about.
17,340. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll see if this rally, we'll let this run out.
What that afternoon pullback low says, Andre, is, as we were breaking on Friday, the market came all the way back up to this 13,340 level. I actually think Nick T was calling it out in the chat. He was like 16,340, 16,340. It showed that, the buyers backed off there, sellers took over, and we ended up, kind of closing on our patoot. That's why that's kind of an important level today for me.
All right. 17,340. Maybe we can get a better trade entry there, Robert. We didn't miss the trade. Rest assured, we didn't miss the trade. We just get better trade location. So see if we can get a pop up here to 17,340. Then we'll take a short on the house account because we got levels lining up there. We got confirmation. Heat map.
We don't have to risk. Level. We don't have to risk the whole wad up there. We want that level to hold.
Yes, we do.
We've taken out the high of the opening range in the NASDAQ. We have not taken out the high of the opening range in either the S&P or the Dow.
I think you could scale in some offers too. That zone between 17,340 and 17,360. That's a solid. We're inching up there right now.
I got you, James.
Someone's asking, it's their first time joining Topstep. May I know what is fire drill?
What is the fire drill? Fire drill. Well, hold on. I got to watch this trade. We will tell. We'll get right back to you with that question. We got to let this trade play out right here.
So I'll take over for that, Andre. So the fire drill is sometime today. We are going to be offering, let me make sure I get this all right. We are going to be offering 5,000 trading combines in TopStep X, which now, again, you can trade the micros even to the S&Ps. If you're trading 5 minis, you can trade 50 micros in the S&P, the NASDAQ, any of the products except silver. Silver is 5-to-1. So we are, well, let me make sure I've got this right here. I got to double check. Everything here.
Mm-hmm.
So when the fire drill goes off, you're going to be able to enter your name to win one of 5,000 invitations to lock in one TopStep X trading combine for 50% off. I knew that. I just wanted to make sure you don't want to misspeak here. So when the fire drill goes off, you're going to have 15 minutes to fill out the form. The code will expire when we send it to you on April 13th at 11:59 p.m. Central. So you want to make sure you get that done get your account before April 13th, or April 30th, I should say. Winners are randomly selected. Those selected will be sent a code via email by Tuesday morning. That's tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. So you'll be able to get into the TopStep X platform. This is available for anybody, even if you have already had a TopStep X trading combine or account. And so, yeah, you're going to be able to trade those micros at 10-to-1, the minis. Great opportunity for everybody to get this opportunity, to get this platform and to be able to trade the micros that way.
Thank you for that, John.
You betcha.
Yeah, well, I got watching here. We never got up to the 340s just yet. Maybe we got a little too greedy with the price entry, but see if we can get some more run to the upside here. Maybe take a short into that. For the time being, though, just let this play out. We are 22 minutes into the trade. Let's see how this goes. But looking for sure around 17,340.
I'm looking at that 340 level. D, you know what that is? That's the IB low from Friday to the T.
Right.
Getting some confluence here. That's what I like.
All right, let's see what we got here. I'm getting excited.
Oh, boy. Nothing like the house of God. Take a look at the tilt here. Yeah, 69% long gold. All right, see if we catch this bid here. 17,340. 17,340 target for the short.
The thing about this is we don't have to lose. If it doesn't go our way, we don't have to use all the risk.
No,
Should be a relatively cheap trade if we get the opportunity.
Okay, I like that. Cheap trades are my favorite kind of trades.
Yes, Michael, it is 50% off for the first month only. Thank you for pointing that out. Yep.
71% long in gold, 70% long in NASDAQ.
NASDAQ getting a little tilty.
A little tilty. I'm sure we'll get more tilty as we keep running up here to the 340s if we get there. Hey, Eddie, I know I got you there. It is light on ecos. Eddie, if you got a second, what if anything, do we even have today for ecos? Because I saw we had Verizon earnings before the bell, but that's about all I got. Maybe 3, 6. Eddie, what do you got? Anything?
Well, today we've got the burnt toast and a rotten egg. Yes.
Okay. Well, there you go, folks. You got 10 o'clock, we got the burnt toast. 11 o'clock, we got the rotten egg.
Yes, the Blues Brothers reference. 10:30 today, Central Time, 3-month bill auction and the 6-month bill auction. And that is it. But you never know when those feds want some OT. So I'll keep an eye on that also. Back to you, Andre.
Thanks, Eddie. Well, so far, got a bit of a push here.
We are in
what's up?
We are in a Fed blackout period right now, so we're not going to be hearing too much out of the Fed this week ahead of next week's FOMC meeting.
That's right.
Keep that in mind.
Okay.
And then we've got personal income and outlays coming out Friday. That's the number everybody's really looking for, so it could be slow going into that. Personal opinion there. And it is Monday morning. Hangover Mondays, right?
Could be.
I'm filling in for MP's traveling this week, so you're going to get a lot out of me this week.
Whole lot of JD this week. Hold on.
I'm sort of easing into it too. I know I'm being a little quiet right now, just getting my bearings, getting the feel for it. I haven't done the full fast markets segment yet. I've only been a visitor a couple of times, so
You can do it.
You're in for
I'm
a
gonna
treat.
do it. We don't have a choice. I got to do it.
Glad to have you here, JD. Glad to have you here.
You are in for a treat, everybody. Welcome, JD, to the show. JD's the man. He's gonna be playing a little bit of Voice of God here, a little bit. Spin those levels, but I do got the levels. All right, waiting for 17,340. Maybe we're getting a little greedy with that entry. JD rocks, they say. There you go, JD. You got some fans out there. It's good to see. We'll see how this plays out. Let me know if you guys do pull a trade. We do have everyone's names and positions at the top of the board here.
MP in the chat.
He is? Oh, wow. Wow.
What's up, Michael?
Michael is on the move today. He is traveling.
There he is. Yep.
We're blasting his car stereo right now. Blasting in the car
driving.
No texting and driving, Michael. Please be safe.
YouTube chatting and driving. That's even worse.
We need you back. Yes, we do. All right. NASDAQ holding above 17,300. You get some rejection at the 2025 level.
So close.
So close. It's okay. Something tells me we'll have another shot at this thing.
Yeah, I think we will.
Yeah. S&P is very quiet. S&P is very quiet right now.
Yeah. We're seeing some size up at 50.36 even. 347 on the offer at 36 even in the S&Ps. Andre, look, do you see the dome in the S&Ps? It is a lot thicker than it was last week.
Wow, let me see. Let me take a peek. Well, yeah, it's better. It's better than last week. Yes, it is. From like 3 weeks. I mean, we're still seeing 50 up. How many prices above? How many prices below are you looking here, John?
Well, I'm just looking at within the first 20. I mean,
Gotcha.
almost every bid, almost every offer has 100, at least 100 on it. Where last week, I mean, we were in double digits within 10 prices from the last price. It looks a lot thicker today.
Yeah. Thank God. It was getting a little too thin for a little too long there.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of today, a little bit down about 2.6%. Still relatively high for the recent levels. It's still 18.19 right now, 18.19. But at least a little of the fear seems to be coming out, and that's bringing some liquidity back into this.
So
Man, oh man,
break beneath 17,300.
Man, oh man. Maybe we should have done what JD said and scaled into this.
That was a nice short off the 20s there, if he managed the risk right.
Just didn't get there.
That's all right. There's another trade coming. Another bus coming, as they say.
Yep.
No FOMO here. No FOMO.
Oh, I got it. Trust me. The days of FOMO, the markets beat that out of me, FOMO, because you know there's another trade coming.
Yep, same.
S&P still haven't taken out the high of the opening range. The Dow is miles from it. But
Dakota's in the market.
Friday's value high.
Dakota's in the chat.
Yeah.
Long 5 contracts, 80.95 live account. CL.
Yeah.
CL, wow. Nice.
Yep.
Let's see if I can see what he's seeing.
You saw in the email this morning, it had Dakota ranked number 2 on our leaderboard. Dakota isn't, I'm sorry, it had him showed him ranked number 11 on our leaderboard when he is in fact ranked number 2. There's a little problem. One of the dashboards spitting out some bad data, but we nailed it down. Dakota is, in fact, number 2 on the leaderboard at Topstep.
Oh, wow. Congrats there, Dakota. Yep, that was the short there.
Did really well. Yeah, it was. We get within about, let me see here, 31, within about 8 points of it, that 40 level. We'll see if we get another shot at it.
Yeah. S&P is very quiet right now. I got levels around 45 to 49 area in the S&Ps. We still got a ways to go till we get to that. We got 4,000 people watching right now. Welcome to Topstep TV. For those that are new, welcome to Fast Markets. Please click like. Please click subscribe.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a busy week.
All right, boom. NASDAQ just turned around right there.
Didn't quite hit the VWAP, but yeah, nice little pop coming in.
S&P's popping.
What's Mick up to?
Mick has his morning stand meeting. He's sitting right behind me.
Talking loud.
Not much. Oh, let me mute it up.
See, I'm kidding. Jag.
So a lot of folks asking, what is a fire drill? The fire drill is going to happen at some point today. We're going to have a big siren and a whole bunch of noise, and we're going to post a link in the chat that is going to allow you to sign up for a Topstep X Combine account at 50% off for the first month only. The form will be up for 15 minutes only. The randomly chosen 5,000 people will have that opportunity to join the Topstep Trading Combine on Topstep X for half off that first month. So stick around a while. You don't want to miss that opportunity. And this is for anybody that has already had Topstep X, or those of you that have not had Topstep X. So we're really excited about it. And don't forget, you can now on Topstep X, you can trade, you can trade the micros, with the same amount of leverage and risk as the minis. If you can trade 5 minis, you'll be able to trade 50 micros. A lot of folks have been looking forward to this. We're very excited about it. Remember, it is only for now on Topstep X, because we are going to be adding those to other platforms in the future. I have no timeline, no promises as to when that's going to happen, but it is going to be available on Topstep X.
Very exciting stuff. You guys asked, we answered.
Yeah, that's been a pain point for a lot of traders for a couple of years now. We got it done, though.
We did.
Yeah, so jump on that Topstep X deal if you want to trade multiple micros.
Again, we know that people are attached to their platforms, and we're not suggesting anybody change their platform, but we're trying to make Topstep X so good that you're going to want to change platforms. And with all your help and all your suggestions, we are doing a fine job on it. It's happening very quickly, and eventually you may want to just come over to the Topstep X platform.
You're not joking about switching platforms either.
No, that's one of the most difficult things traders go through. Just going from platform to platform. We're creatures of habit. And of course, we know there is a transition period, but trust us when we say Topstep X is the best out there. And you guys are helping us build this we're building this thing together. So you got that.
Can you join the Topstep X platform right now? No, you can't. It is still by invitation only, but it's not going to be too long, folks, where you're going to be able to just go in and get a trading combine on Topstep X. Not going to be long at all. Again, I'm not giving you a date, but I can tell you it's coming up pretty quickly. We took out the high of the opening range in the S&Ps now.
So, okay.
So officially in the S&P and the NASDAQ, the best trade location was not off the opening range. I'm glad we didn't take it.
We're agile around here. Looking for got levels up at 45 and 49, 45 through 49s in the S&Ps, possible short up there. Right now we're just chilling.
A lot of folks are asking how you can make...
on.
Oh,
all right.
Good.
Yeah, so I've got 4 micros gold from 23.49.8, Reason for micros is because gold is in a huge range right now. So even this position, I'm risking about 218, 220 per trade. And I'm looking for a continuation to the downside. Obviously, if I don't get it, I'm going to be out. But for now, it's kind of moved into some profit pretty quickly, which is usually a pretty decent sign. But we are still at that time of day when there's a lot of movement, a lot of volatility. So again, I have to stay patient with this particular trade.
Nice.
Got 82% long here in the YM. I repeat that, 82% long in the YM on the tilt.
You know, a lot of folks asking, you know, how do I make suggestions for Topstep X? How do I tell you guys what I need? And if you have Topstep X, this is going to be, you're going to love this. If you don't have Topstep X, Topstep X yet, you may get it, you know, you may have that opportunity starting tomorrow, but here it is. It is on this question mark right here. If we can go on my charts, I'll show everybody where that is. So on this question, on the platform right here, this question mark, that is going to take you to where you can put feedback in, where you can vote on feedback. There's a whole bunch of people that have already put stuff in there. You can vote yes, you can vote no, you can vote maybe not that important, whatever it is. You're going to see the roadmap right here. You know, we've got right now in progress. Well, here, finished. Micros to minis, 10-1. Done. Yay. There's one down. In progress. Improvements to the trade copier. Allow the change of position on the position P&L to be in ticks. We've also got right on this list here. I think we're still working on it a little bit here. The Delta's soon going to be on here. But we've got all of these in review where you can go in and you can check out how many people voted for it. You can vote for it. And then you can go to the change log and you can say, okay, this was added on the 10th. You know, we just added micros today. So these are all things that you're going to be able to suggest directly with the tech team, directly with support, directly with all of us. And, you know, whichever ones are voted most for are the ones that are going to take priority. We want to get everything done eventually, but we've got to take things one at a time, and we're adding things almost daily. It seems like we're really doing a good job of you know, expanding and adding the things that you, the traders, are asking for. So make sure you go in there, check it out, vote for the things that you like. You know, you can help move them up the ladder as to when they're going to get taken care of.
So we got Josh N in the chat saying 82% long tilt in the YM out of 14 people trading it.
Yep.
Well, Josh, it just so happens I got the data here right in front of me, and last week we had 845 traders trading the YM,
Nice.
averaging about right around 370 trades per day. So that tilt is good data for the Dow for sure. Most popular trader product, obviously, NASDAQ. Almost twice the number of NASDAQ traders over ES traders.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, more than double.
Wow. All right, trading 17,280 here in the NASDAQ. Some more selling to the downside. VWAP.
Man, oh man, I hate it when they don't get to your levels.
It's all right.
That was
Still
sweet.
selling here.
It was sweet.
Meta's
on a little bit on the skids here.
Okay.
Apple just kind of range bound, but Meta's coming off a little bit here. We do have Meta's earnings coming out Wednesday after the close. Tesla's earnings tomorrow after the close. Microsoft and Alphabet Thursday after the close. Starting to see some of the Mag 7 come out as far as their earnings are concerned this week.
Yes, we are. Big week for earnings. Big week for earnings. Should be fun. Should be a lot of fun.
Jay, tilt for the Dow is not currently on the platform. You can see it if you look at the screen on the crawl right at the top there. That's where we're looking at it.
Yep, we'll also keep you updated here. We're giving you real-time info. When we say it here, we're doing it in real time, not delayed. We do see it though.
There's a slight delay when you're watching the YouTube stream, just because there's a natural 2 or 3 second delay from obviously when we stream it live to when it actually what you're actually seeing. So yeah. So just a slight couple second delay. We'd love to call it real time, but I guess legally it's not.
Is anything real time when it comes to TV? There's got to be some sort of delay. I think Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake ruined that for everybody there, JD. A long time ago. That's a dated reference. That's a very dated reference.
I remember.
It's a very dated reference for those that know, but they think they ruined live television for everybody. And now they're
Dre, how long ago was that?
That was a Super Bowl, right?
It was a Super Bowl. Oh boy. 20 years ago. Well, at least ish. Somewhere around there. But yes, that was the end of live television as we knew it.
It's hard to believe 20 years has passed.
Thank you.
My goodness. Time flies.
Yes, it does.
We'll have you naked by the end of this show, Andre.
There's a wardrobe malfunction. Well,
it looks like we've had
I got that.
We've had another wardrobe malfunction here this morning. Apparently the fire drill is for 25% off.
Oh,
not 50%.
Oh, I just don't think that's going to hurt demand very much. But yes.
No. We apologize for that. It was not me. It was an error, and errors happen. We understand that. We do apologize for that. But again, it is for 25% off, not 50% off. Sorry about that.
Oh, good, John.
I wasn't going to call anybody out, but they've called themselves out.
They know who's under the bus. That's all that matters. We don't need to call it out.
No.
What's up, Austin Silver? See you in the chat. See you later this afternoon.
Hoag, speaking of your opening range trade, you were mentioning that just a few minutes ago. We had Andre on last week from Edgefold, and he offered to make us a couple custom project dashboards.
Cool.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could throw some data at him around these opening range trades and see what kind of information we can get out of it. Maybe what days of the week it works best, if there is a day of the week that it works best.
I think that's a great idea, and we could also, say which one works the best. Is it a 1 minute, a 2 minute, a 3 minute, a 4 minute, or a 5 minute?
Yeah, in multiple markets too. So
in multiple markets, yeah, that would be great.
Put as much data together as we can and send it over to him. See what happens.
Yeah, that was a very cool segment. Very eager to work with us, as are we. That was good
he's got a great product. He really does.
He does. He's going to send us some stuff that he's going to hit us with some aha moments where the light bulb just turns on and be like, oh. Like the gap fill. Was it 80% of the time the gap gets filled on the reopen, on the Sunday reopen?
Yeah.
So that was pretty cool. All right, starting to see some more sellers here, Naz. There's some levels to the downside here. Maybe we can get out of this range. Possibly taking a long here.
S&P is back down to VWAP. NASDAQ already back down below it. Dow's getting a bounce, though.
All right.
Here's the Dow. So in essence, I mean, I would call this settlement gap close enough for rock and roll.
I didn't even read it. I just was
right here.
It got shared in a separate channel that you guys didn't have access to.
And it traded basically right to the high of value from the previous day and bounced off of that. That's value rejection. We unraveled all the overnight inventory. All those shorts are gone. Right to the value high from Friday, bouncing off of that. That was a pretty good opportunity. That I wonder if Dolby's trading right now. That would have been a good. That would have been a nice one.
Cool. All right, well, we are still in this range, and we haven't seen major breakouts yet. Deanna's still monitoring her trade, maintaining that trade. Let's go to Jack. We just did briefly hear his voice there with that JT reference. So, Jack, how are we looking? Are we looking on for 15 here?
So as JD mentioned, there's no Fed speakers this week. I don't know what they'll do with all that extra time. Probably annoying their spouses, families, neighbors, etc., with their thoughts on interest rates. We do, however, have a bunch of earnings data coming out this week from some of the biggest companies, including Microsoft is announcing. We got Tesla announcing, who has been single-handedly dragging down the S&P Composite Automobile Index. So definitely some things to watch. With the 10-year yields pushing above 4.6, we need some real good earnings to keep this floating on. Follow up on Copenhagen, where the old stock exchange set on fire last week. About half of the 400-year-old building collapsed, but they were able to move the nice stuff out, the paintings, the what have you. So not a complete loss. Now they're beginning to investigate what happened, who or what caused this. So could be interesting there. And speaking of interesting, this is just incredible to me. Apparently, Tom Cruise at age 61 did the splits at the Spice Girls reunion birthday party. So
did the splits.
So let me do the math here. So that gives me 24 years to gain the flexibility to do the same at I don't know, the Topstep 50th anniversary or whatever.
Wow.
So I'm starting today. I can almost touch my toes. I'm coming for you, Cruise.
Hopefully his pants made it. Hopefully he didn't split his pants.
Oh, I'm sure he's wearing like the Lululemon stretchy stuff, right? I mean, it's not something you just do. He knew he was doing the splits. My aunt used to do that at family parties, and she got stuck one time.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, my dad's a physician, and he had to come over and give her some muscle relaxants.
Oh my God!
But it was quite the scene. So do the splits at your own peril. Sorry to bring that up, Aunt Kate.
All right, still see some sellers here. NASDAQ looking for some levels downside. Staying long or gathered shorts. Trading 17,250 in the NAS. Trading 50.25 in the S&Ps.
So close. And yet so far. So if you look at our levels to the downside here, Andre, the volume point of control from Friday that I'm seeing on my charts here was 17,150. 17,150. That takes us down to 17,180 as settlement. Go ahead, JD.
Oh, I was just going to say, I've got 17,157 for volume point of control on my charts.
All right.
So, right there. Good area.
Right there.
And 17,181 settlement. 180, 181.
NASDAQ, correct? Yes.
NASDAQ.
17,181. Thank you.
Still a stretch from settlement in the ES. It's all the way down at 0375.
You said 17,180 in the NASDAQ, right? For settle. We're trading 17,260 right now. So we still got some room there.
Yep.
Yeah. For those of you that are just tuning in the NASDAQ, we were looking at a level that we pulled off the range and the chart from Friday. What we're looking at here is, as the market continued to break on Friday, the deepest pullback to the upside came on the 1230 bar, and that level came to 17,340.50. So we were really looking for an opportunity to see price auction back to that level for an execution to the short side. It got within about $9 of it, 9 points. And maybe we were too cheap on trying to get into that trade, whatever it is. But that level really has kind of put in the high of the session so far in the NASDAQ. We did not quite get as close to that as in the S&Ps as we did in the NASDAQ. That afternoon pullback high on that 1230 bar in the NASDAQ from Friday took us up to 50.37.5. We did get pretty close to it prior to the open on the 630 bar. We only got two 50-34 quarter, 50-34 quarter. So within 4 points of it, we could have kind of preempted that trade, and we would be looking pretty good right now. Yeah, we are selling off. I think the Dow is the one that is really probably leading us to the downside here. Let's take a quick look at that. Oops.
Okay.
YM.
Dang it.
No, actually, the Dow is still kind of inside range. We're extending the regular trading hour range right now in the Nasdaq. We haven't extended the regular trading hour range in the S&Ps yet, but yeah, the Nasdaq has certainly extended the regular trading hour range to the downside here. What are we seeing? I'm going to take a quick look at the Mag 7 here. Meta is now pushing to the downside pretty hard. Let's see what Alphabet is doing.
All these companies reporting this week, of course.
Yes. So Alphabet kind of put in a high here. It's coming off that high pretty hard here, but it looks like Meta's the one that is having the real problem here. We're still higher in Apple. We're still higher in Microsoft. Looks like Meta's the one pulling everything down.
Okay.
I've never been a fan of social media myself.
No, John? Not a social media guy, eh?
No. Fake book.
All right, D, talk to us about that. We are still seeing more sellers here in the NASDAQ. Boy, that would have been a nice short. S&Ps as well. Looking for levels for longs. We haven't pulled anything. Yeah, a lot of these levels are pre-market. Market is different. Yes.
On gold, there is some excess that was left in C period to the upside. So there's a risk of failed auction here. But again, every time we kind of came up to 23.54.5, there was some sellers that stepped in. So I'm still trying to stay patient with this because the price action is also, to me, not really looking that convincing for longs just yet, or even for a neutral day. But it has like slowed down the momentum.
More selling.
Yeah.
Getting close to that overnight low in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Yeah.
Overnight low at 17,200 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
This is getting to my maximum adverse excursion here, so I'm going to kill this. Right, so only down 130 there. I'm going to look for a better, higher trade location for this. Because when the trade gets to my MAE, I don't wait for it to hit my entire stop loss, obviously. What I wanted to see is a quick run through lower. That didn't happen. And then it crept up into my MAE. So that means it's either the timing or the trade location can be improved.
Mm-hmm.
I still think we have this play of weakness inside initial balance happening. But a better price would be 23.55.5. And if they were going to just run lower, that should have happened already. So just by the fact that it didn't happen, I have to consider some of the other hypos now. So we have a potential for a neutral day, which means just pinging within this range that we already established.
Mm-hmm.
We have a potential of maybe going a little bit higher where the sellers came from first, and then going into short. And then we also have the potential for the failed auction that continues into a gap fill. So for now, I'm still on my first hypo of weakness inside initial balance, but I'm looking for a slightly better trade location. And with that, I might also even have an improved profit margin because it's effectively the same trade idea with the same target objectives, but for a slightly better price, which means you can expand the profit target a little. Not like, bazillion takes, but,
Mm-hmm.
They were, a little bit.
Rapidly approaching the overnight low in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we are. What was that price, John? 17. We are really rapidly
overnight low 17,200 and 3/4 17,200, close enough.
Looking for levels here. Looking for levels. Don't have much down here. Don't have much down here. That short would have been this play. Don't have much down here. S&Ps or NASDAQ. We're still looking to pull some. You guys see anything? JD, holler at me. We just got a huge update here on TopStep with live account trader Nathan Wen. Wow, holy moly, up $54,000 this morning. I repeat, live account trader on TopStep X, Nathan Wen, up $54,000 this morning. Boy, we are only an hour in this trade. We got a live trader already up 54 G's. Nice trade, Nathan.
I'd love to hear more about this. I'm sure Mick's going to go
caught
into
the
it
short.
Shoulder tap. Yeah,
he caught the short. All right, we're up coming out here to 17,200. We just dipped beneath 17,200 in the NASDAQ.
Right through it.
There we go. New lows.
New lows is right. 17,180 was the level we have here, JD, right? 17,180, perhaps along there.
Settlement, that was 17,180, 181 settlement from Friday.
A level.
It's one of Danny Hodgman's favorite plays, return to settlement.
Yeah, well, we sure did.
I think we have some content on our website, topstep.com. If you just go to our website and type in the search bar settlement, you'll see some good content. We have a couple videos and blog articles based around Hodgman's favorite settlement trade.
Shout out to Danny Hodgman.
So value low from Friday, TPO value low from Friday in the NASDAQ is 17,165. 17,165. Settlement 180. That's 15 points. That kind of looks like an interesting area.
17,165, 117,180. Okay. 165, between 165 and 180.
Yes.
I work a bid down there. We'll keep an eye on that level. See if that comes in.
I wonder if Dakota's still in that long and crude. He's got 100 ticks in it now. If he is,
you nail it.
I don't know. 100 ticks times 4. I think he was long. $4,000.
Very nice.
Very nice trades.
All right, coming down here to the 180 level, 17,000. 17,189 trade. Still selling off here. See how far this pullback comes. Possibly take along between 165 and 180. Settlement, point of control. Let me know if I'm not seeing something here, fellas and ladies, please. I know Deanna, you're out of your trade. You are flat.
I'm flat. Yeah.
Very good.
I am looking at 2354, 2355 as my area of interest, and I'll show you why. So on Bookmap,
all right,
you can see there's a whole bunch of orders just sat there. And I also have that supply level that I mentioned in the beginning that is located on the 30-minute chart. So it's similar information, just gives you a slightly more accurate area to within about 2 points. So we'll see if we can get some sellers from that area.
We definitely got sellers here. Sellers and equities.
Yeah, I'm talking about gold though. I am scanning for news to see whether there's
anything.
like anything pertaining. Yeah, because it's starting to smell of risk off again. And if that's the case, then I don't want to be short, because if equities are falling, that means gold is going to rise. Whoops.
Amazon's at the door.
Yes, Amazon man. That's right. There's a guy on Instagram called Puppy Songs, and he writes like silly dog songs. Whoops. What's this? What is this? I think. It's getting smoky. I don't know.
It is getting smoky. How'd that happen? How'd that happen? Wow. Every time that happens, my goodness.
Your settlement in the NASDAQ, I mean, we're getting pretty
just
close.
Kissed it and bounced right off of it. Yeah.
Was it 80s?
Yeah, it did, didn't it? Yeah, 181s. 182 is the low. To be precise, the low is 17,182 and a quarter. 182 and a quarter. So stop 2 points below, 2 points above it, and now we're getting a bounce.
Get the papers. I get the papers.
Oh.
All right. Here's
Hit that smoke one more time.
well, that gave us basically right to the point, huh? What the?
Yeah.
Oh
nearly
boy, I
smoky
can't
in here.
see you. I can't see you
Getting
guys.
smoky in here.
I can't. Yeah, where'd you guys go?
It's getting smoky in
We
here.
got 100 a lot here in the Nasdaq on the
420
200s.
was Saturday.
Yeah, can't see you guys. Oh boy.
Ah. All right.
All right. Yes.
Oh, yeah, baby. What you been waiting for? Officer, turn that off, please. Thank you. All right. It is
Hey, listen.
time for the file drill. Yes, it is. And hey, we've got 5,000 invitations to lock in one TopStep X trading combine for 25% off your first month. All right. So we've got the link. We could post a link here. We get that link in the chat. We can do that here. Remember, too, this is going to be up for 15 minutes. We got it up for 15 minutes, so make sure that you get yourself signed up for that form. Remember, this is for everybody. Form is going to be up 15 minutes here. Code expires Tuesday, April 30th at 11:59 p.m. Central Time. And we got 5,000 here. So winners are going to be randomly selected. Those selected will be sent a code via email by Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Central. And those selected will be able to trade the updated micros contract. And speaking of that, we got another thing that I want to add to this. For you trade copiers, traders are able to copy trade across account sizes and express funded accounts and trading combines. So you can sort of trade copy everything you got if you want. That's if you want. Now remember, these micros, okay, micros here. There is the link, and we've posted it. We've pinned it up top. There it is. Click that link. Scroll up if you're not seeing it. We pinned it to the top of the chat, so you're not saying, where is it? Where is it? TopStep X. We are now allowing traders to trade the maximum equivalent contract values of minis and micros, 10-to-1 contract ratio. If you're trading silver, hi-ho silver. If you're trading silver, it's 5-to-1, okay? So now you got the access, trade the same maximum amount leverage for the micros and minis. So right now, this is only available to TopStep X early access users. All right. We don't have a timeline to share the update with other platforms. So just a heads up. So you got, hopefully we've hit all aspects there. And I'm going to pass it back to Andre. Remember, this is for 25% off the first month of your combine. Have at it. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Thank you. Saw a bit of a bounce there off of settle in the Nasdaq, trading right around 17,200 right now. S&P's trading 50.18. I did see a bit of a bounce there, but we will stay tuned. How about that fire, Joe? Told you guys we got that coming.
There you go.
Told you. Please make sure to stay tuned today. We got a big show today. Big trading week. Bit of a slow start. Did have missed a short there. We got a little too greedy with the entry price. That's okay. Good to see that the levels we're holding. Call it a paper trade. How about that? Call it a paper trade. Those are nice levels. I gain confidence in those levels we are pulling for future trades. So that's good to see.
You gotta watch those afternoon pullback highs and lows.
Okay. How does that play into the following, John? Why do we have to look at those? That feeds into the following trade.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing I really liked about this one, Andre, and I've got the chart up here. If we can move over, what's the bigger trend? The bigger trend is to the downside.
Yes,
so we opened in range in value. What was the trend on Friday? To the downside. Where did the market really try and recover and find sellers and then continue the move to the downside? Was at the afternoon pullback high in the Nasdaq here. That was 17,340.5. So we were focusing in on that level to look for a short. We got as high as 17,331 half. So about 9 points from it, we were looking to really try and get in on that afternoon pullback high as close to it as possible. It didn't quite get there. We didn't quite get our execution, but at least it's showing for the next time. Sometimes these afternoon pullback highs and lows can really be good. Now, if this was an afternoon pullback low, and the market was still in a downtrend, I probably wouldn't have taken it. But it was an afternoon pullback high in trend. That's the one you really want to keep an eye on. And it was really a nice opportunity. But we just didn't get to our level. Maybe, Andre, we were a little too cheap trying to get into that. But and I've been called cheap before, and that's okay.
It is okay. Coming up to keep in mind the fire drill form is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Typically they're up for about 15 minutes. I'm not sure how long this one's gonna be up for, but it is pinned right now. Get in there, get that hook up that we got you guys with. But yes, it is pinned to the top of the chat right now. Trading around 17,200 in. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. It's gonna be up for 9 more minutes. Hey, we got 40,000 people watching. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're over 82,000 subscribers. My goodness, we just cracked 75,000. Just cracked 80,000. Now we are over 82,000 subscribers on the march to 100,000 subscribers. I don't know what we got planned for 100,000 subscribers just yet. We probably don't have anything just yet, but I can promise you it's going to be big. Yeah, everyone's going to like it. Big celebration. We get that plaque that Jack's been dying to get. We'll get that YouTube plaque. That's trophy. That makes Topstep TV legitimate. Yeah.
What do you think about the low in the NASDAQ right now? Do you like it? Do you not like it? I'm seeing value low TPO at 17,650.
Let me pull up the NASDAQ chart.
John, when you ask her that, are you asking is it a weak low, is it a strong low, or just what thoughts in general, how the market traded to that level?
Well, I mean, the Dow traded down basically to settlement and saw a nice bounce. The NASDAQ traded down to settlement and saw a decent bounce. The S&P haven't gotten anywhere near settlement, nor have they gotten to the overnight low. Both the NASDAQ and the S&Ps took out their overnight lows. The S&P, both the NASDAQ and the Dow traded through their overnight lows, traded back to settlement. If I was going to buy anything, it would probably be the ES, but we're not getting good trade location for the ES. Just wondering what D is thinking about this low in the NASDAQ.
So we are at the bottom of the range from Friday, and obviously there's settlement there too. So the bounce from settlement can sometimes be a decent trade if you're looking for more range-bound conditions.
So it's a see money, take money.
Yeah. We did leave some single prints in the initial balance, so that was a huge jump down. And whenever that happens, there's always a possibility that we take the price through it back again. So to go up from settlement through the single prints left behind. Let me just have a look at larger time frames, because that's going to give me... I mean, we are trending down, aren't we? So that's the only thing that's worrying me with longs.
Yes.
That any kind of short-term swing lows may not hold on the basis of that. And I mean, I don't really have anything else apart from that swing low plus the settlement from Friday. So, I mean... I would have preferred if we had like average session low or average daily range low, because those tend to be stronger levels for reversals. So one play that we can maybe look for, there's an established high here, localized high at 172.1750, and it's trying to take that out. So if we get any sellers jumping in here, then the 2 up of single prints could be a little scalp back to overnight VWAP. And VWAP is not really sloping much, so this could be a range day. So yeah, I mean, it's not bad. So if we're going to do this, we need to be quick, because this is not a trade to be, sitting around and waiting for it, because it's just going to go. So, John, yes, settlement from bounce. This would be the setup.
Right.
Yeah.
We bounced.
Yeah, we did. We got to
Easing into this Monday, John. We're easing into this week right now.
Yeah, a little more prepared to, to act when we get to those levels.
Easing in, it's all right. Days of FOMO are long gone for me.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
You got it, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, JD, if we're ready.
Yeah, you want to do hot streaks while Hoag's out?
Let's do some hot streaks. Perfect timing. John's on a little coffee break. Let's get some hot streaks in here. We are monitoring this level. 17,200 or NASDAQ, 50-20 in the S&Ps. I got the house account up. Probably could have got in a little earlier. Didn't want the market to come back a little bit more, but we never got there. Maybe a little more aggressive. It is early Monday. One's on me. Being a little tentative heading into the week. Didn't want to blow the whole wad right off the bat. JD, let's do these hot streaks, man.
Yeah. For sure. I never touch base with James. Hey, James, are you there? Can you throw up some overlays for me?
Oh,
I absolutely can.
We got to touch base with James.
I got to pull up a dashboard real quick. All right, I'm good to go. All right, funded trader hot streaks. What are my notes here? Oh, we lost 2 names from Friday. Che took a drawdown. I ended a streak at 28 days. Nice job, though, Che. Thanks for playing. And Tien, we heard Mick talking about Tien last week. Tien was called up to the live account. So we'll be checking back in on Tien's progress. He's off the list today since he didn't trade on Friday while he's transitioning over to that live funded account. So with that, our new leader, Arian, taking over the top spot. Arian's on a 26-day heater with close to $2,300. Nice job. James is right there on 26 days also, worth about $5,000. Faye at 23 days, and our 2 newcomers, Esteban and Brian. Esteban at 19 days, Brian at 17 days. Nice hot streaks all around there. Way to go, guys. All right, yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Pretty decent days for our live funded traders on Friday. Eddie put up $5,500 trading the NASDAQ. Isaac with $5,000 trading the S&P. Xavier carved up the NQ and MNQ for a solid $4,500. And Hoa and Prince becoming household names around here. Both nice days trading the NQ. $4,300 and $3,500 respectively.
Shout out to Isaac. Shout out to Isaac. Yeah.
And don't forget about our other live funded trader. Who was that?
Yeah. Give him the update. Nathan Wynn.
Nathan. Mick just gave me an update. He's up $57,000 now.
$57,500.
$57,500. Locking it in.
Wow. Real time, folks. Straight from the wrist department to the air. $57,000. My goodness, that's good money.
What a day. That's great.
Seriously, what a week. What a week. Call it a week, man. You're good, Nathan. You're good.
Let's see. I can pull up. I could see who our leader was for the week last week. Give me just a minute. Let me find the right.
We're starting to see some really big numbers get put up here. Just post on that. We are coming up to 45 past the hour. Light day on the economics, light day with earnings. Keep in mind, we really start rocking and rolling tomorrow for the rest of the week. Boy, this is the Super Bowl. What is it? Earnings, the Super Bowl earnings week, as Rips would call it. Big stuff coming here on TopstepTV. D, we never saw a pop in crude or pop in oil with the sell-off in equities for risk off. We never got confirmation with risk off there? Because I'm looking around, I'm not seeing anything on the wires here. That was just a pure technical sell-off. Yeah, a little technical sell-off. It's cool.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and short this gold again. So we'll see. Because, I mean, we haven't really moved to any new levels. We're still sitting around that 23.55 area. And it all looks like a slower day on gold, which is not unusual rollover week. And Mondays.
Yes, it is. Hey, JD, when you get that data, please fill us in on that.
Yeah, I'm looking through it right now. There's a trader that we're really not supposed to be mentioning, so I'm trying to sort of
Don't mention
sift
it then.
through a few things.
Persona non grata. Yes. Well, while we're doing that, Eddie, I just heard that beautiful voice of yours. Eddie, hit us with some stuff. The plugs, baby. Hit us.
Vigo. Yes. Hey, for those just chiming in right now, you got a couple minutes here. We got that fire drill pinned up top. Quick, click on it because we're going to be pulling it very soon. And hey, just a reminder too, for those just chiming in, traders are able to copy trade now across account sizes. All right. Express funded accounts, trading combines. If you want to trade copy, you can put those all under one. Also, just want to let you know here that the micros in TopStep X are now 10-1. Yes, indeed. All TopStep X early access traders can trade the maximum equivalent contract values of the minis and micros. But please note, if you're trading high-ho silver, if you're trading silver, it's 5-1 right now. So there you have it. Back to you, Andre.
Good stuff. How about that? A lot of stuff coming out on a Monday here. Good to see.
Yep. Hey, I got live funded P&Ls from last week. If you're up for it, for the week, our top
for the
traders
overall week. Yeah, we could do that. That's pretty cool.
So, our guy Salmon, who we've been hearing quite a bit from, profited $42,178 last week. That's a pretty decent week. Number 2 on the list, you're looking at it right now, Deanna. $23,546 last week. Nice job,
D.
Yeah.
Look at you, D. Okay.
Wait, I think.
Yeah, I've been in a drawdown for 2 months, so let's see how it
Mick's
goes.
correcting me right now. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I'm not sure that dashboard is correct. I think it was more like the brand or something.
Mick's over my shoulder right now saying that dashboard is. I was about to throw the F-bomb out, but I'm not going to look at this dashboard anymore today. We're going to get someone to fix it.
Yeah, I was up, but it wasn't 2,300, so that doesn't sound right. Yeah, I have looked at my dashboard; it's all messed up. So I'm like,
Sorry to get everybody's hopes up there.
Oh, that would have been tight. Hey, I think that link is coming down. Fire drill link is coming down very, very, very soon. So hopefully everyone got that in, pinned to the top of the chat there. But that is coming. It's gone. It's gone. Now you see it. Now you don't. We did give you 15 minutes. Appreciate all those that joined. This fast market is moving rather quickly here. Nothing on. Oh, we do have 10:30. We do have a couple 3-month and 6-month bill. Nothing too significant. Those barely move us. But it's just good to be cognizant of what might be coming up on the horizon here.
So we're kind of looking at a cheap opportunity for a cheap short in the NASDAQ right now.
Is that right?
This most recent I had 237. I would put a stop in above 240 if we're going to take a short right here. So maybe on the next pop, we could discuss
237
into a cheap short position. When I see volume drying up as we move higher on that recent pullback after hitting settlement in the NASDAQ, when I see the buying pressure start to die, it's kind of a signal that maybe it could start turning around shortly. Again, I'm looking at a short time frame charter. This is a 5-minute chart, just based off that pullback from the low at 182, just above settlement price, actually.
Yeah. I see what you see there, JD. Look at targeting level of 17,230. 227, 237. What did I write here? 227, right, JD?
Yep.
227.
Question about our hot streaks list. Rockin' WTJ. The hot streaks, the P&Ls that we show with the hot streaks are just the profits that happen during the duration of that hot streak. It's not the total account value or account balance that they have. Just the amount of profits that they made during the course of their hot streak. Hope that clears it up.
Sorry it took me so long. I just dumped a whole cup of coffee all over my stairs.
Nice.
Did your stairs turn into an escalator?
Pretty
That'd been tight.
much, pretty much.
Little
That
calf.
was
You just
tight.
had to wipe
Come
that off
on.
and
Okay, we're starting to see some
Nasdaq's rolling
sellers
over
here.
a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Market's turning over here.
Missed another short opportunity there. See if we can extend this range a little bit lower.
Okay, something's happening with my brackets, guys. So I'm gonna have to reach out to someone.
oh man. So we're not probably not thinking about a long here. It's contrary to the bigger picture.
To the trend, yeah. I would say this would be a long in equities now, especially in Nasdaq. It would be a risky trade.
Yes.
Cheap, but risky.
Yeah.
Well, we do have
Right.
levels around 17,165 to 17,180, 65s to 80s, which we're approaching here. There's a bit of support, but with this rollover does have you questioning that. In terms of level, this like all the levels we really got here. 17,165, John, in Nasdaq. S&P's kind of slow.
Let me take a look-see here. 165. I mean, it's value low from Friday. 165.
And settlement. But the problem here is that, like with any longs at this point, is that the single prints actually gave a reversal price action on NQ.
Mm-hmm.
That's, to me, a case for a continuation short, not for longs. Because effectively, if you look at single prints as an area of supply where strong sellers were located prior,
Right.
and then you get a
Right.
reversal price pattern, what does that tell you? It means that the price is rejected. This is why I said if we chew up through all of it, that might be a quick scalp. I didn't say, let's go in and keep it. I said, but if it
Right.
fails, then that goes with the trend. So, I mean, for me, actually, a breakout downwards would be a key trade to take.
There it is. Here it
we
is.
go.
Here's the breaking.
Exactly. Yeah. Case in point. Mic drop.
S&P seeing sellers trade 50-14.
Yeah.
Will they target 5,000s?
Yep. All the equities except the Dow are extending below the initial balance. Hey, maybe we'll get a failed auction down here.
What we're thinking here, right? I don't know these levels. We did test that a while. Well, the spreadsheet here, look at some of our levels. 17,001, 181, 179, 132. So we're right there.
Well, the Nasdaq just created a level. So did the S&P's initial balance low. IB low
price?
is 17,182, basically settlement. So if we hold below that, we got some time. I mean, we've got 6 minutes left before the next bar opens. But if the next bar opens below that level, that kind of creates some single TPOs that we can lean on as supply, right?
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we're playing this play.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay.
And if we eat up all those single TPOs like Pac-Man, then we may end up with a failed auction.
Cool. All right, good stuff. All right, we got some trade ideas formulating here.
And as always, initial balance low can be an orientation point and an entry point as well. So we have to maybe put that in. And one of the reasons why I can't sometimes give you the levels of the initial balance high and low is because we don't know it pre-market. So that only becomes known after the initial balance is over. So now that we have that, so in Nasdaq 171.81 would be an area for further shorts for me. It's kind of like a line in the sand. If we go above it, 171.81.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm coming up to it right now. Well,
we call that
pop here.
Market-generated information.
It's the best kind of information, right?
And if you're listening, if you're not familiar with the initial balance, first hour of regular trading hours. That's the initial balance that Hoagland and Deanna are talking about.
Yeah. Thanks, JD.
right, so we got John, no trades. JD, no trades. Deanna, one trade.
I've got one
No.
trade, so I'm back into short gold at 2355.2.
Good.
We're trying that same trade idea, just slightly better trade location.
More selling. My goodness.
More range
But I'm going to
extension
say
coming on the
something was
NASDAQ.
happening with my brackets though, because I popped in a trade and I do have it set to risk 220 to get 500, and I was doing 4 micros, and when I put it in, it put my stop loss like a million miles away at 800 risk. So I don't know whether the team can maybe have a look, because that sounds like the scaling of contracts is a bit messed up. So I had to manually adjust them.
All right, look at this 165 number level in the
3 minutes.
NASDAQ.
Yep, 165 is value low. TPO value low from Friday. Volume value low 17,148. But if we leave some single ticks here on this next 30-minute bar opening, as long as those single ticks remain, it's a short.
I have a volume.
So we could front run a trade. We could front run a trade maybe with half the position, and then when we get the confirmation of single panad, what do you reckon?
We do that.
Mm-hmm.
Looking what, 80s, 81s? NASDAQ,
81s
perhaps?
Yeah, that's the IB low.
Yep.
If we get it.
We get there.
I have Friday's volume point of control right around 158 in the NASDAQ also. So there's a lot happening right around this area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Any news? I'm not seeing anything. Eddie, keep scanning those wires if you see anything, but
No.
it just be technical sell-off here.
Just trend to continuation.
Yep.
You know, 2 minutes to see if we open this next bar with single TPOs.
All right, John, so let's talk about this next 2 minutes. What are we looking for once we hit the top of the hour, 10 o'clock Central? We hit it. What are we looking for that new candle?
Okay, so what we're looking at here is the profiles from the NASDAQ. So our IB low we know is 81, 82, 81, 82 area, right? So, we know we've got value low from Friday right here. So what we're looking for for the next 30-minute bar to open, leaving single TPOs. So we want it to open down here if we're looking for shorts.
What's the price?
There's lead. We want it to open below 81.
Yeah, we're currently there.
And my dog's barking. Hang on.
I got you. We'll see what happens. We're coming up to the 10 o'clock, top of the hour here. Stay below 81s. That might be a cheap short. Is congruent trend. Haven't asked you yet about Delta, John. Let's do a quick thing. Let's take a quick peek at Delta. I haven't done that all morning.
Delta in the NASDAQ is negative 1,600. The S&P negative 5,200. So it's congruent with direction.
Yes, it is. All right, we're trading 17,180 in the NASDAQ here. It's going to be tricky here. We got less than 60 seconds to that. Yep.
So if we are going to scale into a short here, Hoag, what kind of stop level are you looking at? What type of risk are we taking? Shorting below the initial balance.
Right now, it looks like this next bar is going to open inside the initial balance. Now it's kind of off.
Okay.
If we leave the single TPOs below the initial balance and we never go back down there, that's going to present as a failed downside auction, and the trade then would be to the upside.
Oh, we just did it. So we closed within that.
Yeah.
So, 81 here is pivotal. But it didn't really give us a clear signal here, did it, D?
No, I hate it when it happens like right on the nose. It's like, really?
I'm long from about 5 from long from 83 here.
Okay.
I thought I heard a
failed downside auction. Failed downside auction. Long from 83
awesome.
here. But just 5 times. We're going to try to scale into this, see if we can move to the upside here. But we did
Bit
get
of
that
House
downside
excess
auction.
in C period, so
House account,
something to
yes.
take
House
note. If we start to take out the single prints in C period below that initial balance low, that will be an invalidation point. So we don't have to eat up the entire stop loss. That will be an invalidation point for further shorts.
I like that. Okay, great. All right, so we got a risk reward here. The price below Deanna, it would be.
Well, if I can.
It's okay. If you're
make
gonna trade,
this a bit
please
bigger.
monitor that.
Okay, my trade is a slow trade because I'm using 55 tick stops, so I've got some time to have a look at things. Okay, so I've got to come closer here because I'm very blind.
Oh no.
It's okay, it's just age. So what is that? Hold on.
Me too. Gotta have my cheaters.
I know, I can't, yeah. We're taking out the single prints, unfortunately, guys. Hold on. I've just seen it take out the C period. Yeah, I mean, I would still say this is risky. But
Oh, it's all risky, D. It's all risky.
not all. I would disagree with that statement. There's risky and then there's risky.
And then there's risky. 5 from 83. We're going to try to build into this. Look, probably failed downside auction play. Got the levels in here.
You really need to see that above 2381 if it's going to be a proper failed auction.
81?
For price velocity. Yeah.
We're above 81 right now.
Yeah, we need to push from here if this is going to work.
We need a push.
Yeah. Because failed auctions are momentum trades. They're not trades that are like, ambling around and doing nothing for 2 hours. It's like it closes back inside the initial balance, back into the first hour of trading range. And in most cases, if you're not already halfway through the initial balance in like the next 15 to 30 minutes, it's not a failed auction. It's then a quieter day that carries more odds for a neutral day type, range bound. So there's a price velocity to take into continuation. That was actually taught to me by one of the colleagues that I sat next to in a prop trading firm. So if it's too slow, it's not a failed auction. The auction needs to fail and then go back exactly where it came from.
I got Dakota time. Dakota's long as well from 170. Dakota long from 170.
Okay.
Here. He's targeting 200. So he's like building in this into as we hit 200, 17,200 if we are going to scale into this trade.
Yeah, that would be congruent with a failed auction running.
Okay. So we're dipping a toe in the water. Going to try to scale into this, playing the level. House account Dolby. That is a house account trade. I know it's only a 5, but we're going to look to scale in. It was counter trend.
As we confirmed the failed auction. Yeah.
Yeah. We got to confirm that before we close. Dolby, that is a house account trade. Just chopping around here. Oh, John, Delta. Yeah, Delta minus. Gotcha.
Let everybody know if you missed the form this morning, we will be posting it again in the afternoon and tonight at the beginning of slow market. So you'll have another chance. There's my dog again.
Yes, we will. Well, Lacey. Double bottom here. We got. We'll see. Take a look at the other markets. S&P's kind of chop around this 50-12 level. Might give the old 5,000s a test here. But right now, NASDAQ is just kind of chopping around right now. So the longer we chop around at this level here, it's give you less conviction or more conviction for putting in a bottom here, a failed downside auction, so to speak, John.
The less I like it. The longer we stay here, the less I like it.
Same.
So we got to turn around. Yeah. If we don't turn around, then we're not turning around.
Double bottom in the S&Ps.
They love to retest. Here we
go.
Yeah,
with Dale.
Yep.
Time to get
this
out.
Would be an invalidation for me. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, we bailed.
It's Yeah, it's because it ate up the single print excess that we left earlier in the day.
Yes, it is. Yep.
And that's a bad sign for a failed auction. You don't want to see structure building below the initial balance if you're attempting a failed auction. You want to see maybe excess and then maybe like 1 or 2 TPOs per row around the initial balance low. That's all that I will allow for it for that particular setup. And then if it doesn't run, that becomes my invalidation point. I'm not going to wait for the stop loss to get hit. And this goes for any market that you're looking at. It's the same market mechanic.
Okay, cool. Failed.
Yeah.
What do you think of the short?
It's too slow now because we got 2 TPOs below the initial balance low. We might be able to find a neutral day trade at some point, in which case I would probably go with like something like Dolby's ranges. So wait for the range to get established and then just basically scalp it around the range. But right now, this is not strong to the downside, nor is it a failed auction because we have, we had 3 TPOs that have been built around the edge of the initial balance low. That's usually not that conducive to momentum trades. But it is a feature and a hallmark of range-bound days.
We did find some resistance in the S&Ps at IB low. We ate up all of the TPOs from the potential failed auction too.
Yeah, it's ambiguous though.
S&P's trying to take a peek to the downside.
Really.
50-11 here. We're seeing some consolidation in the NASDAQ. We got checking the tilt here. 72% short in the Y. Everything else around 50-50. Delta, we got negative 5,200 last we checked in the ES. My 1,600 in the NASDAQ. We are starting to see a bit more selling pressure here. S&Ps. John, don't have the Dow up right now at the moment. What's the Dow doing? Is the Dow leading the way down? Or who's leading us to the downside here?
I would say it's the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. The Dow hasn't taken out the low of the initial balance yet.
Okay.
The Dow also left the opening range at the high of the day. The NASDAQ and the S&Ps did not. So the Dow is really, it's different, right? Because the Dow, the opening range is the high of the day, but it hasn't entered into value from yesterday. NASDAQ and the S&Ps are well into value. As a matter of fact, the NASDAQ came all the way to value low from Friday. That value low in the NASDAQ again was 17,165. 17,165. That's value low. TPO value low. Look at the low in the Dow. The low in the Dow today is 38,228. Value high was 38,232. So value high provided support for the Dow. However, the Dow opened outside of range, left the opening range at the high of the session. It is now testing back to value area high. A value area special situation play would indicate that potentially, if price reaccepts value from Friday, then at some point in the session, price can move all the way to the low end of value from Friday, which brings it down to 38,118. This is difficult because it's very subjective as to, what marks acceptance inside Friday's value. We used to say we needed 2 30-minute bars to close back inside Friday's value or the previous day's value to mark reacceptance of the previous day's area of value, and that would put in the value area special situation play to move back to the low end of value at some point during the current session. We haven't seen that yet. We are showing signs of acceptance for sure inside Friday's value in the S&Ps. We haven't even left Friday's area of value in the S&Ps. We haven't left the area of value in the NASDAQ from Friday either. We opened inside of value. We've traded to the low of value. This is a kind of saying that this is the perception of value hasn't changed. We traded to the low of value.
Which would then also be a maybe a range bound day again.
Yeah.
So look for
If we're
Three.
range bound day, are we
value
at the low
low.
end of the range then? That's, I guess, would be my question. If we are at, well, we are still seeing more sellers here. We are not done selling.
We're negative 2,300 delta in the NASDAQ now, negative 8,600 in the S&Ps. I mean, there are some aggressive sellers here.
Hmm.
But I mean, inside value, thank goodness that we kind of look for better trade opportunities as the day goes on when we open inside of the previous day's value.
Hmm.
So let's see if the S&Ps get to value low from Friday. That level is 5,006 even.
All right.
We'll see if we get down there.
We're trading
Man, oh, man,
5,000.
if we
My
could-
gold trade is doing all right.
Very
Good.
good.
Nice.
What was your entry on that gold trade again, Deanna?
352.
S&P's trading
So Dakota
5,009.
added to his, sorry,
Yeah.
just saying Dakota added to his longs in the NASDAQ here. He's looking for a move back up to 200, up to 17,200.
Looking at our heat map here, we got nothing down here. Our heat map gives us pre-market levels. Once the market opens, obviously things change, but consolidate right now. In the NASDAQ, we're coming up to 15 past. Got about 45 minutes left here in fast markets. Markets have been moving. There has been opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. That first trade was the keeper. I missed that second one. We were just keeping it a little too tight, I think. We'll loosen it up for tomorrow for sure.
I think so.
We could have just got there.
But
we'll take more
Deanna
risk.
said it right. When we first started, no one wants to start Monday off as a loser, digging yourself out of a hole to start the week. So I think we did play it right, being a little conservative on the first trade of the week. But yeah, I think we're getting another shot here.
Well, we ain't done. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see how this plays out.
Selling. Thank you.
Yep. A gold trade, are you still in a D or have you flattened it?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep. All right. I'm done grasshoppering out of my trades that I have a plan for. So.
Be right back, guys.
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, S&Ps are still pushing to the downside. We've extended the range even more to the downside. Let's see if we can get down to that 5,006 level value area low from Friday. We've also got that naked point of control, the volume naked point of control up in that neighborhood as well, right, JD?
Mm-hmm.
This is true. Yeah, settlement 5,003.75 also. So there's a lot happening right around there in ES also. I have Friday's volume point of control at 5,002 also in the ES.
And a big dog here. What do you think we should do? What do you think we should do? Buy, sell? What do you think? What do you think?
I mean, I think this is a prime opportunity for a low risk, cheap counter trend long position.
Long.
See what happens when these.
I'm still in favor in shorts because that initial bounce low in Nasdaq is proving as a resistance. Like every time it touches it, some more sellers come back in. Every time it touches it, more sellers come in. And we do have a downtrend on larger time frames. So
right,
absolutely. Yeah, my initial bias was to the short side. It still is.
Yeah.
But this is a prime spot to take a very low risk, cheap long trade. If you wanted to, I suppose, take a guess at whether we're going to put a range low in here. But we're still extending lower.
Boom.
50. Here goes some stops.
Yeah. Volume value low in the NASDAQ, 17,148. And that's where I have.
What do I do with that level, John? What do I do with that? 148.
Well, I mean, if we're
we have the 100 lot guy in the NASDAQ right here at 53.5.
Yeah, we do. The 100 lot guy. Yeah. Stacking bids. Maybe taking profit.
I mean, that's we got the volume point of control 17,150. Volume value low is 17,148. I mean, I feel like we're trying to catch a falling knife here if we're going to try along.
That 100 lot just got ran through in the NASDAQ at 53.5, traded right out.
Okay. Well, I'll sit on my hands. I'll just go.
There's another one in there. There's another 100 lot in.
And Marie is saying, I think we
bid.
test 170 area, 170.00, 17,000 area. I think she's right. I think it's very possible.
Oh yeah.
Taking heat here. Hey, quick influencer update. Our live accounts are killing it today. I'm told. I've up to Nathan Wynn. He's been flat for the last 30 minutes. Total P&L $57,500.
Oh man.
And it's only 10 o'clock in the morning Central Time. Nathan, my goodness. Dakota up 6,500. Isaac up 1,500. Ping up 10. Wang up 4,100. Mark D up $3,300. Live influencers bringing the heat today, early on this Monday. I saw a bit of a bounce there off those 150s. Nasdaq not so much. Wow, vicious bounce right there.
A nice little bid, yeah.
Vicious bounce.
So the S&P's traded right to value, TPO value low. We were looking at that 50.06 level. That's the low.
Just watch the initial balance low in NASDAQ now.
Do we take a short there?
Yeah, this is what that was my trading idea all along. So yeah, short.
And we put a stop in above what 17,180.
I mean, whenever I trade NASDAQ, I traded with really wide stops. We're talking like 35 to 40 handles, but especially because we have, like, if you look at a 15-minute chart, there is a supply there, so that, bigger stop would defend from all of that and give us time to react. But the primary entry and orientation point is this initial balance low. So if we're going to get more sellers, this is the time to go.
What level? You said leaning on what? 80s, 81s?
80s, 81s.
81s, yeah. Yeah, 80s, 81s, yeah. Yeah.
Let me put a short in there. Scale in. We are seeing a bit of a tilt 50-50 for the most part. Delta is short, grew to 8,600 as we broke out to the downside there. Did we just put in a low for the day? Felt like stops did get tricky.
We traded right to value low, volume value low in the NASDAQ, TPO value low in the S&Ps, almost to the tick.
So what do we do with those numbers? Okay, so will we take a long? Do we see how we react to it? What do we do with that?
Well, we don't. Both the S&P and the NASDAQ have been inside value all day long.
Okay.
It's cheap. It's a cheap long if you want to try it, but I'm more inclined to look for the short up against the IB low. Because
it's really not a cheap long anymore either. I wouldn't call this a cheap long opportunity anymore. We kind of missed that. Now you're just looking to if you're going to get long here, your stops.
This is now momentum. This is momentum short now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And somebody's saying, "Oh, you can't short here." Who says that? I mean, we've tried going higher, and every attempt at going higher has failed. So we can't just be, "Oh yeah." Because so we have an orientation point and an entry point that is pretty close to this price, right? So if it runs through it, that's our invalidation point. So, short here, yes, it's risky because it's always it's a breakout trade. Right. But if it's a downtrend in equities and we're looking at earnings where people are positioning for the week, they're going to be offloading some positions. So from that side of things, this is actually okay to do. It's not the fastest auction because we keep building structure, but it's still below the initial balance. So until initial balance low is rolled over, it's still a short. So we're just using market-generated information to find a position here.
What is the market
Levels.
telling us? Well, the market is telling us
Yeah.
it's rejecting the IB low.
Correct.
This here in the chat says NQ will sweep 17,108.
So
Alright,
if
we'll
you look at my book map, you will see some liquidity now that is defending this whole trade idea around that 171.81 all the way up to 171.83. So if we run through that area, that's the trade idea over. So that's where the stop loss will be going.
Got it.
But as long as we're below that, then this is still a move down.
Yeah, if we can get an execution close to that level, we might be looking pretty good.
Yeah, that would be great. But I'm not sure we're going to get that. So we need, alternative entries, which is not
Are we
always
working
easy
anything?
in IQ because it's such a massive order. Yeah, Andre, so what's happening?
I'm working nothing. I'm hearing conflicting
Okay.
trade ideas as we speak right now. And we don't have any levels, any confirmation from the spreadsheet right now. I'm hearing failed downside auction. I'm also hearing cheap short. So I think for the time being, am I understanding that correctly?
Short. It wouldn't be a cheap short. It would
I'm
be
sorry,
a
I'm
momentum
hearing
short, but it would be with the
momentum
trend.
Okay. Then
Yeah.
I'm also hearing putting in a bottom. So I'm hearing conflicting trade ideas at this exact price level.
Yeah, I get that, Andre. I mean, we're kind of still inside value. So looking at the range today, you would look at this and say, why would I short this at the bottom? I mean, we're still inside range. We're still inside value. But I think the stronger nuance, the ruling reason that I would be taking a trade here is the possible continuation below the initial balance. You're right, Andre. There is a cause for either side here.
Yeah.
If you look at the range today, the buy is a much better trade location if the low holds. But I'm kind of feeling like the ruling reason, the strongest nuance is the fact that we are holding below the initial balance. Would you agree with that, D?
I would, yeah.
And if you're going to take a short below the initial balance low, what type of risk would you take? If we were going to start scaling into a position right here, what's our...
If I'm just looking at the book map, then I would say if we go to 171.83.25, that would be the trade done. So that's where I would be putting my stop loss.
That's our invalidation, 83 and a quarter.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So right back inside the initial balance.
Yeah.
83 is invalidated. That's where I got long from. That's where I got
That's
long
10
from
points.
this whole thing started. All right, cheap short.
It's 10 points.
I'm with it.
Yeah.
Or not cheap short. Sorry, I got quit saying cheap short. All right, sold. All right, we're short from 70s.
All right.
5 times. Hey, real quick. There we go. Hey, real quick. JD and James. JD and James, let's do those top 10s right here while I punch in some stuff behind the scenes. But JD and James, if you guys got that, let's do the top 10 leaderboard. We're seeing some big numbers today. Hopefully, we got some big numbers from Friday.
I've actually got the overlays. I could control it, James. Let me put up... I'll take care of it. We have yesterday's best XFAs, P&Ls.
Got it nice. JD doing both.
All right. First up, Kenneth. Kenneth carved up the NASDAQ for close to 25 grand and the week pay. Pay was actually copying trades across a pair of XFAs and profited a total of $45,501 on Friday, trading the NASDAQ. Pretty nice. Adam, whose name we're going to see in just a few minutes, pocketed about $18,000. Brian with close to 17 grand trading gold. And Candace rounds out our XFA P&L list with just over $16,000 trading the NASDAQ.
Beautiful.
Nicely done. All right. Here is top 10 list.
Almost got stopped out there.
Popping a little? Yep. All right.
Yeah, a little bit.
We're short at 70?
Yeah, look at the range.
Real tight.
And flat. All right, we got stopped out again. All right, down 25.
All right. We'll get the next one.
Chopping
There
around.
we go.
That's it.
Yep.
All right. Here
Hi,
is our... Yep. Here's the bottom half of our top 10 list. Isaac is back in the mix. Nice to see you back on the list, Isaac. Raj is back too. Nice to see Raj back. Raj and Isaac have both spent quite a bit of time on our top 5 list.
Nice.
Philip, looked like Philip was copying trades across 3 50K XFAs. Took home just over $6,000 in profits on Friday, which helped boost him into 8th place. Salman, who's becoming a very familiar name around here, took a drawdown and dropped. Oh, no, he didn't drop a notch. He was in 7th place on Friday. He's 7th place again today. So he's holding on. And you is still hanging around also. You dropped close to $10,000 trading in a pair of XFAs on Friday. And still held on to that 6th place spot, though. All right.
Here we go.
What a drum roll, Eddie.
Yeah, what do we got? Come on, Dakota. Wow.
Look at that.
Bye-bye.
Look at that. So earlier I said Dakota was number 2 today, but we had to leave a trader off the list, being taken a look at by our compliance team for possibly
The 200K guy?
some trading violations. Yeah, the guy that's with the $230,000 account balance. They're taking a closer look at his trading activity, and we'll know more about him later. So that puts Dakota at number 1 for today, back in the top spot, and he's up $6,500 trading too. So nicely done, Dakota. Ryan M, Daniel, Jerry F, Adam D. Solid top 5 list. Not much of a change from Friday. I believe this is the same group as Friday. So yeah, great job all around, guys. I didn't get too much of an opportunity to dive into
Dakota
trading activity from Friday because obviously I'm on the fast market segment, but I'll try and have more information about those guys for tomorrow.
Thanks, DD.
All right. I'm going to log on a house account. Think about logging on the house account or switching back to my screen for the time being. I feel like we're forced. We don't have rock solid levels right here. We're kind of doing a lot of hypothesizing as far as what the market may do. Maybe all roads lead back to VWAP. I'm not sure. Feels like we might be forcing it a bit.
Yeah, we've got a nice temporary low end. It's pretty solid low in the NASDAQ right now.
And in the S&Ps.
We've made a total of 2 house accounts trades today. And would you say, what's our P&L?
Down 2,500.
2,500. All right.
Tight stops.
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
Andre, I mean, there were solid reasons for those trades.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I'm just saying, nothing's really hitting right now. It's so good. One trade was this short top. All good. But
Isaac, I see in there, Isaac. Isaac wants to know how many traders in the top 10 are actually in live accounts. Right now, today's top 10 list, leaderboard, there are 3 live account traders. 3 live account traders, 7 XFA traders in the top 10 list today. And also of our top 10 list, only 3 traders have taken payouts on our leaderboard.
Take some of that money.
Don't forget to pay yourself, guys. That's what we're here for, right?
Most important thing. Yeah, trading 17,200 here in the S&P or NASDAQ. Did see that pop put on. It was indeed a failed downside auction. We are turning around here. S&P's really catch the bid. Nah, not as much as the NASDAQ has. NASDAQ, nice pop there.
It's now back
Nice
inside
pop
the
in
initial
NASDAQ.
balance.
Yep. That's why you stops, right?
So, man, we traded right to the low of value in the S&Ps. Now back above the initial balance. Low. Again, that IB low is 5014. Starting to put in higher highs, higher lows. Almost a head and shoulders at the low there in the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps.
All right, let's take a look around here.
Getting a good bounce there.
Yeah.
Wow, what a pop.
Now we have a failed auction.
Now I'm
Nice
long.
bullish.
We definitely have a failed lock. I would agree. Definitely
Now I'm
agree with
long.
But
that.
again, the stop that I would use for these setups is not 10 or 20 handles. It's like more 35, just to kind of encompass that initial balance low.
Mhm.
Like we save some money, but
What significance does
yeah.
what kind of weight does the initial balance low carry now? Since we've got the failed auction, we traded back into back into
Well,
balance.
it's twofold. So we have a couple of things here. So there's the open inside value, which very rarely brings some big moves, but it can be a change in sentiment if it's happening at a swing extreme, and then you get these like huge jumps that reject value and they just start running. So that's something that happens a lot in Nasdaq. But on an inside day, when you get a failed auction, then you have a chance to maybe go to VWAP. Again, it's not a massive trade because I'm thinking this is more range bound now, purely because we built so much structure on the profile. That's, usually failed auctions happen that are going to run really quickly. They happen a bit earlier in the day. So it's not really quite like the timings are not lining up for me here. We're almost close to lunchtime. So, yeah, I mean, it will be one of those range-bound trades where you take the other side and then you just run it to the middle of the profile or VWAP or point of control or anything that's like the middle of the middle reference.
Yeah, I'm in a long. I just jumped into 2, and I'm not really happy about the location, but I want to do something here, so we'll see what happens. As long as we stay inside the initial balance, we'll be all right.
It's a European close as well. Dan Trader is saying European close can bring a little wiggle too.
And that was a wiggle.
Yeah.
I was
one thing about European close moves. The reason why I'm saying that it's like it's time wise, I don't like it. It's purely because European close wiggle never lasts. So to me, it's actually statistically a little bit iffy when I'm getting failed auctions around the European close.
Yeah, I clicked right as the market popped to the upside. I got a really bad fill on that. I'm long at 50.18 quarter. I'm not real happy about that location, but if you look on the 500 tick chart, it just popped right up there right as I clicked.
Yeah.
It happens.
All right, catching that bid in the NASDAQ here, trading 17,215. Dakota, holler in the chat here. So people wonder if you did get stopped or if you did hang tight. You were targeting this price here to the upside. Crude shop around $82. Gold not as action packed as we've seen recently in the last week or two. Like I said, gold has been the star of the show. What a show gold's been putting on. That beautiful.
Yeah, it's been a monster. I've been on micros because you just can't do, like, I would have to risk probably about 500-600 per trade if I was to use my signals and stuff. So I've gone down to some micros to try and control risk a little bit more, and I'm still aiming for about $200 to $300 bucks per trade as risk. Yeah, it's not that lively today, is it?
Pretty quiet. I'm seeing volume dry up the whole way down.
I'm buying another one.
Do it, Og.
There it is. Hasn't been my way one at all, but I mean, if we're going to reject that low, we're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Not
Are we done with the house count?
No, I've logged out. I'm currently logged out. Going to get back to driving here. We're watching for some levels.
Cool.
Coming up for the time being. It's definitely not closed. Just simply switched over to my personal screen. I can get a better view of the markets, what's going on all around the 5 different markets, as opposed to just honing in on NASDAQ and S&P. So that's kind of why I'm back, so I can take a peek at crude, gold, and the Dow. How's the count set up? It just has NASDAQ and S&Ps on it. So I'm really hyper-focused on that. No, yeah, let's take a step back, take a more of a global approach here. Global look at the markets.
What's your average price, Hoag?
1775, 1775.
Yeah, 4 on or 5?
4. 3. I'm sorry, 3.
3.
Should I put on another one?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, if we're going back to VWAP, you know where you're getting out.
All right, we're long 4. 17.5. Let's see what happens. Some good, some bad. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we
want to start
kind of
scaling in some longs on the NASDAQ too.
We'll see what happens.
Danielle, if you want, yeah, that'd be great. Just ticks wise, ask what the stop. Sorry, Danielle, I gotta quit typing. But yeah, Danielle, if you could just say what the stop is, that'd be fantastic. Catching a bid. Wow, nice little pop. Wow.
Real nice pop.
Dow lagging a little bit. S&Ps and NASDAQ really pushing here. Crude bounce off VWAP trading $82.04. So we got crude rallying, S&Ps, NASDAQ, Dow all rallying. Gold kind of just chilling out right now. We do see that every now and then. We'll see all the markets rallying in concert.
How are we looking, Hoag?
Well, we're looking good. I've got an order to get out of 3 of them at 50.21, just short of VWAP, and we're going to let the other one run till whenever.
To the moon. MOC that
To the moon.
thing.
MOC.
That'd be so sweet.
We'll see. It's not really the best reward over risk, but at least it'll get us off the it'll get us on the board.
Yeah, for sure.
A little problem here on the 50 session moving average on the 30-minute chart.
Here, loan the S&P's 5,006. Never got to that 5,000 level. A lot of us thought we were going to go take a dip there. You see some people say we're going to get to the 17,100s in the NASDAQ. Didn't quite get there just yet, as always. Damn, Dakota. I did get back into that long in the 50s. Dakota said just closed for another 6K, sitting at 11K today. Well done, Dakota.
Nice
The
job,
permable. The permable.
There you go.
Terrible.
Great job, man.
Yeah.
Dow's not doing a whole
You're
lot.
hot, you're hot.
So 5,000. We just won't see 5. Well, I guess we did see it overnight. Here, nothing coming out of that 3-month or 6-month bill, so I didn't give you an update on that. Like I said, those are very.
All right. So we just realized $475 in profit. We still have one on.
Nice.
I'm going to manage this, cut off some of the risk on this one a little bit up to this swing low here. And we're going to let this thing fly.
Nice trade, Hoag.
Hey.
Let that sucker run. Coming up to VWAP. VWAP and S&P's 5022, 5022. We got NASDAQ trying to crawl higher, possibly with VWAP in its sights. Jack, I'm ready for you at 40. If you are ready for us at 40, just jump in whenever.
Always ready. Hoag's out of that.
Oh, is that born ready? Born
ready.
ready.
Born ready. So, even though Michael's not here, I'd be remiss if we did not do one Series 3 question. So, James, let's see what we got today.
In his honor.
Yeah, our fearless leader
All
seems to
right.
be rather upset at Kaplan lately.
Yes, he does.
So that,
Yes, he
tomorrow
does.
when he's here, we'll have to ask him about that. Anyway, here is your question for today.
What is this?
If an investor expects a general decline in interest rates but wants to use a spread to avoid too great a risk exposure, they would buy A, T-bills and sell T-bonds, B, Eurodollars and sell T-bills, C, Eurodollars and sell T-bonds, or D, they'd buy T-bonds and sell T-bills.
If I answer, it's going to be a guess.
I used to trade Eurodollars. So
I was gonna say, Drake, this is your
yeah,
domain.
I think I got. Wants to avoid great risk exposure.
It doesn't give you any time. Like you're expecting a general decline in interest rates.
Yeah, I don't love the wording of this question. I took it directly from the book.
We expect declining interest rates. You would buy Eurodollars, but I don't know about the sell T-bonds or sell T-bills. If you sell those, you expect rates to increase.
I would buy bonds and sell bills. I think D.
Yeah, it's not your. Well,
I'm torn also.
Yeah,
James?
Eurodollars.
Let's see the answer, because it is indeed
D.
D.
There you go.
D. So you're buying the bond because it's further out there on the yield curve and looking for that to increase in price as interest rates decline, and selling the T-bill as a hedge in the short term. But I agree, Hoag, like the timeline seems important in this.
Yes,
yeah, Eurodollars are very short term. Eurodollars are too short term for that.
Yeah.
Well, this is also written before all the crazy stuff recently I feel like's happened with the interest rates, because
it seems like it was written with a normal yield curve,
not inverted. Michael, did MP get it right?
MP got it right. Yeah,
he did. On the road, making moves. Michael, staying sharp.
Nice work. Yeah.
Good job, Michael. Good job. By far, Michael's favorite segment. By far, his favorite segment on the show. Yeah, we quiz Michael.
And he loves Kaplan.
He's doing all right. He's all right. What's up, Noah Hall? Gold taking a bit of a dip here.
Mm-hmm.
Nice pullback in equities. S&P's kissed that VWAP and pulled right back off.
Yep.
Seen that in
sure
NASDAQ
did.
didn't quite hit the VWAP.
They sure did, man. Oh, it doesn't look like we'll have to manage this trade for very long.
What's your stop? Oh, I see.
I've got it at 50.15, just the one that I've got left. Just below that swing low, that right here. This is where I bought it. On that little pop, I clicked and it just went boing. And then this little swing low is where my stop is. So we take out that little swing low, then we'll be out of this. But other than that, we'll just let it run.
This is why on range bound days I like to do profit taking in the middle of the middle.
Middle of the range, right?
Yeah. I actually use VWAP as a profit target. On range. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You just want to echo something Eddie said here in the chat. Attention, all late units fire drill. If you missed it, don't fret. We'll share the giveaway form again with you this afternoon and again in slow markets tonight, 8 p.m. Central. If you missed it, well, why were you late? We've been just promoted forever. But anyways, if you did miss it, we will put it back later today, and we'll have that form in slow markets this evening with Coach Dakota. As you see, we do that group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat here for Coach Robert. Ask Coach Robert anything. Please feel free to do that. JD, you don't have to nudge me to promote the group coaching form again. I got you. I beat you to it, JD.
I actually just posted the form. I was going to say it myself.
Saw that.
But
I saw that. I went off your lead. I went off your lead there. That's why I did it. I'm like, I know JD's going to ask me one way or another, so let's get it out there.
Yeah, Coach Robert and myself will be in there.
Yeah. Look at the schedule. Oh, everyone's favorite for power players. I know it might be a little early for for today's schedule. If you guys get that ready, I'll buy some time here. Get today's schedule ready as we go over it here. I'll go over in about 2-3 minutes. Look at the trade. John, did you cover? Are you flat, or did you get, how'd that go? Are you still?
No, we're still in it. We're still
Okay,
in it.
great.
I've got the stop below the previous swing low.
All right.
You know, if
Say the
we
price.
lose on this one lot, it's $75.
Oh, so
So
one
it's
lot.
not a big stop. It's just kind of hanging around entry price right now. The entry price is 50, 60 and a half. And that's just the runner.
Gotcha. All right, we'll still in profit. All right. Well, while we're watching that trade, monitor that trade, I'm going to go over the schedule for the rest of the day very quickly. Whew, power players. The man, the most photographed man on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street, Mr. Peter Tuchman will join Dolby. Please tune in for that. That guy gives you real insight straight from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. His energy is unmatched. Your human cup of coffee here on a Monday. The big week. Actually, to talk about earnings, what his thoughts are perhaps on the big earnings week. This price action as well. Top quiz, Jack and Alyssa, shoulder tap with myself and my man Mick. We did hear Mick in the background. Maybe give us some more updates on our trader up 57 G's today. Update there. Then we got Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, and then Power Hour, Dolby, myself, and Austin Silver. You see him in the chat. ASFX. Very interesting character. Good trader. No fluff, no filler there. He's real. And, of course, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. We'll have a tardy for us.
And I'm just
trader here. Nicholas Ranella asks, I got a question for you, John, here. I got a question in the chat from Nicholas Ranella. WTF is VWAP? Can we get a lingo lesson real quick? What's VWAP, John?
VWAP is the volume weighted average price. So I think that the true definition of it is from wherever it's anchored, and this one anchored last night at 5:00 p.m., there is even volume on both sides of that price. So there's the same amount of volume that traded below it as traded above it. That is the volume weighted average price. A lot of folks look at it. A lot of longer time frame traders use it for their executions. If they're a buyer that day, they want to try and buy below VWAP. If they're a seller that day, they want to try and sell above VWAP. Their goal is to beat VWAP. Maybe sometimes they succeed, maybe sometimes they don't. But it is, I mean, you can look left, and you're going to see that VWAP and some of the deviation bands of VWAP do offer some pretty good opportunity. We were long. I got out of 3 of them right below VWAP. It traded right to VWAP and then came off a little bit. So we were able to take some profit. We still have one on. If this thing turns around and trades near the high or whatever happens throughout the day, we're gonna be able to take that ride because we have that runner on. Great question, and I just spilled Peter Tuchman all over my stairs.
Human cup of Joe. That guy's electric, man. He comes on.
Yeah.
He's his passion for the markets, his knowledge for the markets, his experience. We got him and John on here, man. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. You guys are getting the cheat code, man, to this stuff. We're shortening the learning curve around here. TopstepTV. Shout out from the chat. It's great to have JD on Fast Markets. How about that, JD?
Hey, thanks. Appreciate
People
that.
love you, man. People love you.
Dakota, I see you in there too. Dakota, I see you in
heads.
there. Hey, Mick, you busy?
Represent.
Nice job, Dakota.
Dakota wants to know if you like apples, Mick.
Inside
You hear
joke.
Mick laughing.
Yep.
I do like them apples, Dakota.
Did you hear that, Dakota?
I gotcha.
He does like them apples.
JD the chart master. JD is the chart master. More JD, they say. Nicholas Ranella
here all
says,
week, guys.
Great explanation there, John. Shout out
I
to
love
Nicholas
JD.
Ranella. Thanks for tuning in.
Everybody loves JD.
Oh, yeah. We got 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. A nice little open.
I don't want to move my stop to break even just to answer a question in chat. If I did, I'd already be stopped out at break even.
Yeah, we have a.
Here's where my stop is. If I moved my stop to break even, we would have just gotten taken out. We're still participating. That's why I don't like moving stops to break even. So if we continue moving higher and we can, maybe the Maybe if we put in a new high and we pull back and put in a higher low, I can move my stop below that. Maybe. We'll see. But it sure would be fun to leave this sucker on all day and get out at the dead high on the close.
It would be fun,
if
John.
that's the case. If that's the case.
You know, we've had that debate. I think we've had that debate discussion with Dolby last week as far as moving your stop up to break even as opposed to keeping your stop where you initially put it. Because you know, break even is essentially your entry, more or less.
Yeah.
So the market likes to retest it a lot. John, you were just talking about if you did move your stop to break even, you would have been stopped out already. Whereas you kept your stop at the initial price and we didn't get touch it yet. So there's a debate. I'm starting to lean more towards keeping your stop as is, as opposed to moving to break even. Maybe trailing as it gets more and more into the profit. But what are your thoughts, John, on moving to break even?
I'm not a fan of moving stops to break even. I mean, that's one of the biggest questions people ask me when I was doing personal performance coaching is, when every time I move my stop to break even, I get taken out and then the trade plays without me. What do I do? Right. I said, well, stop moving your stop to break even. You want to let the trade breathe enough so that it actually proves itself wrong by hitting a point of invalidation. But once you get to a certain amount of profit in a trade, you know, then I think, you know, you're smart to start to manage the trade technically. You know, if you're in a long and you want the previous swing low to hold, you put your stop below the swing low. There's issues with that too, because everybody's going to be moving their stop to that break even level, and you know that those tend to get taken out. So it's trailing stops is an art form that I've never been very good at, but you know we're sitting in profit. We got the thing going. I'm not going to lose much if it comes back and takes the whole thing out. We took a profit on some where we've got a runner on, and that's the idea for the runner is to leave it on. D, would you agree that moving stops to break even too early is one of the biggest killers of a positive strategy?
Yeah, too early is definitely not something I'm in favor of. The only time I would move stops to break even is like if you're maybe doing a challenge or combine and you are in profit, but at the same time, the combine, maybe you put yourself in a hole or something. So you're effectively just trying to preserve any profit that you have. Other than that, it just, to me, unless you're in a lot of profit and you have to like maybe step away, like sometimes I will move my stop if I have to go and open the door or something. So I will move it to break even until I'm able to come back and to manage it more actively.
Trade.
But yeah, for me and for the products that I trade, it just doesn't work because my products are very two-sided. So throughout the course of the day, both gold, crude oil, and our rubbers, our Bob, gasoline futures, they are very double-sided. So it will whip you out before you do anything. And sometimes it's like we're talking 100 to 150 ticks ranges. So to me, it's just not been worth it. And my gains are never higher than like when I'm just managing the trade actively and I just take everything off. If I think that there's something not quite right in the trade or we're losing momentum or it's turning around, I would just take all of it off. So I've never really been one to move stops and mess around with stops because we use stops for a reason. So unless you're not there to watch it, I don't see that much use for it. Like I said, if it runs away from you and you want to protect that just in case something really odd happens or the platform locks up or, you know, some oddity happens, that's fine. But to me, it's never been like a primary way of me managing my trades. I'm either most of the time all in or all out.
We have a tendency, I think, a big tendency to overmanage trades as humans, right? It's very important to us. We want to love it and pet it and
yeah. I mean, I fell into it, to be honest, being with you guys here, you know, and then, you know, crude oil kind of died on me. And then I tried over managing things, and for about a month, I became quite twitchy, where I wasn't allowing the trades to do anything. And then I effectively just, you know, overmanaged myself out of a perfectly good trade that ran for like 250 ticks. And I actually had it, like it was a failed auction in gold, like when was it, a couple of weeks ago? And I took like maybe 35 ticks out of it. And I was like, what am I doing? It's like, why did I exit that? That's not me. This is why I'm being super patient. I had some objectives to get myself back to following my plan rather than, you know, trying to be twitchy and to take profits on air. That was also a thing that I started thinking about. It's like, oh yeah, well, let's just cover it because then there'll be profits on air. It's like, well, who cares, right? So now I'm kind of back to my old self a lot. I've realigned myself with some of my plans. And, if my plan says stay in, I stay in. So I'm not going to be jumping out for the sake of, D has to get profit on air. No, I don't. As long as I get profit, it doesn't matter, right?
Don't be a Lenny.
Don't be a Lenny.
I don't want to be a Lenny. Yes.
Don't be a Lenny.
All right, John. John, well, we got 2 minutes left here. John, looking good. Let that sucker run where it goes. Nobody knows. MOC would be tight, John. That'd be nice from the show. MOC. All right, we're seeing rally here in the Dow as well. Crude ticking to the upside here. Okay, let's wrap this up. The man is in the waiting room, Mr. Peter Tuchman. His time is very valuable. I do see him getting ready to go, so we can cut this a bit short. Deanna, thank you so much for joining us. We will see you later this week. JD, awesome. The people love you, man. We'll see everyone back tomorrow, but let's just cut this a tad short because we got the man waiting in the wings right now. Power players coming up next. Let's do this.
D, safe travels.
Oh yeah, safe travels.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
I'll be there.
Excellent. Awesome.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. I am Dolby, and we got the best person, maybe in the whole wide world, Peter Tuchman from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE trading legend. How are you doing, and how was your weekend?
You know what? It was a nice weekend. It wasn't long enough. I could have used a lot longer one because last week was a really hard week. It was a hard week trading. It was a hard week sort of getting a handle on what was going on in the market. And I'm hoping that we'll get some more clarity this week. But it was It wasn't great weather yet. I'm looking forward to some of that, some good cooking, some fun, and that's it.
It's perfect. Well, we are. It is a Monday today, which is why you're here, and so there is a lot kind of going in the markets, but it feels like we're kind of waiting around for some action. What is the vibe on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange today?
So, look, I mean, I think, okay, I think we're starting to see things settle down at least a little bit between the conflict in the Middle East. Obviously, people would love for the hostages would be released and that there'd be some settlement going on with the confrontation there, and that's for sure. But the initial sort of the hot triage part of Iran, the Iran attack, and then Israel's response and back and forth and whatnot, I'm hoping that settles down and then we can sort of lead to some kind of resolution. But I think the market really was starting to not like that, right? We were down the night the Israelis, where was it? The night that the Israelis attacked, market was down, was that Friday, Thursday night to Friday, market was down 500 points. So we're starting to see the market get skittish around the global confrontations, right? And that doesn't always happen. I think one of the biggest factors here is the fact that you're talking about a lot of the largest oil producing countries in the world. Let's think about it. You've got Iran, you've got Iraq, you've got Russia, right? And you've got the U.S. And so you've got and you've got the whole Middle East. You've got the logistics issue, right? The delivery system, right? The Gulf of Hormuz, the Red Sea, obviously terrorist involvement in the area. So once you start to have issues around the delivery of the oil and the price of oil spiking up and that effect it's having on the yield curve, and that sort of putting a bit of a cap on the market, plus the anxiety around a growing confrontation between Iran, Israel, and the United States. And then you've got, look, to think that war number two, which is the Ukraine-Russian war, is a whole nother thing. We did pass a bill that gave them a bunch of money. So, whatever side you're on, it doesn't really matter. But at the end of the day, we're trying to support some level of, I would think, against the Russian issue over there. But so you've got a lot of anxiety around what's happening over there. You've got two major global wars happening. Now, historically, wars per se don't necessarily affect markets. There's an old Wall Street adage that says when the bombs start to fall is when you start to buy the market. So what I mean by that is we had that with the original part of the Ukraine-Russia war. When there's anxiety, if you remember, I think it was probably February that the Russians attacked Ukraine. The month prior to the attack, when all we had was unknowns, anxiety around the confrontation, and we did not know what was going to happen, the market sold off pretty hard. But the minute and it feels a little cold to say that when the bombs start to fall, you buy the market. But what that means is that the confrontation has begun. We do have some surety around what's going to happen. And then the market tends to settle down. When you've got anxiety around anticipation of global events, the market hates that. We talk about it all the time here, guys. We're in this wild global situation where there's nothing but anxiety, nothing but unknowns, whether it's around inflation, whether it's around interest rates and whatnot. And I think that's what's put the cap on the market here in April. Today is really no different. Last week, we saw some relief rallies come into the market on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but each one of those days did not end up, right? We saw the markets open up, which was a short-term relief rally, and they ended up fading into the afternoon. That means to me that the sellers are still around. Now, look, we came in today. It's a little less of a sell-off because every morning last week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we opened up 30 or 40 handles, and then the market faded quite radically, right? And there was a large sell imbalance coming into the closing bell. So that showed that there were more sellers in the market than buyers. I was hoping by this morning that there would be some fatigue around the sell side of the marketplace. And I don't know if we've seen that yet. We did open up a little bit. The market has faded a bit from the opening print, but it's but we're not seeing a rally yet. Now, look, the people who I talk to, who I think are smarter than me, the Dan Ives of the world. Dan Ives is is an analyst. He's the number one tech analyst in the world. I saw him on Friday as he was driving by me on his way to sit and talk in front of CNBC. I said, "What do you think of the market here?" He goes, "You know what?" He goes, "Dan Ives is sitting around eating popcorn. This market is solid. I'm still a big bull." So look, right now, I think you're going to see a little bit of rotation. People are trying to position themselves into the second quarter. I think we're going to see some clarity around what's happening with interest rates in the coming weeks as the Federal Reserve will meet and they will start to hopefully talk out of one voice and kind of come up with a plan for us, whether we're going to have 3 cuts, 2 cuts, or 1 cut, right? We're not sure about that yet. That's been the anxiety that's really taken April by a bit of a storm here. Not only do we hit up against some technical resistance, but at the end of the day, the lack of surety and the different voices that the Federal Reserve governors have been speaking out of has caused a lot of anxiety in the market. Plus the oil story and the Middle East confrontation have sort of put a bit of a cramper on the market because look, think of it. Q1 was roaring. It was spectacular. We closed, it was the best first quarter we've had since 2019. So something happened in the beginning of April that has changed the dynamic. And that dynamic was changed by the fact that there was no clarity in the Federal Reserve's message about how many interest rate cuts we are going to have. I thought it was premature for them to start talking about cutting rates when we perhaps weren't even done raising rates. So I think that's a little bit crazy. But you got Jay Powell saying one thing, you have Bostich and the other Fed governors saying something else. And when you've got a mixed message and you've got governors talking out of 2 sides of their mouths and you've got Jay Powell saying one thing and the other guy saying something else, you've got this lack of surety, you've got some confusion, you've got anxiety, and expectations are being messed with. And the markets don't like to be given expectations and those expectations not to be fulfilled. So where does that leave us? It leaves us already 3 weeks into April. These weeks and months are going by so quickly, it's baffling to me that we're just about to head into May. Right now, let's talk about that. There's the old sell in May and go away, right? So there's an old adage. Historically, Wall Street has these sayings around seasonality of market movement, right? And for the longest time, there was this old adage called sell in May and go away. What was that about? It's like that we have the Rosh Hashanah Yom Kippur trade. You sell on Rosh Hashanah, you buy them back on Yom Kippur. The idea behind that one was that all the Jews in the market who want to liquidate their possessions, so Rosh Hashanah is the new year for the Jewish people, and Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement. So historically, the idea where you sell in Rosh Hashanah and buy in Yom Kippur is that all the Jews in the marketplace are purging themselves of their possessions. So you short the market, and then on Yom Kippur, when there's the Day of Atonement, you buy them back. It's actually worked for many, many years. It's a great trade. Wow. I'm not recommending you do it, but you should definitely check it out and track it. It doesn't always work. But now we're in May, and there is an old adage on Wall Street called sell in May and go away. What is that about? Well, it talks about basically that the market usually has a super strong rally coming out of the gate. Q2, the market's trying to get its footing. It's not really sure what to do, especially in an environment landscape like the one we have now. And then you're talking about May. So May is, look, you're coming into the summer. You're coming into the point where people are traveling, people are going away for summer vacation and whatnot, and there's not as much focus on the day-to-day workings of the market. And so that there's going to be sort of summertime coming, a little bit of a lackluster market, and and the directionality will not be clear, so that people have often said if you sell in May and come back in September and buy them back, that there's a nice trade in that. You know what? It's worked historically many times, but it's one of those trades that gets very weak when it's being confronted by a lot of economic data and a lot of global political stuff going on. So in our world that we have today, there's so many moving parts with what's happening now. I think the biggest part of what's affecting the market is clearly the interest rate story. Right now, think about it. We've had a couple of January and February, we had economic data, PCE, PPI, that were disappointing. They were a little bit hot. The Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, said he wasn't going to pay too much attention to that. Some of his underlings said that was a mistake. So then we had 2 weeks ago, we had a couple more economic data that came out that were once again disappointing. And so it's clear that the trend right now in the first 2 quarters of this year are that we've really had, we've gotten to where we could using the tools that the Federal Reserve has. We've taken interest. We've done an amazing job. We've taken inflation down from 8% and change down to 3%. That's spectacular. It's a huge move, even in the eyes of all that's been going on. And I think I said it last week. It's jokingly. It's like if you decide you need to go on a diet and you got to lose 35 pounds and you become a keto and you become paleo and you lose the first 30 pounds, it's pretty easy to lose. But the last 5 pounds is really difficult. Same thing with inflation. We got down the first 5%. We did a really amazing job using the tools that the Federal Reserve has to do it. But the last 1% is absolutely brutal. And the bottom line is sometimes these things don't, it takes a while for the market to sit with the economic data, to sit with the policy. The Federal Reserve has laid down really stringent policy around interest rates, and that interest rate policy has worked, taking inflation down from 8 to 5. That last 1% may take a while. Our fear is that if the economic data comes out one more time and it's not showing us going down in a trajectory where the inflation is getting better, then their fear is that they may actually have to go back to raising rates again. I know nobody wants to see that happen, and I'm sure the Federal Reserve will look really bad and really flip-floppy if they end up doing that. So we may end up having to stay higher for longer. We're way better off than we were years ago. People realize that net, the world, we are the lowest inflation rate, the lowest oil prices, some of the lowest food prices there are in the world. Are people struggling in the economy? Absolutely. Is inflation worse than it was a number of years ago? Yes. But we just went through COVID. We just went through one of the most challenging economic times the pandemic was for everyone in the world. And we're doing a pretty darn good job at dealing with it. So I say all this to say I'm not sure what April's going to bring, right? It's going to be a trying couple of weeks until we get some clarity, but that's about the wrap, guys.
Cool. I do want to get in one question here. We do have a lot of earnings coming up this week. I see GE, GM, Tesla, Visa, AT&T. We got Meta, IBM, Google, Intel, Microsoft, Exxon, Chevron. Are any of these news reports or earnings reports this week pique your interest for volatility?
You know what? Earnings don't affect me that much, and I don't think they look. If it's going to be a super big name, yes, it does affect the market. I would think the biggest one that I could mention right here is going to be Tesla. Tesla's trading at a level where we haven't seen it in a long time. The stock is under pressure. It's under attack by the sellers in a big way, and I think those earnings are going to be very telling. Is this going to be the bottom, and is this a buying opportunity? Or, because it does have a heavy effect on tech, people are looking at it as a tech play, and the stock has been under attack for a while now. It's actually acting really poorly. And I know when I talk to traders, they're all trying to pick Tesla's bottom. I don't know if the bottom is in yet. So I would think the earnings come out in Tesla, we will probably see some, once again, clarity is the name of the game here. If we can get a good report, maybe we've seen the bottom. If we get a bad report, hopefully maybe we'll see a capitulation. We'll flush out all the sellers in Tesla. And once again, you'll find some level of stability where it is time to start buying Tesla again.
Nice. Thank you so much for that. And then chat is very interested in your expertise when it comes to trading and the markets. However, they're even more interested in your hot sauce that you mentioned last week. Any status updates on the hot sauce? What chat wants to know?
You know what? I hear you. So there's a company called Elijah's Extreme. Everyone should go on Instagram and check them out. They're the #1 hot sauce in the market right now. So he's a gentleman that's going to co-pack my hot sauce. I will actually make a batch of it next weekend. I'll put a couple of posts out. It's coming. It probably will take a month or two because we've got to perfect the formula, which I haven't made for a while. Then we've got to go to the co-packer. We have to pick a new label, a new name. It used to be called Johnny Wishbone's Secret Sauce. I may go with an Einstein name right now, which is sort of, I figure with my social media presence, maybe it will be a good catalyst to some good sales in the hot sauce world. I promise my Topstep family will get first dibs on the first crate of sauce that comes out. How's that?
That sounds great. If you need any help naming your hot sauce, I'm sure chat could think up a very, very crafty innuendo for you. But
How about
that
that,
is all the
Nick?
yeah.
Nick, ask
Yes.
everyone to pick a name for me, and we'll talk about it on Friday.
Okay, that sounds good. We'll get a little poll going in chat. See if someone can come up with a creative name for Peter Tuckman's hot sauce that is coming out. Peter, pleasure as always. We will see you on Friday. Peter Tuckman from Wall Street Global Trading, everybody. Link in chat. Check him out. Peter, we'll see you on Friday. We'll see your buddy David Green on Wednesday. Have a great one.
Great. Bye, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Power Players. We got myself, Robert, and the special guest man in the middle, Sam, a funded trader with Topstep, also a frequent flyer in chat. You probably know him as Sameh, S-A-M-E-H in chat. That is his handle. He is a funded trader with us, has an excellent balance of $13,000 in the XFA. You got a couple of XFAs cooking. You have an inverted risk reward ratio. Ooh, and you've taken out some big payouts as well. Two $20,000 pay. Is that true? Two $20,000 payouts, Sam?
No, it's just one $22,000 payout.
Okay, just one of those. NQ Trader and top 15 overall funded trader. Sam, welcome to Power Players. I think your phone is currently on and it is ringing. on screen.
I'm getting messages. Sorry.
It's okay. Well, you're on TV. You're famous now, so that's how that works.
Yay. Yeah. So I actually have a couple of funded accounts. I have 3 funded accounts. So one's at 23,000 right now. The other is a new account at 2,000, and then another one at about 14 on a Tradeovate account.
Nice.
So a couple nice accounts, a couple nice balances.
Yeah. So how'd you get started trading? How'd you find us? And I'll only start with 2 questions. So I'm sure we're gonna have a whole lot more. And your phone is still on. If you want to mute that, that'd be great.
I'm trying to figure this out. All right, sorry. Let me see. How do I? Because I'm okay. I think I got it. Okay. So yeah, I've been trading for quite some time now. I started like buying and holding back in like 2014. Just generic Apple. Didn't hold it Apple for that long, but I traded a lot of like mid caps. So like I had Snap, I had Apple, I had like American Airlines, like just some smaller general stocks that I know about. I had Nvidia.
Okay, nice.
And then
Those all sound pretty good.
Yeah, they sound great if I had held them, and I did hold them for quite some time. And then I sold them for profit, and then I said, let me try day trading. And I had some success in day trading. I traded a lot during COVID time, day trading. Traded AMC for those who traded COVID during AMC, during the GME AMC kind of squeezes. And then I found out about options, and I lost everything. So that was fun. Yeah. So I a lot of times I talk in Discord, in my Discord, or in like a group Discord that I have with some friends, and I remind them that all right, I'm doing great right now. I'm like top 10 sometimes on TopstepTV. I'm in top 5 sometimes. I might be back in the top 10 with today's trades. But I just keep on reminding everybody that I'm a degen that went and watched $80,000 in options just blow up in smokes trading SPY 0 DTEs. So, I'm very risk on, and I'm trying to use Topstep as a way to control that, because I really love the platform, and the best thing that I've had from Topstep is the daily loss limit has like been a saving grace for me.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's
we're
it's
glad
great.
that you've joined us, even if it was after you lost $80,000. Better late than never. And to be fair, you did lose $10,000 less than Michael Patak, so you are ahead in that form. So well done. We have Robert here as well. Robert, how we doing?
We are doing good. Hello, Samad, and hello, Sam. Looks like you're the oddball out. We got our AI wallpapers behind us, but we know we're kind of sticking you in a situation here. But thanks for joining us. I was looking through some of your bio information. I was really impressed with what you were doing as well, and I'm confirming those 3 funded accounts that you have. You have 3 XFAs. So not that we didn't get the info, we want to make sure we have the correct information. And looking at the trade report, it looks good, buddy. It does. It really looks good. Tell me a little bit about your trading since you've been doing this for 10 years. And what was your cycle? I started off with like crypto, then went to penny stocks and are completely destroyed, and switched over to futures. That was about 6 years ago. So what's your story? What's your progress?
So I've never actually traded crypto. I don't believe in it. I know it's kind of strange to say, but I just rather, if it's all tied to the dollar, regardless, I might as well just trade either stocks or the dollar or forex rather than trade crypto. I did get burned in crypto, so that might be the reason why I don't like it. That could be it. But for the most part, it's been mostly buy and hold earlier on, and then a lot of 0 DTE options and like short options trading, like large caps like Nvidia, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. I did that since like I'd say like 2020 to like 2022, 2023, and I like I said, I lost 80K in one day. Overall, I lost probably about 100K, which was thankfully all gains in hindsight, I guess. I would have loved to keep that money. And then I said, okay, I'm done risking my own money. I need to trade better. I need to be more accountable. I tried other firms and I've ran up balances on other firms, but it's always been my issue of knowing when to walk away. And I did talk to like Hoag and Eddie in chat a lot about it. The inability to walk away has costed me, even on like my Topstep accounts. Like I was up, 8K, 10K on a day, and I would take one bad trade and just hold it and hold it and hold it and lose 8K. So yeah, like my biggest loss, if you look at my TradeOvate XFA, is actually 81,000, which is very hard to do for someone that has a daily loss limit of 2K.
You mean 8,100?
8,100. No, yeah, 8,100.
Yeah.
8,100. Sorry. Which is very hard for someone that has a daily loss limit of 2K. So I'm proud of that. I'm proud. No, I'm not. I'm terribly disappointed in myself about that. Which is another reason why it's good. I appreciate the fact that Topstep has the daily loss limit, and another reason is why I switched to, or I'm trying to switch to my Topstep X accounts now, trading predominantly on those, because I can lock my account and walk away and be like, I can't trade anymore, which is awesome. I really appreciate that aspect of it as well.
So thank you for sharing that. And that's a follow-up question for this, for all those years you were trading and not going on the whole crypto, but what was your biggest, largest, greatest learning lesson through these years you've been trading? Obviously, you must have had a good lesson on this, 80K loss down there, and then taking some of these, holding on to things too long you shouldn't have. So if you had to just share out here with the chat, lots and thousands of traders listening, what is your greatest revelation, I guess? Say, hey, this is what I learned, the best thing I could possibly do, the biggest bang for the buck, and share with the traders. Everybody has a little bit of different thought, but it's usually one of the top three. I'm interested in hearing what yours is.
Greed is your worst enemy. That's 100%.
Oh,
greed is your worst
one of the
enemy.
three. Okay.
Yeah. I would say greed is number one. Number two is knowing when to walk away. Is definitely, even in a losing trade, more important than in a winning trade. Walking away in a winning trade is sometimes, you'll walk away, it'll move more so in your direction, and you're like, I could have made another 500, 1,000, 2,000, 10 grand, or whatever it is, but at least you walked away green. Walking away, learning to walk away in a losing trade has been my kryptonite. It's really tough. I try to do it a lot. I've been focusing on it more so because last week I hit, I think, my daily loss limit like 3 or 4 times on my TradeOvate account, so it's down quite a bit, but I did have a really big week on my Topstep X account, on this XFA, this $23,000 account. I had like an $19,000 day. So I know when to press on the gas. I just struggle with hitting the brakes sometimes.
These are some of the common ones. For sure. We hear that all the time. Right, Toby? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, stopping trading is very difficult to do, especially if it's always available to you. And I think that's why that lockout button is so amazing, especially for traders who just don't want to have to do that discipline work, because you can just press the button and walk away, and that solves a lot of problems. Wish I had one back when I was trading. I do want to kind of pick through your trade report here. Something that I thought that was really interesting was that you actually have an inverted risk-reward ratio. How did you arrive at that? And can you explain a little bit more about your kind of profit taking and risk when it comes to your trades?
Yeah, so I don't know how you guys see it. Do you see it on? Do you see all 3 XFAs in terms of the risk to reward ratio, or is it just one at a time?
They gave me a handy dandy sheet here that has, I think, maybe a summarization of maybe one or all, but here it says you have 1.55 to 1 as far as your risk reward.
Yeah, so a lot of times it's because I'm usually a scalper, so I'll take quick trades in and out. But a lot of times, for instance, that $81,000, $8,100 loser really skews my losses, and I have multiple large losses. So it's really my struggle is working on cutting my losers sooner, and then maybe potentially letting my winners ride more. Because if you look at, I think like my other XFAs. For instance, what I'm looking at right now on the Topstep XFAs, it's the TSX XFAs. Like I have on the larger account, I have an average winning day of 800 versus an average losing trade, or average winning trade of 800 versus an average losing trade of 650. So I think my biggest problem is my TradeOvate account, which is I think the main one that's causing that skew, is taking those really large losers, because I do take really big losers, because I'll be up on the day, like I said, 5K, 10K, and I'll hold a trade and take a really big, like $3,000, $4,000 loss compared to my average winning trade of like 500 to 1,000.
Right.
How are you going to combat that? What are you going to put in place and combat that?
Oh man, I'm hoping that the lockout feature really helps me on the Topstep, and it has. I've locked myself out of the account. For instance, on that $18,000 day, I had the urge to trade my PNL and be like, well, I'm at 18,000. I might as well just hit 20K. And I'm like, wait, no, hold on. I'm trading the PNL now. I'm not trading the markets. I'm not trading the trend. I'm not trading, support resistance. I just want to make that extra 2K. I'm locking myself out.
Nice. That's a good idea. Maybe a coach or like a mentor would help. And with that said, I think, Dobie, we get some knock at the door or what?
I mean, our neighbors did find out that Sam was over. And I think he is here. I don't have any sound effects, but yes, that person is here. Hoag, if you want to come on in, Hoag did hear that Sam, you came over. So Hoag, Sam, Hoag, I believe you guys have actually met before.
A little bit sad about my issues, my degeneracy.
Yeah, Sam, we've chatted so much in the chat. I feel like I know you. I just wanted to pop in and say hello, and just listening to you here. I mean, you know what you need to do. It's just a matter of doing it. You can really press that gas pedal, but knowing when to put on the brakes is a very difficult thing to do. I think you're right. That lockout thing, a button on Topstep X is just right for you. But it's great to see you. Looking forward to your continued success. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I don't want to step on anything here. Thank
you, sir. Thank you. No, I appreciate all you do, and you and Eddie and the coaches, Dobie and everybody, especially you. You're always so willing to help and willing to give advice that it really helps out. Not just me, but I'm sure everybody that listens. Well, that's what makes me happy is seeing your success and seeing all of your success. So I'll let you guys get back to it. I just wanted to pop in and say hello. And I really feel like I know you with all the chatting we've been doing. So keep it up and keep those profits, Sam. Great to see you. Yeah, I intend to do that.
Thank you for the muffins, Hoag.
You bet.
Appreciate it. So you also said, Sam, that you wanted Mick to roast your trades. Do you think that you are a worthy candidate to be roasted by Mick or Jack?
He roasted me. He roasted me last week, Friday. I think it was the week before. Okay. He got something wrong. He said that I lost my TradeOvate account, that I took my $22,000 payout in, but it's still here. Not as healthy as it was before, but it's still active. But I really wanted him to see that $8,100 losing trade and be like, how the hell did this kid do that?
Was it some slippage or something?
What is it?
Was it slippage?
Oh no, it was just completely. I held a losing trade and I just watched it just go all the way against me. I just watched it just hit the daily loss. And I just, when NQ hits a trend and you just like, okay, it's gonna go down, You're just watching it go up and up and up. And I'm like, yeah, I should have cut this at some point. But you know what? That's why we're here. We're here to learn and to log our mistakes and realize what our issues is and work through them. Being a trader is you're either a masochist or you're just unwilling to lose. I'm trying to figure out which one I
am. Both of those are not good traits to have as a trader. Not recommended to be a masochist while trading. Not good at all. Sam, you trade
what's going on there.
Yeah. Sam, you do trade the NASDAQ. How come you don't trade the YM, which is clearly the superior market?
YM is just way too slow for me. I can't. I watch it and I watch the moves on Nasdaq, and the moves on Nasdaq are really quick, really sharp. I can scalp a really quick trade if I'm wanting to trade 5 lots or 5 cons or 10 cons. I can really scalp a quick $500, $1,000 trade. I've tried the YM. Granted, it was during slow markets, so it wasn't probably the best time to try it. But I do see you range traded a lot, and that's how I like to trade. When I scalp, I trade ranges a lot. I look for supports, resistances. If it's close to resistance or support, for instance, it's sitting at VWAP right now. It's been on an uptrend, but overall, I'm still bearish on the market. I could look for a short trade back to the point of control, which would be a very valid trade, in my opinion, for a quick scalp. But I just don't see the moves as clearly on the YM.
Yeah, it's a nice, slow, pokey market. Love myself some YM. I think Robert does too, as well as a couple other people in chat. Robert got us all hooked on the YM trade. So
I've been
Sam, what is
with gold a little?
Okay.
So that's
I mean, I came from crude.
That's my nemesis. Gold is my kryptonite right there, though. Really good luck. Talk with Eddie with gold. He trades it all the time. Gold is my kryptonite. I think my thing is with gold. All the times I've tried trading, I have done it a bunch of times going back. Well, it's moving again, or this new structure that I see over here, and I'll trade it again. And if I haven't lost every single trade that I've ever traded in gold, if I've won any, it was probably only one. So I stay away from that market. I just cannot get a read or a beat on that. Looks like someone's in a trade. We got to stop if someone's in a trade going on. What's happening?
What is this? Oh, it's my chart. Just don't worry about that. It's nothing. It's
okay.
Dumb practice account trade in the YM. Okay, so Sam, what is your kind of strategy or system, if you could boil it down to a couple sentences? What are you really trying to look for and capture in the market?
So I usually look for, like I said, I look to trade support, resistance. So if it's down at an area of support, I'll look for a bounce trade. If it's an area of a resistance, I'll look for a sell to capture a quick move. Markets are usually tend to range. I think like 80%, if I'm correct, of markets are ranging. So I look to capture the range. So I always look to trade either point of control or VWAP or any area that I've marked out on my chart. So I don't have anything marked out on my charts right now. But on NQ, I'll look for, for instance, earlier today, I took shorts because we gapped up even from yesterday's, I am terrible at this. Sorry. Where are we? Okay. Point is, we gapped up pretty heavily, so I was always looking for a short, and I kind of just scalped the short all the way down, and I took a long off the bounce, but for the most part, it's been shorts. I always go walk in with a bias. I know people don't like to walk in with a bias to the market, but I feel like having a bias helps me capture a trade better when I do that.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Everybody's trade's different. I mean, if you had a gap up and seriously, a gap up and one trader is going to say, wow, it just gapped up. It must be a strong push to the upside. I'm going to go long as my bias. Another trader says, wow, this thing gapped up. I want to gap fill. I'm going to short it and fill the gap. It doesn't matter, right? Everybody's got their own trading styles. So yeah, never apologize for what you're doing. If it's working for you, hey, you've got 3 funded accounts, you're taking payouts. If anyone has a question about that, it's like, there they are. They're the stats. That's what you're doing, paying yourself. That's amazing. And I would venture to guess that your payout that you have, the $22,000, is probably less than you've actually put into TopStep, significantly more than what you've actually bought into TopStep with. So you're ahead of the game. Any way you slice it, you've been here. Every time you hit your daily loss limit of whatever account you're on, 1,000, 3,000, whatever your account you're trading, you didn't lose that. You lost the reset fee. You lost a combine. Now you're in XFA, and you've been through a few of them. You've taken payouts. Nobody can question the validity of that, because here you are on Power Players, right? You're a Power Player now. That's why you're here, man. That's why you're here, and you get Hoag jumping in, saying hello. This is sweet. So continue.
Yeah, I definitely don't have. Sorry.
Oh, I said I have a question in chat. Go ahead and finish up your thought. I'll get to it when you're done.
Oh no, I definitely have confidence in my trading ability and my trading style. It's just like I said, the inability to walk away from a trade is detrimental to me. So, like for instance, if I had walked away from losing trades, and I'm sure everybody can look at it and see the same thing in their trading style. If you cut your losses earlier, I could be up, $20, $30, $40,000 more than what I'm up right now. But it's a learning process, and we're always learning, and we're always trying to do better. So I'm hoping that, like I said, I'm gonna try to maybe slow down, size down, because this week, like I said last week, I did take a couple hits. So I'm planning on sizing down this week, even though my trades don't look like I did size down much. But in reality, I did. I cut losers much earlier than I would normally, and I wrote out some winners to have a really nice day today. Overall, I think I'm up about $12,000-$13,000 on the day, so I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, that's awesome. We had a question in chat from PDJ. How do you develop your morning bias? Do you have like a routine that you have to kind of figure out what side of the market you want to get on?
Yeah, so my bias in the morning is usually I look at the previous day's range, and I will chart those out, and I'll watch the first 5 minutes or so, see if I can get a trade off the range. So for instance, today I was very bearish because we gapped up pre-market, and I don't see really a reason for the markets to gap up. I mean, you've had no significant news. You've had retaliation strikes from Israel and Iran. The wars in Ukraine and Russia don't seem like they're slowing down in any way, shape, or form. So inflation's still hot. I mean, nobody's expecting rate cuts or significant rate cuts this year. So this gap up, especially on a Monday, I felt like it just had to fill this gap before it could do any other moves. So it did exactly what I imagined it would. I heard someone caught like a huge trade on a live account for like 50K or 55K or something like that. So I'm sure they had that same bias. 57. So I'm sure they had that same bias. They held their trade. They probably were trading 15 cons, I'd imagine, to make that kind of money, which is great for them. But I scalped it on its way down. I probably could have made more profit holding, but I'm happy with my trading, and I'm happy with what I was able to capture.
Awesome.
Well, we thank you very much for sharing all that. We're just running a little bit up on time, so we want to make sure we get this one little piece of information out. If you missed the fire drill earlier today, we are doing it again. We are going to do a late to the party type of thing, and it will be around. We will share the form again. Around. This is around. Around 1 p.m. Central Time. I'm going to say that again because it'll be like 12:58 and it'll be like a whole slew. Did I miss it? No. Around 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, we will share the form again. And guess what? I'm going to do it again. The start of slow markets at 8 p.m. Central Time. Dakota on slow markets. Sam, great to have you on here. Welcome to the Power Players. You're one of the group now, right? Now it's official. So
now it's official.
It's been a pleasure listening to you, and we hope to see you around some more. Toby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hopefully, I'll be back in the top 10 tomorrow, and then maybe try to catch Dakota. That's my goal.
You're number 14 right now. 10 is not that far off, so we wish you luck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Sam, thank you so much for coming on and joining the Power Player crew here. So we are going to wrap it up. Coming up is everyone's favorite bit with Jack and Alyssa for a top quiz. So your opportunity to win a free reset. I know some of you in chat wanted to win a free reset. So now is your opportunity. Get 3 or 4 right, and you'll be entered into a raffle to win a free reset if you can answer the questions correctly. After that will be Shoulder Tap with Andre and Mick. So that's going to be your next about 45 minutes right there on TopstepTV. Sam, it was a pleasure. Robert, always a good time seeing you. And Top Quiz is coming up next. We will see you in just a moment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top Quiz. For Monday, we're going to kick off the week with 4 questions, and joining me in this ordeal will be Alyssa. How's it going, Alyssa? How was the weekend?
It was a great weekend, Jack. How was your weekend?
It was good, but nothing compares to Thursday night was my favorite night of the weekend. Seeing everybody at dinner. Mick was there. Alyssa was there. Good crew. And yes, if you are playing Top Quiz today, if you get 3 or 4 of these questions correct, answer them as they appear on your screen. But if you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be entered into a raffle for one of 50 free resets that we will send out. I see some people mentioning that maybe they didn't get an email for the most recent one. If you don't get it today, then it is probably an issue with your email not taking emails from us. I apologize for whatever we did to you to earn that ban, but if you reach out to support, they will set you up. Anyway, Alyssa, how are you feeling about the quiz today?
I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like I've been a little bit on a streak here, so I'm trying not to get ahead of myself.
All right. We'll give just a few more seconds here for people to come in, including Poppy, Martin S., D-Gen Trader, NQ Go Burr, and so forth. But we're going to get this started right now because after this, we have the shoulder tap with Mick, group coaching with Robert, Anne Marie stopping by, and then Austin Silver is doing the power hour with the crew. What fun. Okay, here we go. First question. This is the longest pause. All right, question number 1. Which of the following positions is an example of a butterfly spread? Short ZF, long ZN, short ZB, short ES, long NQ, short GC, short SI, or long ZF, long ZN, long, or short ZB?
Jack, what?
I'll give you a hint. It's one of them with the 3 parts.
The last one. No, the first one.
No, the answer would be A in this case. A butterfly spread in the futures would be when you are long the middle of something and then short the ends, or vice versa. Okay. That's what I spent a good part of my 20s doing, Alyssa. It was a great old time.
Got
KK, Danelle, Diddy Win, Dusty Bottoms, and D-Gen Trader are in the top 5 to begin. Let's move on to question number 2. Thank you, Pedro. I accept that question was dumb. Can't all be bangers. Question number 2. The initial balance that Hoag uses is the range established in the first blank following the opening bell. Is that the first minute, 30 minutes, hour, or 2 hours?
I feel like it's the first 30 minutes, perhaps?
A little longer.
At 1 hour?
Yay! It is the first hour that Hoag uses, to clarify there. All right. Let's go on to the leaderboard. Dusty Bottoms is Dusty Top at the moment. Mojo Dojo Bodo, Red Monday, Scott Bro, and Tattooed Groove. Okay.
Nice.
Question number 3. Beep, beep. The yield on the U.S. 10-year Treasury note is currently closest to what? Is it 4.2, 4.6, 5.1, or 5.8? Something we're all looking at.
Are we? Are we all looking at it, Jack?
Oh, this is the one I thought for sure you would get, Alyssa. No, it's not.
Okay, 4.6. I'm going with 4.6.
You are correct. It is closest to 4.6 right now. Good show. With one question remaining. Mojo Dojo Bodo takes the top spot. Hip Chick joins the board. All right. Final question. This is the one I think you will get. Are you ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, here we go. Shoes from this company are actually made from a closed cell resin, not plastic or rubber, as one might assume. Is this Nike, Skechers, Adidas, or Crocs?
I do know this one, Jack. It is Crocs.
You know what? I'm not even going to pretend like it's not that. It is indeed Crocs.
What else could it possibly
Foam.
be?
The foam shoe brigade is out. Yeah, Alyssa is famously a very big fan of all things Crocs. So there we are.
Yes, I have quite the collection.
Well, let's see who our winners are today. In the bronze spot, we got Him Kramer. Still love that name. CMP. And the winner today is Mojo Dojo Mojo. And Pete and
Awesome.
Reset Please also were in 5 right there. Alyssa, thanks for being flexible with the schedule and joining us while Bonnie's away.
Of course.
You did a wonderful job, and you earned a reset. So I will send that to you, I think, if you need it. So stick around. We got the shoulder tap coming up next, then group coaching with Robert and Marie stopping by for a strategy lab, and then we're closing out the day with Austin Silver on Power Hour. You won't want to miss it. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Have a good one. Goodbye.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody, to Shoulder Tap. The man you see screen right is Mr. Mick, looking amazing as always. Beautiful mustache. Real quick, Mick, before we start Shoulder Tap, we got to do an influencer update here on our live leaderboard. We got Isaac Rivera up $1,400. Dakota, Coach Dakota, up over $11,000 today. Pinsing Ding up over $8,500. Wang Jun, $5,700. And the star of the day is Nathan N., almost up $60,000. Mark D also up $6,300. But boy, Mick, we're starting to see some real big numbers from our live funded traders today on a Monday. We're about halfway through the trading day, and we got Nathan N up almost $60,000. Mick, what do we make of this, man? How about it?
Damn right. Well, the Nathan trade's pretty awesome because I was watching him this morning. He had 15 on, caught a big move, held on to it. That was over $57,000 he made in a 45-minute span. He got in right at the market open. 15 minutes after stocks opened and peeled it off. So that was 45 minutes. He made $57,000. Reached out to him about locking it in, and I only got voicemail, but I did see he had a stop in protecting a heck of a lot of those profits of the 57,000. He's been pretty quiet in the account since then. I thought he might have locked it in and called it a day, but I see he's back in the markets right now, giving about 3,000 of that back. But with 15 on, Andre, I don't know if he's up another 10 grand or down 10 grand from that 57 he was up. But Either way, we got the message across that we want him to lock in a large percentage of this significant winning day. We're going to take a look at his trade report here in a little bit, but I do have some other shout outs and some more. I know you get the updates dropped in on the live traders and what they're doing. I've got some more real time because I grabbed these numbers right before I turned my chair around and came on. So Pinsin's up 12,400 today in his live account. Prince is up 3,300 in the live account. Wang, I think you mentioned, up 7,000. Isaac Rivera, this is actually an old number. I didn't get to see where he was at, but he was up 1,500 earlier today. Nicholas T up 3,100, and then Dakota gave me a nice little jab during fast markets, when a friendly jab, just like my friendly jabs at the roast last week. He was talking to JD, and JD passed along his question to me. Do I like apples? Well, yes, Dakota. I like them apples you got. If you guys know the movie reference there, how do you like them apples? Because, he's up over $11,000 today. Really good bounce back after being down 9,000 and having somewhat of a rough week. So I'm kicking the jab back over to him. But it's all in good fun, traders. Obviously, he's one of the top dogs here at Topstep, and we got a good relationship where we talk back and forth on a regular basis. So all in good fun. Me roasting him is just for fun because he's a good sport and he's trading really well. So it's just, nothing really there. So, Andre, before we get into the trading cards, I know I had mentioned last week on Shoulder Tap that we had a day where we called up 17 XFAs to live accounts, which was our biggest day thus far as calling people up. Well, it put us at a really big transfer for the week. It was our most transfers last week from XFA to live than we have ever before. 37 XFA to live call-ups, and during that time, we only lost 11 live accounts, or closed 11 live accounts down yesterday. For those of you that were watching last week, I did have a gravestone on one of the Shoulder Tap cards, but that's a net change of 26 people added to the prop group, which is really, really exciting. That says we're finding good talent. We're finding good traders. We want to see that trading continue. Market environments always change, but if you're managing your money, should continue to profit, or at least be able to stop the bleeding during those, different market environments. With that, the big story of the day is Nathan making 57 grand. I mean, that's a lot to make on pretty much one trade. He had some other trading, but it was that big trade that he had that he wrote out and that made all that money for him. So I'm going to feature him on the first trading card. He's pretty early. This live account is in its infancy. What you're going to see here on the trading card is only activity from his first 4 trading days in the account. Today is day 5. So overall, in the first 4 days, he's not been profitable. He started with a $30,000 account balance in the live account, whittled it down to about $17,000 in those first 4 days. And then today, he's well ahead. So, I think I'll start by saying, the metrics they speak for themselves. You can see his average daily P&L in the 150K account. He's hit the daily loss limit every single day since he started, 0% winning days. The winning trade percentage is really low too. He's been trading anywhere from 2 to 15 contracts. I'm going to say it's so impressive to take what he took out of the markets today, 57 grand. It's a big winning day. It takes a lot of guts. I think it's too early to say if this guy is a big swinger because, he might have 4 losing days in a row with 3,000, but then obviously he's got the guts to stick it out and ride out a big position where he's almost making 60 grand. So we'll see if he can do that again. Andre, I could very well be okay with seeing 4 days in a row of daily loss limits if this guy is putting up $10,000, $15,000 winning days, almost $60,000 winning days in the mix of that. What we don't want to see is just, and we've seen it before with some of our other big swingers. They have a lot of losing days in a row, and then their biggest winning days are, maybe 6 grand, 12 grand. Like that's nothing to bat an eye at, but I'd really like to continue seeing more days like this out of Nathan if we're going to see those daily loss limit days from him. I do like that he's scaling in. You can see his average winning trade per contract is, like only $230. So that tells me he's not slapping on the size initially and then riding out big moves. He hasn't really had the chance to, though, because he is trading such large size and the market's gone against him. But average losing trade per contract, a little bit bigger than the winners. I don't think he's really caught his stride in this market, but again, did ride out something really nice today. Looking at the trade report, there's one day that I really don't like to see here. And that's the day, Andre, you can see he was up $4,500 at one point and on Thursday of last week, and then he finished the day down 3,000. So there's something there.
Something's here, Mick. I'm not sure. Obviously, the day, what he's doing today speaks for itself. But it's the lead up the previous days. I think time will only tell how this trader, how he proceeds, so to speak. But clearly, he's shown the ability to put up massive numbers like today. But the first 4 days can't be ignored, I would say. So it's interesting to see how you guys proceed with a trader like this, because I think this thing can go any direction. It's kind of how I'm reading. This can go anyway. And obviously, the numbers, like I said, speak for itself today. But we know what's happened prior. So this should be a story we should keep. Let's follow this story for a couple of days and see how this proceeds. But we definitely have something brewing here.
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep going with the story because now, my team's eyes are on him, and everybody here at TopStep, including our viewers, everybody's watching what he's doing.
Yeah.
I think something that we've talked about, semi-regularly is these accounts that have big balances and the maintenance levels. Now, today's only day one in the live. Today's only the first winning day in the live account. So they're still going to have to string together 4 more winning days of $200 or more in order to take a payout, Andre. But I think at least early on, if Nathan is watching, I'm going to really want to see, I'd like him to, if he's going to take a payout, don't take a massive one, because it's still to be determined if this is someone who might take 50% of their account balance out and then go and have those multi-daily loss limit losing days in the market. For someone who can take this much out of the market in a single day in 45 minutes, we want to keep them in the account so they can continue taking advantage of opportunities like they took in that 45-minute window this morning. So really good stuff here. I'll tell you, it's fun watching the profits. Like from my end of the things, Andre, I've got the board so I can see everybody's trading activity, open positions, the P&Ls, the closed P&Ls, the open P&Ls, and to provide an update to our TV production team saying, Nathan's up 30 grand. Nathan's up 35 grand. Up, it's 45 grand. It's 55 grand. Oh, he closed it out up 57 grand, all in the matter of 20 minutes, I mean, that gets everybody's blood flowing. It's that kind of stuff is like reminiscent of being down on the trading floor for me, where it's all super fast paced, very exciting, lots of energy, kind of brings me back to those times, even though it's just like the electronic trading. So big shout out for Nathan. Very happy for you. I'm tempted to look over my shoulder and see where he's at with this current position that he's in. I'm not going to do that.
Okay.
I'm not. Should I do it, Andre?
Take a peek real quick, because real quick, I'll give you a quick update on the markets here, because we got the S&Ps making new highs on the day, Dow making new highs as well, NASDAQ lagging a little bit behind, but we are seeing S&Ps trading above 50.40, trading 50.43. Look to the upside there. We also are seeing Dow taking a move to the higher, about 7 points off the highs at 38,472. High there is 38,479. So we're seeing some moves there. Gold hasn't been doing much today. Gold's taking a breather from the last couple of minutes, the last couple of weeks, I should say, where that market's been rocking and rolling. Crude trading just above $82, $82.09. So that being said, we are starting to see some movement to the upside. Some people got stuck short in the hole. I wonder what that delta is. We did see a decent short delta of the ES of minus 8,200. And Mick is back. How about that? I bought time for Mick to go take a check on Nathan's trade. Mick, what's the update on that trade?
Not good news. We still got some. We got a big position on, and we're back to 41,000 on the day, which is exactly when I called Nathan this morning. And I told him, I said, I see where your protective stop is to lock in these profits. He was at 50 grand or so on the day, and I was like, hey, if you're going to keep trading, or at least in this position, I was like, you're up 50. Let's make sure we're walking away up $40,000. Worst case scenario. I talk about it all the time. You want to, with significant profits, you want to capture at least 50% of your equity high. So that's a good rule of thumb. But as those profits become more and more significant, like 57, so I called him at 50. I wouldn't tell someone who's up $50,000 in a day, oh, great, if you continue trading, lock in half of it. That's saying you're up 50 grand, walk away with 25 grand. 50 grand, super significant. So you're going to want to keep, the more significant it becomes, the larger of a percentage you want to lock it in. So you go from saying, hey, lock in 50% of it to, probably 80% of it, which is exactly where I told him. I told him, if you're up 50, lock in 40,000 of it, and that's 80% of your equity high for the day. That's really, really important when you're a trader that is going into new territory where you're seeing yourself having new P&L highs all time during the day. You want to, if you're finding yourself having your biggest winning day ever, you do want to be locking in larger portions of that biggest day ever than you have on smaller, still significant profitable days. So we'll see how this shakes out when
we'll see how that plays out. All right, Mick, we got about 10 minutes left here in Shoulder Tap, but Nathan does deserve a lion's share of the time today here on Shoulder Tap, because it is the story of the day. First day of big trading week. So we'll keep it moving here. What do we got next here, Mick?
Let's go over to Eddie S. Andre, I wanted to talk about Eddie because I don't think he's gotten much of a spotlight. He has been trading well in his live account over the course of 32 days. He's profitable. You see the average daily P&L of $458. I like him because he had a $13,000 week last week, and that was coming off 4 losing days in a row. So he was coming off it was a 5-day losing streak, 5-day to the tune of about $5,000. Turned that around, got payback last week with $13,000. So over the last 10 sessions, he's up a net like $8,300.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yeah, that's right. I think my math's right there. Anyways, good stuff here. I wanted to talk about him because he's a profitable trader. He's also a trader who's not in the biggest account size. You can see here on the trading card, like his biggest, I guess we didn't get it into the trading card here. His best day is $5,600, Andre, and his worst day is only $1,100. So he, on his best day, is doing 5 times better than his worst. And then what we do have here is his average winning day is about $2,200, while he's only risking $1,000 per day. So I'd like to attribute a good amount of his success to the fact that he's not trading in the biggest account size, and he's got that $1,000 daily loss limit that's containing the downside risk and the losses while still being able to take quite a bit of money out of the markets, not trading massive size. What's he got going on the trading size? I think I wrote down.
Eddie had a nice day on Friday as well. So this isn't the first time Eddie's gotten some shine here, and much deserved. So Eddie's trading quite well. So yeah, you were saying here, Mick.
Yeah, that was very, very last Friday was very, very close to his biggest winning day. He made $5,560 when his biggest winning day was that $5,651. What was I looking at? Oh, he's only trading one to three contracts though, Andre, too. So it's pretty impressive. You know, you start getting into catching a piece of the trend for the day. Most of his hold times aren't that long, but you know, he's finding the right spots because, you know, being able to make over $5,000 on a 3-lot is really good, but it's not something that is really uncommon too. You don't have to have massive size on to take, you know, thousands of dollars out of the markets. I always say it's pretty easy to make or lose $1,000 trading a 1-lot. He's showing that he can almost make $6,000 doing up to 3 contracts. So there's very few things that I don't like here. He's keeping the math on his side. I mean, look, Andre, he's only got 47% winning days and only 47% winning trades. But, you know, there's good stuff happening here. I'd like to see him after last week take another payout. He took $5,000 in a payout from this account. It doesn't have to be a big payout, but Eddie, you know, do reward yourself when you have a nice big winning week like last week, even if it's, you know, $500. Do that. I know we're kind of wanting to down on time, Andre, but we do have a little bit more time for one other shout out. It's all shout outs today, no shoulder taps. And I want to talk about Nathaniel.
Okay.
So Nathaniel also had a nice week last week. He's been profitable since he's been live. He's got 22 days under his belt in the live account. And this is someone who there's some areas for improvement, but overall profitable. I would say Nathaniel, he's trading a little bit bigger. His best day, you know, he's having some bigger swings and it's not really translating to a ton in the way of profits. This is kind of like the 2 steps forward, 2 steps back kind of thing. But he is, maybe I could say it's 2.5 steps forward and only 2 steps back, because the average daily P&L is pretty low for someone whose average winning day is about $1,000. Average losing day is not quite as big as their average winning day, which is good. But their best day in this account is $2,000, while their worst day in the account is $3,000 at that daily loss limit. So that's something that I'd like them to think about a little bit. They're only putting up 40% winning trades, but this is a good example of keeping the math on your side where you only need to be right 40% of the time if your risk reward is there. And he's got pretty much a 2-to-1 risk reward with that average winning day. Average winning trade is right around $800, where the average losing trade is only minus $400. So in any trading account, that's going to be a recipe for success. You can have 40% winning trades and be profitable if your risk reward is 2-to-1 or better. If he were finding different trade opportunities, and I'm not suggesting that he do, where he could maximize that risk reward and maybe go 3-to-1, then we'd certainly see that average daily P&L be quite a bit higher than it is right now. So I think a personal loss limit would be helpful for Nathaniel. I say that because we don't want to see your worst day being minus 3,000 when the best day is 2,000. I think there's something there. And I'm seeing that he is someone who is definitely trying to catch a piece of the trend for the day with these hold times. Average hold time is 1 hour and 34 minutes on the winners. He's staying in his losers for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So cutting those losses a little bit earlier. Remember, like, one of the biggest things about being successful trading is just being patient with the losers. We want to see, You don't always have to see it, but we want to see some instant gratification. Now, again, the trade reports don't let me kind of break down whether or not those losing trades, the time spent in them was, a good chunk of that time spent in the trade as a winner. But in the end, they are spending more time in the losing trades. So that's an area for improvement with Nathaniel. But overall, again, I'm talking about him. This is a shout out card. This is not a shoulder tap card. But when I see the metrics that I see, there's always ways. There's always things that you could point out where, hey, think about this, think about that. If you can make some small adjustments, we see big changes over the course of a year trading.
Good stuff, Mick. Super solid stuff. Boy, we're doing okay. We got a couple. I got one quick question for you. I saw this in chat for you, Mick. Do we TopStep, do we ever downgrade a trader from live funded back down to XFA? Do we ever do something like that?
We do not.
We do not. Okay, that answers that.
One
more question for you. Now that we're doing the minis to micro conversion, in terms of risk, do you think will that affect us in any way, shape, or form? Will anything be any different because of that conversion, or is it just business as usual? It's just 10 minis equal 1 micro, or sorry, the other way around. Is there any effect on the risk department for something like that, or is that just pretty much business as usual for a conversion?
No, Andre, it's business as usual because these products are 10 micros to 1 mini. So whether you're trading 10 micros or 1 mini, the contract sizing all equates to the same thing. So the risk profile is still there. I think it's nice that we're giving traders the ability to do this now on the TopStep X platform because you can more fine tune what your position sizing actually is. So I think it's all good things. And from a risk standpoint, no, there's no difference. There's no difference. If it's 1 to 1 or 1 to 10, no difference there. We're just giving traders the ability to do something a little differently. That's the way I see it.
Love it, Mick. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for the insights. All shout outs today, man. It's great to see these traders put up huge numbers. Real quick, just a quick reminder to let everyone know we are resharing the fire drill form today at 1 o'clock this afternoon, and then also 8 p.m. tonight. So with slow markets with Coach Dakota up 11 grand today. Please make sure to tune in for that. If you did miss the fire drill form from this morning, we will be reposting it this afternoon, about a half hour. So, Mick, thank you so much for your time. Real quick, we are making new highs in the S&Ps, NASDAQ, and the Dow. Equities on the move to the upside. Mick, thank you so much. Happy Monday. Let's have an awesome week, man.
Let's make it a great week. Thanks, Andre.
All right, cool. We got group coaching coming up next with JD and Robert. Thank you, everybody. Pay attention. Markets are on the move. See you soon.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. You're looking at Coach Robert in the screen right in front of you. I'm JD behind the curtain again today. What's up, Robert? How's the trade going?
Oh, we're doing okay. I was just watching stuff this morning, jumped into the practice account while I was in between shift changes, grabbed a quick trade, 5 in, 5 out, 236. It's on a practice account with really trade the live accounts or combines while we're doing their production work. But hey, practice account, nobody says anything.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, let's get into it. We had that question form marinating in the chat for a couple hours this morning. We got some good ones.
Yeah.
We're just going to go ahead and dive right into it since we're 3 minutes in. But first couple questions we have. First couple questions here are about platform functionality. Both have to do with trade copying. First, Marley wants to know, is trade copying possible on Tradeovate?
On Tradeovate, I actually don't know that answer. I don't know that answer, to be honest. I know NinjaTrader and trading view into it. I know that can be done now. But like directly in Tradeovate, is there an option like a panel, just like in Topstep X, where we go over and we set our copy trade settings? Looks like a couple in the chat says yes, it does, and I just did not know that answer for copy trade. I don't like copy trading. I'll say that straight up. I don't like it. None of us like it. We don't like the crowd wants it. So it's like, here, you want a copy trade? Here's 3 of them. Blow up 4 at a time instead of 1. Here, you happy now? Like, seriously. So I don't even look at that stuff. I should know it because I'm here, and now that I do know, and the chat says yes. So I guess the answer would be yes, they override me, since my answer was I don't know.
Yep. Coach Jay's in there too, saying it's available, but it isn't great. And we will definitely take Coach Jay's word for it.
For sure.
All right. Next up, how do you use the trade copy feature on Topstep X? While we got your screen up, what do you say we
put my screen up.
Do a quick tutorial. I'm gonna go straight to
right
the full
here.
screen here.
Awesome, full screen. Thank you, JD. Let me put this on like regular candles so traders are actually under a little bit better understanding what we're looking at. Okay, so we have an NQ chart, 1 minute. On the left-hand side here, let me save my chart layout first. On the left-hand side, we have a settings area. So I'm going to click on my settings area. And the first thing I do is I look up and I want to see on my copy trading is which account do I want? There are several accounts under here. So which one do I want to start with? Well, let's start with this one here. Is a February. I don't want to mess with practice or the April one I have going for real. So let's do the February ending in 1165. Great. Well, now which account do I want to follow it? Well, since this was 1165, let's take the February. It's the third one down. And I'm going to hit Save Changes. There we go. We are now copy trading. When we go to one trade on that first account, it will automatically go to the second account. Now we need to adjust our risk parameters. Let's just leave it 1,000 right now, just because we're trading NQ. Go back over to our chart. Now, if we see that I choose right here, this is the L for the leader and F for follower. There it is. There's our leader. And then we have this one here is the follower. And notice when I go over to the follower, my trade copying follower account, you can't manually trade on it because it is a trade copy. Oh, let's go back to our leader. Let's put in a short here. There we are. We are now short. And if we look on the left-hand side, it shows our short right there. But if we look at our accounts on the right-hand side, we will notice that there's an open P&L on 2 of them. That's because one of them is in and one of them is being trade copied. Since I dislike trade copying so much, I'm going to close out of this trade, and I don't want to put anybody's bad taste in the mouth there. So that's what it means. That's what we do. Trade copying is available. It is not $1,000 loss limit per combined per account. It means if you trade copying 2 and you say I have $1,000 risk and $1,000 risk, I can now risk 2,000. That is a lie, folks. It's per account. It's still the same amount. If you can't make $200 in one, it doesn't mean if you're going to make $200, like I made $100 on one, but I copied a trade 2, so that's 200. No, it doesn't work that way. It's per account. All you're doing is copying multiple accounts. So I want to just be clear on that for those that I see it all the time. It's like, well, I have 4 accounts and I have a $500 risk on one. That means I can risk $2,000. That's good math, but is it incorrect? It's a total across. It's still per account. Be absolutely clear on that. I see too many of the mistaken info. Okay, it just doesn't work that way. So keep that in mind, please.
Perfect. Thanks, Robert. Appreciate the visual, the tutorial there. All right, next up from Pungent. Pungent's got an interesting question. Pungent says, how can I avoid trading my P&L when I get really close to the combine target, profit target, or close to a payout? I trade well every day and follow my plan until I get close, and just has trouble completing the combine. Yeah, it sounds to me like Pungent having trouble just crossing that threshold. You get so close, and then all of a sudden you're putting on those PCP trades, trying to make a couple $100, point, click, pray, watch that P&L, hope it goes over the threshold and close it out. What kind of advice do we have for Pungent who's gets a little antsy towards the end? You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean, and it happens a lot. Step number one is you can go into your settings and hide your P&L. So that's the very first thing. Go over here to privacy. I say over here, the gear on the left-hand side, the settings. We now have multiple tabs across the top. One of them says privacy, and they're listed as streamer modes. You can, you probably want to keep your daily loss limit and your max loss limit. But if you want to keep your realized and unrealized P&L and like your balance, I'm going to click on save. You'll see them right at the top of the screen up here. I click save. It's going to put these little asterisks and it's going to close them out. So that way you won't know and you won't see them. You won't see your realized P&L going up and down and unrealized going up and down and man, I got to get out of this trade. That way there, you're not trading looking at your P&L. You can be keeping it back in your mind. And I don't qualify it as P&L trading because you do need to know where you are. If you only need to make $50, why risk 400 to make 400? It's like you have to, it's $50, right? So you can change up your style a little bit, change up the stretch just a little bit, say, I don't have to let this go this far. If you have your good setup and you like a certain break, you like a certain reversion, you like a certain indicator, you like a certain pattern, keep them. That's what got you there. You're so close. That's what got you there. So do the same thing. It's just that now you only have to target $50 instead of $250, for example, if that's what your daily was. So that's the first step in there, Pungent, is to hide it. Just to hide your P&Ls. You won't see them on the screen. And now you're trading a strategy. You're trading the market and you're trading the price action, the way that it's working for you. When you walk in and you sit down and you go, oh, look, I need $50 to pass or whatever that number is. I'm getting really close to passing. Hide them. You know where they are right now. Okay? And then you unhide them. You can just uncheck them again. Click on save. Go to the privacy area. And then now they're gone. Now it shows up.
Beauty.
Good, JD?
Thank you. Yep, right. I'm here. You got me? All right.
I got you. I got you.
I was confirming something with Mick for the next question. I was pretty sure the answer, but I wanted to be positive. Jacob asks, how long do we have to pay for the combine after it's passed? So your activation fee needs to be paid after passing. Upon completion of the trading combine, you will have 30 days to pay your activation fee for your XFA account. Otherwise, that account will expire and will no longer be eligible for funding. Once you pay that activation fee, though, you could sit on that account for as long as you want. You're allowed to have 3 open XFAs at a time. So say you pass, 6 trading combines, you'll have 30 days to pay the activation fee for the 3 XFAs that you're not using, and we'll keep those in the queue for you. So if perchance you lose one of those XFAs, there's another one right behind it waiting to go. All right, hope that answers your question, Jacob. Next up, Linda. Linda wants to know, is there a way to set up automated trading strategies in Topstep X instead of just a risk-reward strategy? Unfortunately, no, you cannot use automated trading systems yet, strategies in Topstep X. It is part of our, it's on our roadmap, though, isn't it, Coach Robert?
It is, yeah, to be able to have the automation there. And that I'm sure that's going to come along. I'm assuming that it'll come along around the time when we can actually add in like our own custom indicators and strats. Part of TradingView, you have that behind the scenes. You can code some stuff in. So the answer is yeah, it's down the road. Don't know exactly when. There are definitely more things that are more important and more priority to the benefit to the majority of the traders. Go in and submit to the roadmap what you're looking for, make suggestions, and the rest of the traders that upvote them, well, that'll win. We've seen it before where you're working on a process and then something else comes along and it just blows away the amount of interest. Just pushes it right above. Okay, we'll put that one that we were working on hold. Let's do this one first, and then just send it right out there. And in software development life cycles, there are things that you do also where it's like, okay, we have 40 hours remaining to work on this. It is high priority, but we can finish these 2 in the next 2 hours. We may just pause those and go, let's bang this one out, bang that one out. There's 2 things, affects a lot of traders. Yes, they weren't a high priority as the one we were working on, but that's going to take 40 hours. Rather than go 40 hours and then release one an hour later, another an hour later, sometimes it's best to make a little bit of a shift and be like, let's just bang these 2 out right here and move it along. Those are things like, the copy trading was out there first. That was high up there, and the lockout feature that was a big one that traders were asking about. So that was and it wasn't a huge thing to do. So just move that to the front, worked on it, launched it, and here we are. So as far as automated stuff goes, no, it's not full on automation. Technically, a trailing stop is technically automated because you're not controlling it. It's just moving along based on certain price action and mathematical criteria. So technically that is, but I know the point we're saying, hey, if this crosses that, or if this breaks this, or if it moves so far in one direction, add to my position, take it off automatically. I get it. I understand the question. It's just not there quite yet. Unfortunately, we have to do manual trading like real people right now. So I'm with you. I'm on the same process. I'm behind the 8 ball. I want my range bars on here, and I'm dying over here, but I can't complain about it. I just gonna make do with what we have right now, and hope for the best, make the adjustments as necessary. That's what this is all about.
Yep, for sure. Thanks, Robert. All right, this next question from Baiynd. Baynd's asking about failed auctions and what do they mean? This is definitely a question for Hoagland or Deanna, who are both in the chat right now. I'll do my best to give a brief explanation of what a failed auction is. We had one today in the NASDAQ. I know Deanna notes them as a very powerful trade setup. And yeah, it happened today. But for the most part, in the market profile, a failed auction refers to a situation where the market attempts to establish a new price level but fails, resulting in a reversal. So you have how it worked. You could break it down into 3 parts. So you have your initial attempt. So the market's moving in a certain direction. It's attempting to extend range. In today's case, looking to extend the range lower or establish a new low, establish a new price level, and then break out of that range, right? And then you run into the second part, which is a lack of follow through, which just means in today's case, there just wasn't enough selling pressure to break through that level and break out further to the downside. They couldn't sustain the movement lower due to a lack of selling pressure, which results in the third part, a reversal. The market reverses direction, usually happens pretty swiftly. We did see that today. And that's your indication that the initial attempt to establish that new price level was unsuccessful, resulting in a reversal. So I hope that breaks it down. I'm hoping I didn't butcher that too bad. Hoag's in the chat. I'm sure he could answer a few more questions about that. I saw that he also posted his market profile masterclass in the chat. So make sure you take a look at that. Scroll up a little bit. You'll see the link in there. Go ahead and pin that. Watch that video a couple times. Oh, he just posted it again. Thanks, Hoag.
Nice.
So get familiar with that for sure. Another question came in from Baiynd back to back. What does settlement mean? The settlement price. So settlement price is not the same as the last price traded or the closing price. Settlement price is established by the exchange, and it's set up to for the exchange determines settlement price as a way to mark margins from. So your total P&L on the day will be based off the previous day's settlement price, not the last price traded. So yeah, that's it. Settlement prices determine the profit or loss for traders who hold futures contracts until the end of the day or until you close out the position. I hope that was a good enough explanation. Did that make sense to you, Robert?
It does. Hit him right both on the head. And Hoag is on group coaching tomorrow. He gets that question a lot about between settlements and failed auctions and gaps and stuff like that. So he's got his own way of doing it, but sounds perfect to me.
Perfect. All right, let's move on. Next question comes from Yashang. Yashang wants to know, is there any plan for Topstep X mobile app? I believe that's also on the roadmap. I really don't know how far out that one is, though. But any insight into the TopStep X mobile app, Robert?
Yeah, it's on the list in there. It's going to be a little bit because look at it this way. You have TopStep X. You're looking at it now, platform, web-based. Browsers, they're similar between them. As soon as you flip over to a mobile app, there are so many versions, so many, iOS is different than Androids and different than this and different. There's just so much that goes along with them. And I've even tried doing some mobile app development personally on my own, and it is a pain in the butt because there's so much. It's like, hey, this is all working really good. And you send it out there, it's declined because the version was 1.450.237, and now it's 238. You're like, oh, what the heck? So it's just a weird thing. Like the click had to be held a little longer, so your app doesn't work anymore. It's a nightmare to get mobile apps running. So we need to perfect this first. We need to get TopStep X up, everything we want, all the traders happy, everything we're looking at in a web development on a PC. And I'm gonna throw myself in the limb here. Is you shouldn't be trading on a mobile device anyway. And you can chastise me for that if you want. If you're on a mobile device, you're distracted. It's in your hand. You can't see the whole thing. It's different than saying, I'm trading here and this trade is going to be on for about an hour. And then you have a mobile app where you might be able to close something or get out of it. Be like, yeah, I don't like this anymore and get out of it. I do not disagree with that. I agree with that. We should have a backup. That happened to Coach Jay when we were on the other day. His quant tower had frozen, but his trade was still on. So he pulled up his mobile app, he moved it, he exited the trade, and he was done. Perfect. If you're looking for a mobile app to say, well, yeah, I'm in a car waiting for my kids in school, let me place a trade, I strongly disagree with that approach and strongly discourage that approach. So if you're in a hurry to get a mobile app, you're in a hurry to trade on the run. That is not a good way to trade. And I told JD, I told you when you jump in the green room, I'm going to put on a coach's hat today. That's exactly what I'm doing because I get a lot of things about how do I do this in TopStep X? Yeah, we get tutorials for that. But if you want some coaching, you got to hear it here first. And I did make JD, while you're looking through the next question, I put a really nice background for coaching up in here. And I said, combine trading with coaching and baseball. And I just kind of turned that up for me. And that's the background. Because I know I get some comments. People come here sometimes to see these funky things. But that's what the AI came up with. I didn't mean to jump ship there, but I get a lot of questions on it. It's kind of a little funky thing I do. That's literally how I typed in combine trading with coaching in baseball. Boom. There we have it. Moving on, JD.
Yeah, looks like the Goldman interns watching the game. That's pretty
taking
funny.
the other sides of TopStep traders, right?
Right. All right. Speaking of which, we've got a question about platform functionality. Pete wants to know: is there a way we can get our Express account sent over to the help desk? I would like my loss limit set to $600 or whatever, and then just not be able to go past it. Well, in TopStep X, you are allowed to set your own daily loss limit. We could probably get Robert to walk through that right now real quick for you.
Yeah, you can. And the other thing is that you can do that also. You can message the help desk if you're a funded trader, put these requests in. Risk will take care of it. Risk will evaluate it and see if it's something that they're looking to do and make the adjustments. But you know what? We are in TopStep X. And if I go over to my little settings area over here, and if I am on the, let's just pick here, let's do a 50K there. I am on a 50K combine. And right now I have my risk settings right here in the center of the screen, risk settings. I don't have a personal daily loss. So it's showing my daily loss limit right at the top. Well, guess what I'm going to do? I don't want to set my daily loss limit. I don't want to hit my daily loss limit on a trade or on a day. So I'm going to make my own. They wrote $600, so we're going to take $600. That's my personal daily loss limit. Now, if I am down $600, what is going to happen? Personal daily loss limit action. Well, what do you know? We have options. Do nothing. Well, I had a trader just the other day. They set this and then they said, hey, it hit my $1,000. And I looked at their account and they didn't have the action. So yeah, it hit 600, but they didn't choose to do anything. You have two options. Liquidate the account. It just means close all your trades and just liquidate it. You're done. But then you can come back here and change it again. Or liquidate and block. That's the best one. Because if you really, truly need to stop yourself and using these tools to say, I want my personal daily loss limit to be $600, not $1,000, your best course of action is to liquidate and block. Once it's blocked, you are done. You can no longer use that account for that day. Do not bother help desk saying, can you please unlock it? Because it would just be closed out. It's not done. So here's my $600 daily loss limit. I'm going to click on save. And notice at the top right here, it changed. Instead of my daily loss limit, it says PDLL. It shows $600. I'm still 92 negative into it. So you know what? Let's just leave it there. I'll leave it there just because. No, I can't, because I have to trade the other account, and it's I need a $1,000 loss on the 150K fake combine. I'm using a fair practice account because I'm testing a few things out. Right after this, I got about 2 more hours worth of testing and feature updates to do. So that'll be the rest of my afternoon. But that's how you do it. Set your own personal daily loss limit in Topstep X. If you're using a different platform, you'll need to put the request into the help desk for them to lock it off in the back end. But also, you can do it using, if you're using a Rhythmic-based platform, you can download R Trader Pro, and there are settings in there that you can adjust also. And look at these markets, JD. Again, up and away.
Boom. Here we go. New highs. That escaped me for a second. Good call, Robert. Yeah, checking in. Wow, what a move. We've got the ES trading at 50.70. NASDAQ trading at 17.406. Wow, what a rip higher. Nice move. Shout out if you caught any of that. All right, we got time for one more quick question here. David Hill's got a question about the micros to minis conversion. David says, I need to be able to trade with 15 minis on my 50K account. I think he might have that backwards. I think David is saying he wants to be able to trade with 15 micros on his 50K account. Trading 3 to 2 minis is just too much. Having 15 micros will allow me to scale out. The buying power should be limited by just that buying power in dollars, not contracts. If I can buy 3 minis, I should be able to buy 30 micros. Hope you guys resolve this across all platforms soon. Let's do this. Well, if you're on the Topstep X platform, you have that buying power right now, starting today. We've made the conversion from micros to minis in all contracts that we offer. 10 to 1 in equities. I believe gold is at 5 to 1. But yeah, go ahead and do that. And if you're not on the Topstep X platform, stick around for 5 more minutes. We're going to be putting that that form back up there. We're giving away 5,000. It doesn't. They already know. Don't worry about it.
They know. It's 5,000. Anyway, yeah, it's going up there.
25% off Topstep X trading combine, any size account. So stick around for a few more minutes. That's going to be coming out. Anything else you want to say to that, Coach Robert?
No, I think we just did it, and that's good. It's on Topstep X now. I don't know what's going on with the other platforms right now, but here's the thing: whoever's listening to this, there's 3 data feeds. We have the CQG stuff, all the stuff through TraderMate, and then you have the Rhythmic, which is like Quant Tower, has Ninja, Sierra Chart, some others, and then we have the CTS where it started, but Topstep X is using that data feed. We have 3 data feeds, and that's why if we release something, it's like, hey, we just did these 10 to 1 conversion micro to mini ratio on Topstep X. Well, that's the data feed we're using. It just doesn't apply to the other 2 data feeds now. It just we can't put jet fuel in a car. We gotta take it one. We gotta do it one step at a time. And we are looks like we are just about out of time, but JD,
and it does.
Hopefully, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, it does appear I misspoke a moment ago. I said gold instead of silver. Gold is trading at 10 to 1 micros to minis. Silver is at 5 to 1 micros to minis.
Correct.
Good catching the chat.
Cost difference in there. Beautiful. Yep, because of the good costs in there. This was fun this time, JD. I got a little to share a little bit more of the cerebral side and coaching side, and also keeping traders up to date with some of the Topstep X stuff. So that'd be good. Be working on a lot of that this afternoon and get some good stuff out. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, for sure. Robert will be back, and so yeah, he loves taking those Topstep X questions. So make sure you come with your best. We're gonna put the form back in the chat tomorrow, so we'll all have another opportunity. Group coaching is with Hoag tomorrow, so if you have any more of those profile questions, make sure to throw those in. Then we have David Green on Wednesday for group coaching. Actually, looking at the schedule, this is the only day we get Robert for group coaching this week. So next Monday, have your Topstep X questions ready, and we'll get to them all. All right, with that, we are just about out of time. Stick around for Strategy Lab. Anne Marie is here. She's going to be joined by Dolby and Hoag, and then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Austin Silver. Should be a great way to end the trading day. All right, with that, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back with more trading and more tradertainment for you. Thanks for sticking around. We'll be right back.
What?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here it is. Here's the fire drill. Here's your second chance today.
Oh, wow.
Got the elephants out too,
Elephants
huh?
to the left of me, elephants to the right of me. Folks, yes, this is your second chance of the day. We're going to be pinning the link for our fire drill up top here in our chat. Now, if you have not got the opportunity to fill out the form, this is your opportunity. If you already did, then you're cool. Don't worry about it. So enter your name to win one of the 5,000 invitations to lock in one Topstep X trading combine for 25% off your first month. 25% off your first month. Now that means if you lock in the 50K, you're only paying $36. And they say in Chicago, $36, or almost 80% off our original price. Remember, that was $165 way back when, and still offering the best price ever. So we got that link in here. Can we get that up here so we're on the same page? There we go. Get it up there. Post it in our Topstep Live. Get that link up there. So remember, this is going to be open for about 15 minutes. All right. For those 5,000 that are randomly picked, hopefully your odds are with you. The code's going to expire Tuesday, April 30th at 11:59 p.m. And like I said, winners are going to be randomly selected. Those selected will be sent a code by email by Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. And hey, those selected will be able to trade the updated micros contract size if you haven't already today. There you have it. I think that is it. I hope I covered everything. Yes. Let's get that. You know what? Here, I'm going to pin the link. Since we do not have it. Oh, there it is. Alyssa. Thank you, Alyssa. Alyssa posted it here. I will post it also. And we'll get this going. So please do so. But otherwise, we've got Anne Marie here with us. We've got Dolby with us. We've got Hoag with us. Oh my God. Be still my beating heart.
Thanks, Eddie.
All yours, guys.
Eddie, thank you so much. I am sure chat is super excited to get a second shot at getting the opportunity to have 25% off one TopStep X accounts. But we are here with Anne-Marie and Hoag for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. We talked about a couple things in the green room. However, we did leave off talking about the Dow and the Dow's 400-point move. My goodness, what do we think happened here? Hoag, you were saying there was some major confluence. We both spotted a little gap fill in our charts. I don't know if we had a 400-point bounce in the cards off of that gap fill, but here we are. What happened?
I couldn't have called this, but we did have one of the strategies that Anne-Marie is going to be putting on cards and putting in the strategy lab in our Discord. Anne-Marie, tell us a little bit, just to get started, about your idea about doing this and how people are going to be able to find these strategies. Really excited. It looks like a lot of people succeeded in the trading combine today, and a lot of comments about, you know, the initial balance, the importance of it, the failed auctions that we saw, and a lot of folks having really good days. So let's step back a little bit. Anne-Marie, tell us about the idea that you had for Strategy Lab here on Topstep TV, as well as in the Discord, and what we're going to be putting in there. And I think it's wonderful. Tell us about it, Anne-Marie.
It actually looks like we've lost Anne-Marie. She's completely frozen.
Well, I heard about 70% of that because my internet's being wonky.
It is certainly being a little bit wonky.
It is being wonky. Just so you know, Anne-Marie is not at home. She is at her brother's house.
Yes.
I do not know.
Yes,
Brother's house
yes.
it is.
Brother's house.
Cool Star Wars helmets in the back, though. Oh, they're off screen now.
Yeah.
But she is in a room of Star Wars helmets. But Hoag, I think we can probably get kind of started here. I mean, we had a gap fill. It opened this morning at, 38,277 and had a gap at 38,210. So about a 60-point gap, but, you know, took a minute, filled it, and then rallied off 400 points. So do you have Anne-Marie back?
There she is.
She's back. Sorry
Okay,
about
so
that, guys.
it happens. So we were just talking about, you know, what the strategy lab is, what we're doing here on Topstep TV, and the cards that you're going to put together for the Discord strategy lab. Tell us about your idea, and then we'll get started.
Well, thanks for giving me the floor to do that, John. What we want to do is create a number of different strategies that we boil them down into their simplest form, and then we get to execute. And so over the last 3 strategy labs, we started with Dolby's. We worked on Dolby's for a couple of weeks, and then last week we worked on John's opening range trade. And today the Dow presented an absolutely beautiful picture, and it's the one John described. So as John talks through it, I'll be asking the questions and putting it together. And since I am traveling, yes, this is not my office. As I am traveling, once I get settled in, I'll start putting these cards together and putting them in the strategy lab channel.
Anne-Marie, with all that Star Wars stuff, I kind of want to call you Princess Leia.
Oh no, I need to go get 2 donuts, 2 cinnamon buns.
Yeah, 2 Cinnabons.
Yeah, 2 Cinnabons right here. Yeah.
We've got Chewbacca with us, and all right. So how do I start? We're going to talk about mainly the Dow today, because the Dow presented such a clean opportunity for us to witness a failed auction that also had another confluence with it. So I think the thing to do is to open up the profile. I'm going to smush this down a little bit so we get a better view. So, we're looking at 1 to 25, 35, 38. So each TPO is going to be 3 points on this. All right. So when we're looking, this was Friday's range. Okay, Friday's range high 38 340, the low 38,022. The opening range, which we have talked about, and I'll talk about it again here. The opening range to me is the first minute of trade, and on this platform, it's represented by this gold bar right here. So the opening range in the Dow was approximately 38,421 down to 38,370. So about a 50 tick opening range here in the Dow. It also opened outside of the previous day's range. So the range high from Friday was here again, 38,343. The market opened outside of that range, leaving the opening range at the high of the session and bringing price to advertise back inside the range from yesterday. Yesterday being Friday. I always do that on Mondays. I talk about it being yesterday because
it's all that matters to us. Exactly.
Right.
There is no weekend for the trader because it doesn't matter.
So price comes down and puts the low of the initial balance pretty much right at the high of value from yesterday. Now, if you were here earlier, you heard me talking about, okay, well, if we start to show signs of reacceptance inside the value from Friday, I'm going to get it right this time, then there's a chance that price could come all the way back down to the low of value from Friday, which would have brought us down to 38,115. A pretty sizable move, right? 38,115, 280. So, 100 and whatever points here. But it didn't accept. So what happened was, now I'm going to go back out to the real size on this so that they're single TPOs, back to single TPOs. So the initial balance comes down and trades into value from the previous day. The D period, the fourth 30-minute period, pushed into value from Friday and then rejected, leaving a failed auction. A failed auction is when price moves to a level, fails to accept, and is swiftly rejected. Now, this rejection could have taken 30 minutes. Is that swiftly in our time? No. In market's time, it's a heartbeat. It's a heartbeat. So when we rejected and left this failed auction to the downside, rejecting value from Friday, this was a beautiful opportunity to, at the very least, trade to the high of value from the current session, which at the time was probably up here somewhere, taking us back above yesterday's range, back above yesterday's value. Could anybody from this information have suspected that we were going to get a 400-point move to the upside? That would have been a pretty tough call. However, if the structure never broke, once we took out the high here, and it took a couple of attempts here, G period came out, extended the range. The next 30-minute period came back, traded right to the initial balance high, rejected the initial balance high, and then continued to push to the upside. And we are continuing to one time frame. In other words, every 30-minute bar has a higher high and a higher low. Until that changes, I wouldn't even think about trying to short this thing. It did take price to a naked point of control, 38.6620, from back here on the 11th of April. And, that is a visual target. If I were still in a long here, I would have certainly gotten out of most, or if not all, of my position once we got to this naked point of control up here. What is a point of control? Point of control is a go ahead.
2 questions. You just
Yes.
said 38.6620. That feels like one digit too much. So
38.66, 3,662. I apologize. I'm used to looking at S&P numbers.
Yes, no problem. And then the second one was when it rejected and came into value, and then when it failed and then came into value and rejected again, what time did the rejection complete? Meaning, yeah, what is that? Is that D or B?
Okay, so
or
this
C?
is D period,
D.
right? So
Okay,
that's
so D is
8:39,
for
9
the
to 9:30,
actual.
9:30. Between 10 and 10:30 was when the rejection occurred.
Okay.
Okay. So D extended
Perfect.
below the initial balance, and then E opened back inside the initial balance, leaving the buying tail here as a potential failed auction.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
as they say,
So we have a
failed
common.
moves, come
Go ahead.
fast moves. I was going to say,
Yeah.
come
So
failed moves, come fast moves. Yeah.
So the combination of the failed auction and the initial balance event occurring, this feels like a confluence of things that don't happen often. Would I be wrong there, or what do we? What's your heuristic?
That's a really good question, and the nuances at the time when D period opened up, it's 11. Now it's 11 o'clock, right? As E period. When D period came into value, rejected, the market closed that D period and opened E period at this level right here, 38,249. E period came right back to value high from the previous day, never took out the initial balance low. So if we're going to be talking profile nuances, this was a perfect storm. This was a perfect storm, right? So you're not going to see this very often. And as we all know, once you get the right answer, the market's probably going to change the questions, and no two things ever happen exactly the same way twice. But if we're stacking nuances, we rejected value, we have a failed auction at on the bottom, and those two nuances are, if we can't take out these single TPOs, there's only one place for this thing to go, and that's higher. Now, to predict a move of this magnitude would have been very difficult. But
I didn't get
this perfect storm down here. I mean, if I was trading the Dow and focusing on this, I would have been long. I mean, long. And we kind of got a similar situation in the S&Ps as well. So we do have a little bit more complicated auction fade at the lows in the S&Ps today. So the market opened in range and in value, right? Here's the opening range in the S&Ps. 50, 32, 75. See, I can do that in the S&Ps. I can't do that in the Dow. 50, 28, 75 is the low. We said, well, we're opening in range and in value and right at the point of control from Friday. I'm probably not going to be getting the best trade location early in the session, so we did not take the opening range trade. Price rotated around it. It extended twice below the initial balance. Well, yeah, twice below the initial balance. First in C period, second in D period, the same period that the Dow looked and rejected below the initial balance. Where did D period trade to? It traded to this TPO value low from Friday to the tick. Came back in. Once we got back up here, I said, you know what? I'm gonna buy a couple, and then I bought a couple more, and then I bought a couple more. So we had a decent trade on 3 of them. The last one I got out at value high, which was right around 50.30, 50.28. I forget exactly where it was. Still a good trade. Could I have seen this happening? I mean, where's your Friday's high is all the way up here. It could certainly happen. It's still inside the range from Friday. But this was where it got complicated. So, F period takes out, let's see where these opened. F period extends above the high of the initial balance, which is 50.34 quarter. Okay, it leaves, comes back in, closes back below. At this point, I'm thinking this is probably a failed auction because of the price got too expensive, came back in the initial balance, and closed back inside the initial balance. The market goes, it ranges in G period down to 50.2475, and then comes back up, closes above the initial balance in G period. Well, it's starting to take out those single TPOs. H period opens, looks right to the high of the initial balance, and then off to the races it
Takes
goes.
off. Where is
Right,
it
so-
currently printing now? Because I have to shut everything down because my, internet's so crazy here.
50.75.
50.75. Very nice. Holy
And,
smokes.
and YM is on new highs here. Broke through a 5-minute consolidation.
Of course it is.
So Hoag, of course it is. Well, you wanted to stay long, and up it goes, up into the right is what it's trying to do right now. Try to break out of this 5-minute range. There are some questions in chat about opening range. Someone was saying it's usually 15 minutes. I think you were saying it's 1 minute. I always get those two confused. There's like value acceptance, a lot of terminology you just dropped. So what is opening range for you personally? Just 1 minute?
Yes. And there's a reason I use 1 minute. I mean, I'm old school. I come from the trading pit. The opening range was never time bound in the pit. But because we were humans, sometimes it took longer for the opening range to establish itself. What the opening range is from the pits, on the bell, all the brokers around the pit were holding orders that were due fills right on the open. If it was a slow day, it could be a 3-tick opening range and take 30 seconds. If it was a busy day, it could be several points and take several minutes to finish. But they would never broadcast the opening range until all the brokers were asked if they agreed that this was the range that this should be the opening range. So all the brokers would say, yeah, I filled everything in there. I filled everything in there. If you filled something outside of what they thought the opening range was, you could say, no, I need the opening range to go up to 70 because I filled orders there. And once they agreed on that, then they would put it out to the world. So in electronic trading, if there's something that somebody wants done right away, I feel like a minute is long enough because all we have to do is point and click. Even if it's a longer time frame trader, a minute is a long time in our time, not the market's time. So I look at it as a minute. Now, I know people that look at it as in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes. I even know of people that look at the opening range, or the initial balance, that first hour, as the opening range. That's going to create some pretty big risk. Although if you do it right, then you're looking pretty good. I know Max. I think Max Kina, he looks at 5 minute. Jay looks at 3 minutes. But we're going to have our friend that Anne Marie introduced us to, with that
Brian
analysis.
Andre at Edgeful.
Andre at Edgeful. Yeah, we're going to ask him to take a look at a market or several markets and determine what is the best size for the opening range, because he'll be able to work that down, break that down really quickly.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. I can't wait to look forward to that. I did mention Brian Shannon, who is not Andre, but we are having Brian Shannon on. So for all you anchored VWAP fans, he is the inventor of that, so stay tuned. I know. I think a lot of people are very excited. I also think he's the one where I got failed moves come fast moves from when he had a blog like 20 years ago. So looking forward to that one. Also, Andre was awesome. So I can't wait to see what new things he is going to have filtered out and sorted for us to take a look at.
Yeah. I ordered his
Chat's
book.
Very excited about this. Oh, you did? Nice.
Book.
The Anchored VWAP one?
Yeah. I've got...
Yeah, it's really good. I have to tell you, John, you're going to like that book because it's very well written. It's really thoughtful, purposeful, lots of examples. I mean, it is a very good book. It's one of the best ones I've ever read.
Wow.
And of course, I've read a lot of them. Yeah, I've certainly read a lot of them.
So Anne-Marie, we're talking opening range. Do you draw the opening range in your chart? I know we kind of trade somewhat similar systems. How do you feel about the opening range? Do you have a 1 minute, 5 minute, no minutes?
I use John's 1 minute opening range, but I do not trade out of it like he does. So today, the reason I was going long in fast markets when everybody was thinking, oh, wow, it looks like a short, is because I had the suspicion based on the options market that we were going to hold the floor and bounce. A couple of different reasons. We can study that on another strategy lab. But my thought was, listen, we're just going to we're going to make a floor here. On top of that, Edgeful today said that the NQ had about a 60% chance of filling its gap on Monday. And so I thought, all right, if it's going to fade, then it'll hold the floor. But then I got a little discombobulated along the way, but neither here nor there. Now, for that opening minute, I'm always going to look at what's the relative trend. Where is the VWAP? Where is yesterday's VWAP? Because everybody was going to go short at that 17,340, but Friday's VWAP closed at 17,327 or something like that. And so that's where I took that short. Topstep does a great job of leaving the VWAP disconnected from one day to the next. And so you can see the ranges, if people were long or short, where they would go, all right, I filled the gap, now it's time to cover, or whatever it is that they did. And so that same thing pulled straight down. So I use the 1 minute only to gauge motion that is really accelerating in trend, and I'll take it in that trend as it moves out. But other than that, I don't.
Yeah.
So
it's actually there's a book actually called, where is it? It's called The Technical. It's over here somewhere. The Technical Trader or something. Very, very interesting book. But they also do an opening range based on what commodity he was doing. But the book was so old, they were doing like crude oil and it was like $20 a barrel, which I think is so funny about trading books when they use those examples. It's like, oh yeah, we're using the Dow from, it was trading at 18,000. It was an expensive book though. Man, it was worth like $75 for that one. I'll try to get the name of it. But it's interesting because all opening ranges.
Yeah, they can be expensive.
Yeah.
They sure can.
So it's kind of funny. I can show you this. This was something that was in all my dad's books, and it was using commodity price charts. And some of these charts in this little pamphlet here, well, we're looking at March 1978 corn.
Oh, yeah.
March 1978 corn in there. I thought this was kind of cool to just kind of keep around. All right. Sorry about that little sidebar there.
Well, I love that. I love that sort of stuff. I really do. Mm-hmm. It's really neat. You said, when oil was $20. What year was it that oil lost the bid? Wasn't it? Was it COVID? The COVID year that it lost the bid?
What, it went like negative? I think so. I'm not sure. Actually, I wasn't trading crude at that time. But that was a pretty wild.
So that was crazy. It was insane. It was totally insane.
Well, it certainly was.
But So all right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was just saying, we have the YM just up here, not doing a whole lot. It looks like the indices might be chilling. Nice little 5 minute range in the YM. NASDAQ straight to the upside. And CL Hoops said, caught a bid, and it certainly did. A lot of volume came in about 2 minutes to U.S. session close. Should be very interesting to see how this market shapes up this week. I would have no idea where this thing is going, but currently hovering around $82 a barrel. I haven't touched crude. Have you touched any crude oil, Anne-Marie?
Well, I thought that it should hold 81, and I wanted to go long, but I got distracted through my day. And so I don't expect it to go much higher than 83, though, because I think it's really range bound. And a lot of big analysts are saying, it could drop into the 70s, which is where I think it comes back to 79. That's
This
my
week?
thought. I don't have any idea about when, but what I
Oh, if
do
you
know
knew
is
when,
that
you
if it
wouldn't be
gets to
here.
the I know. Going to visit a bookie somewhere to get some loans of epic size.
Yeah, right.
I feel fairly certain that blue line that you have at the top there is is that the NAS? Yeah, I thought you
This
were
is the NASDAQ.
in
Actually,
oil.
we had Zach Anthony on, and he had a long position here, I think like days and days and days ago, and I haven't updated my charts, but it's kind of funny how his long has been relevant sort of in at least one other fashion.
Yeah.
So Zach,
And
that level's
where is
for you,
the
dude.
NAS? Where's the NAS printing right now?
We're at 17,443, and we are kind of just cruising to the upside. There is no 5-minute consolidation. I don't even have a 1-minute one. It is just bids through the roof. Lots of bidding. So I didn't even get to do my charts today, so I'm not even sure how to apply any sort of range-bound trading to a session like today. It
I'm not
like
sure there is one that's not great big. Yeah.
I mean, there might be one on the 4-hour, but for some reason my Topstep X platform hangs up on the 4-hour chart for some reason. But I think if there was a consolidation, it would be on the 4-hour. And, that would have been a trade that would have been really nice to hold for a long time. A really long time. It looks like we kind of found support at 17,000, like 150, 170-ish. I mean, that's enough space to eat up, a stop right there. So, NQ's a little bit rich for my blood, but someone could have taken that one. But still pushing to the upside here. God, what is the tilt for this thing? 69% to the upside. Average long price is 17,420. Wow, all sorts of numbers on that one. So I would say some relatively newer buyers. Oh, we were going to talk about this. I remember to talk about the tilt, Anne-Marie. We're going to talk about the tilt and like average price, short average price, kind of like comparing your entries next to the average price to kind of see where you're at. What's interesting too is that most of the traders are not positive on the day. Huh.
John put together an absolutely fantastic chart with some even numbers or plotted numbers in terms of getting that to Topstep X. So I know that that's coming down into the future. My thing, what I've realized the most reliable is if it gets into the high 70s or 80s, and it's colliding with weekly highs, weekly lows, any of John's big levels, or things that just show resistance or support, and it's very aggressive. So you can see across the many candlesticks that's what's happening. And that's really the way that I have found it works best. Everything else, I feel like the more studying I do, I get limited additional returns for over analysis. I think the analysis sort of gives up all the juice in the first few bits, where if it's really high on the call or the put side, then you look to the left for the last area of super support or super resistance. And that gives you the better bet. So if we could circle back super fast, to this Dow formation that we saw. Let me see where I'm looking on another platform that doesn't have any connections to the current one I have with you guys, so things will be clean. So the next number I see in the Dow is 38,729. or so.
Okay.
And again, it's an option level, but it's got a bit of support / resistance around it. So I suspect that it's either going to try to get in there, and then because it's so steep, we'll see it give back some gains. But if we could talk about size events in terms of saying, okay, we had the initial balance, which was the first hour of trading, and we have the opening range, which was the first minute. We did not use the first minute simply because, well, we could have used the first minute because we opened outside of range, outside of value, correct?
Right. The only one that would have probably been worthwhile would have been the opening range in the Dow, because the Dow was out of range, out of value this morning, while the S&P and the NASDAQ were both in range and in value. And neither of them would have worked.
But the Dow would have, because...
The Dow would have, to a degree.
Yes, of course. So the question really is, and this is what we're fleshing out a little bit, where would that target be? It wouldn't be a continuation move per se, simply because the bigger picture was showing price acceptance as we went through the morning. We saw that more price was getting accepted at those lower values, and traders were not heading lower. Would that be correct?
Well, here's the opening range in the Dow.
Right.
It was 38,421 down to 38,370. It was left initially at the high of the day, so that has me looking for shorts in this market.
Right.
However, I think that the serendipitous occurrence that happened against the value high from the Dow from Friday, and the failed auction, and the fact that it would not reaccept value, it was showing signs of reaccepting range, but not value. There was no real sign of reacceptance of value from Friday. So if I were short, I would like to think that I would at least say, hey, something's wrong here. I'm going to cover most of this, and we'll figure it out as it goes on. But when we rejected there, I mean, it's been nothing but buyers all the way up. Nothing but buyers all the way up. You know, I mean,
so
this was the strongest nuance because there were several nuances that all occurred at once.
So would it be acceptable in your mind to go, hey, listen, if you take this opening range break and you're hanging on to it, and the initial balance closes, and then price returns to that initial balance, you probably ought to take some gains.
Yeah.
Or cover.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we are,
because even if it does come back in and you cover, and then it starts to show signs of reacceptance of previous value, you can always get back in the trade.
Exactly.
And we do have the indices kind of rolling over a little bit in the last couple minutes here. ES is down about 10 points. YM is down about 70 points. So kind of a bit of a pullback. I was talking about a 5-minute range earlier. It looks like we're starting to break down through that 5-minute range. Where we go from here, nobody knows, but interesting, because we did kind of peek up at that level that you were referring to, Anne-Marie, hung out, exchanged some contracts, and then have headed to the downside. So I'm kind of curious to see how much lower down this is going to go. Do we have any ideas? If it goes, someone's going to say back to VWAP. I already know that's going to happen.
The options market is saying that the next line that the traders are concerned about is 38,530.
38,530.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Got my cursor on it now.
Yeah, so that's what they are suggesting. So if we return to the initial balance region, okay.
Yeah, a little bit of a bid. Not sure what's going on. My spidey sense is tingling, though.
There was.
Well, my thought is.
I'm just going to say that there was something that was mentioned by Vanguard's global head of rates, and he says that right now, the Fed, growth and inflation are more important drivers than rates than deficit spending. Now that just happened. That just came across here at 140. So that's within the last 4 minutes, 5 minutes. I don't know if that's the driver of this pullback.
I don't know.
You know, my supposition is the following. How long have people been waiting for a short and a really, really good one? It's been a hot minute. Mm-hmm. But we came into these levels, well, the Dow particularly, it stayed for 4 days in a range. Mm-hmm. It could not break the top.
Yeah.
It broke the bottom and then quickly recovered. Mm-hmm. And supposedly that's near the 100-day moving average. I don't know. I don't plot that average, so I don't know.
Right.
So what we saw was this space. Oh, and old support. And so what we saw here was a washout. And then on Friday, when everything looked terrible, the Dow was up.
That was wild.
And
it was like in its own world on Friday.
Yes. And so that space tells me, hey, listen, there's some people going long at the base there, but everybody else that's short waiting for a bigger payday is caught flat-footed, right? So if I shorted 2 days ago and I'm expected, and I think it's going to go, 500-600 points, and it stops at whatever number I see it stopping at right there, I'm going to buy to cover if it gets to the top of that candlestick, which is last week Friday? No, 2 weeks ago Friday? Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, yeah. So I'm thinking to myself, holy cow, I want to take something away. And I still suspect it is sell the bounce. We're in a sell the bounce formation.
I just put your 100-session moving average on the daily chart. Look at the high.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Right to the tippy top.
Yeah. So my thought would be if we see, now this is how I use moving averages. If I see it touching a moving average, I will take my crosshairs and I will look to the left to see if there's old support there. And voila, there it is.
There is. Yep.
Hold support. And so I would consider a short right up off of those edges. Right? Now, it could be stepping in front of a steamroller.
Freight train?
But, yeah, I was going to say something very bad, and I don't know why I was going to say, no, listen, it was bad because I thought, oh my gosh, that would traumatize children. I was going to say up in front of a full school bus. And I thought, no. Imagine.
Oh my goodness.
I know. I'm deranged. But
in front of a Learjet.
Yeah. Something's going to leave people traumatized. So it could be stepping in front of something like that, but it could be that cheap trade that you talk about, right? Mm-hmm. That give us a little bit of rotation. I think we sort of grind back up to the last big area of resistance. So, well, thank goodness we don't have the feds bothering us, the Fed speakers bothering us to move the market this way and that. But I wouldn't be surprised to see us come back, make a higher low, chop around, and then try and do the same thing again tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if we were going to set up a trade to go long based on this contextual event here, we would, one, we'd want to be out of value and out of range. So we'd want to gap up tomorrow. And then we would want the initial opening range or the opening range to hold the low and then break out over the high. And that would be the gap and go.
Gap and go. An acceleration gap.
Okay. If it loses the opening range low and it's gapped up, then we can still do the gap, and it wouldn't be a gap and go. It would sort of be a gap and no, and then it would fill the gap.
Right.
And then we would use the initial balance to give us our potential targets for the first
hour.
Yes. And if we stayed under that initial balance low, we could continue to the downside in the short formations.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'm writing it down. That's what I'm doing tomorrow morning.
Right? But that's nice and clean, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah.
Yes. So,
and you've got a hypothesis in both directions. Whichever one rings true, that's what you go with.
Right. Now, what if it gaps down? Do we do the same thing only in, well, we wouldn't be doing it in reverse. We'd be doing it exactly the same thing. It'd be still the gap and go with the floor there, or the gap and no, and which would give us, additional downside. Yeah, we could do the same thing. Wow, that's great structure right there. I'm going to put that down after we go, after
you're
we say
talking
goodbye to each other.
NASDAQ, right?
I was talking anything. We were talking about the Dow, and so I was thinking about that sort of thing. But then, the NASDAQ could be just as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're in a pretty deep pullback here.
It is. I'm kind of on board with this stop run theory on the daily. I mean, we had a really nice tight daily range in the YM for a couple days. Blew a bunch of stops all the way down to 37,470. And to be honest, today's candlestick could look very much so like Friday's candlestick if it does decide to pull all the way back in again. I am looking at 38,346. If we can get back under that, now we have stop runs on both sides of the market and deep ones at that. So I have no idea what's going on, but we could get some sort of symmetry and stop runs on both sides. And we do have a lot of earnings this week, so that might be part of it. Is that it's probably relatively cheap for big players in the markets to get people moved around in the market. I'd have to assume if liquidity is a little bit lower. So that could be what we're seeing. But I don't know. I might be leaning towards some shorts in Power Hour. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so very,
this is a great breakdown.
Yeah. Well, it's a very interesting day. It's the past couple days, I think, in the YM and even the indices has been very, very interesting. Just structurally speaking, like the gap fill today, 400 points in the YM off of a gap fill. I can't remember the last time I've actually even seen one of those before.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I think all the indices caught a massive bid, and now we might kind of be in no man's land right now.
Yeah,
because with all the news.
Well, I just read we hadn't had a 5% drop since October.
So we almost got to 10.
Really?
10% off in the S&Ps was 47.99.75. 10% off in the NASDAQ is, I just put it on here over the weekend, 16.838. I mean, we're still a long way away from 10%, but we're well below 5% off the all-time highs.
Yeah, so let's see if they'll come back and try to at least kiss it. I think we stay range bound until after the election, frankly, or into the election.
How big of a range?
I think literally 4,500 to 5,500 in the ES. Easily.
45.
Really?
Yeah.
They're just going to try to lock it up.
I am just going to trade into relative strength and relative weakness in whatever direction the market gives me, because there's nothing resolved. We're not going to be able to do anything until we have a new government. And if we have a House and a Senate that are divided, then that means gridlock. And so we just have no idea. We have no idea. And I think traders are trading like they have no idea, right?
Just for some context there, 4,500 to 5,500 is more than the entire range for this year. So if you're going to call that range bound,
that's a big range.
The big range.
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe I call it, if it comes into that area, then it's probably a good buying opportunity.
I mean, that's like 7 months out, so that would be a hell of a call. Hell of a call.
That'd be something.
That'd be pretty awesome.
You're stepping out on a limb there, are you?
Yeah, why not?
We do have crude catching a silent, kind of a quiet bid at 155, solidly above 82. It kind of seems to be happy over this 82. It's a nice round number for crude oil. Should be a fun trade this week.
Wanted to show you this.
What do you got?
April of 2020 is where we went to below zero in crude oil.
Oh, wow, yeah.
There it is.
This is the weekly chart.
Cool.
My goodness.
Oh, man. Those were some crazy days. Crazy.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, yes.
Well, I've got my pencil ready for the next session. I like listening to
Likewise.
Yeah.
That is good. Hope everyone took notes in chat. This was a excellent strategy lab. We are coming up on time. We do have Power Hour coming up with myself, Andre, and Austin. Sitting in there, sitting in chat, sitting in the green room, typing on his cell phone right now. Yep, he can't say or do anything. There's no responses. So that was excellent.
Swag.
Yeah,
Austin
I know.
Powers.
It's fun. It's fun.
Oh, behave.
Oh, we got him going in the green room. So he'll be in a good mood. He'll be in a good mood when we get him at 2. So this was so much fun. We are going to get ready for the next segment. Andre's early. My goodness, everyone is ready today for Power Hours. This should be very, very fun. But we are going to wrap it up. I hope everyone got in their form for the 25% off Topstep X that is wrapped up. So I hope you did get it in there. And all we have coming up right now, we've got the Power Hour, and then Slow Markets is bumping. 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. Central Time. Dakota, our number one funded trader, is doing free sessions Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. So definitely check that out. And we will see you in a couple minutes. We're going to get ready for Power Hour, and we will be right back. Hoagland and Marie, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you both.
go. Welcome back, everybody. It is Power Hour on this Monday. Joining us right now is Austin Silver, the man in the middle. Austin, welcome to Power Hour. Looking good in that swag. What do you got there? What are you wearing real quick? What do you got? Yes, he's on the team now. Good to see, man. Welcome to Power
I
Hour.
appreciate you guys hooking me up, man. Thanks. It's good to be
Got
here.
it, man.
Andre,
You got it. Dolby time. Welcome. Dolby time.
Dolby time.
What's going on, guys?
Go.
I'm trying to work some offers in the YM right now. So we were talking about getting back within range in the YM. I'm going to try to bet on it in my 50K trading combine that I am trying to pass live on air.
Okay.
All
Nice.
trades
Nice.
live on air. I am definitely not getting filled on this. So we will try to figure it out.
I can help you, Dolby. I got a good level on ES that we're coming off of here that might make you
Hold on. Slow. Hold on. Can we these levels?
Yeah, hold on. Andre wants to know what his level is. He used to dial up a house trade.
If the trade presents itself, we will definitely dial up a house trade. I got the keys to the Ferrari while Michael is traveling right now. So let's see what we can do. House counts down a couple, about $2,500 for the time being. I got stopped out. Maybe too tight of stops, but it's okay. Austin, what do you got for levels?
Yeah, what is this?
I was trying to figure out where ES was going to stop here, and now I've kind of I'm seeing something that's hard to unsee. 50, 75, 50 is last week's high, Monday's high VWAP. We're coming off of that a really nice slowdown and rejection at that level. I actually got out of my long there. So now that we've slid off of that level, it's hard to unsee these levels sometimes once you see them. So I see that kind of as a short-term top. Could be high of day even. It's a strong level. One of my the guys I really like to follow is Brian Shannon, and he loves previous week's high and previous week's low VWAPs. So I think that could be where we're seeing some resistance there. 50, 75-ish.
All right. Well, yes, we definitely hit it already once. Do you think if we get up there again, Austin, perhaps take a short?
If you see slowing there and see maybe even a lower high, that would be fantastic. So I think so. Gotcha. I'm going to look at Dolby's right now on YM and see what it look like for Dolby.
I'm selling one of my 100K. Just at market, just smashing a sell button on my 100K trading combine. Yeah. So
Nice.
it's a very late. It's a very late trade. Very, very late trade.
That run-up is incredible, even on YM today. So on YM, Dolby, look at this. It's very different here. That last week's high VWAP, you're actually above it. You're actually bullish on that. But this run-up, I mean, how many consecutive up bars is that? Wow, 10 consecutive up bars.
A lot. 400-point bounce off the range fill. It was insane.
That is great. That is great for you to be trading back away from that. I'm going to see something here really quick. I know you guys had Andre on last week from Edgeful. And I'm really liking their stuff, man. I don't know if you're using it, Dolby, but it might be helpful here. So let's just see something. You're trading the YM. Let's see how many consecutive how many consecutive 15-minute bars does it usually paint? Let's see if we can find this real quick. I think I can. Average consecutive bars on the YM, on the 15-minute chart. Average is 4.3. Max is 15. So it's actually done more than 10. There you go. That's interesting, right? But it still looks great for a sell here. See if we can find some pressure.
We'll see. I mean, I'm going to try to short anything that comes back on the way up. So the 100K account, I am much more aggressive in. If this was a 50K account, I would not have taken this trade because I'm buying the bottom. I'm selling the bottom of a range. I prefer buying bottoms and selling tops. So a little bit of a chase, but I think we got some room here on this one.
All right. We're taking a look at the tilt. You got 86% of people agreeing with you. Dolby, 86% short here in the YM. I know you're working offers, not necessarily in yet, but I know it's a small sample size as we saw this morning, but it is the sample size that we provide. So that's what we're working with, and that's what we're going to go off of. We are seeing
that's crazy. 86% short on top.
86%. Yes,
that's a lot.
It is. They're seeing what everyone else is seeing, but yes, Austin, if we can get up to that 50, 75 one more time, it looks like it's just going to hold. Take a peek there. Quick Delta update. NASDAQ, we got plus 3,900 in NASDAQ, plus 5,900 in ES. We have seen bigger numbers before, but it definitely is a lean, or it's a tilt if you want to say that.
Yep.
So we will see this. All right, Austin, tell us, have you traded today? Have you taken any trades? And if so, how have they gone?
I have 3 trades to talk about. I wanted to have some action before the stream, and then, of course, if we can get anything here, we'll do it together. So my head, just to give you the context for the market, it's a Monday. According to Edgeful, not to plug them again, but it's just good data, they are saying Mondays are lowest volume and smallest ranges. historically over the last year on ES. Okay, so I'm not going to be aggressive today, knowing that we are still inside the previous day's high and low. So I've got those zones marked on my screen here. You can see Friday's high, Friday's low. So seeing that we're trading between there, I'm already kind of on defensive mode today. And I know that if I'm trading in a range, I want to be buying at the bottom and selling at the top. So I tried to pick the bottom this morning. I had a winning long trade, a small win, very, very small win this morning. I was a little early, as you can see here. I was in at 50.1775 and out at 15.1775. So a wash, basically. I locked my stop very quickly on the trade and then missed the pop back up to the daily VWAP, which I was okay with. Then I had to leave the desk, hit the gym usually midday, and I missed that move higher than I was looking for. But knowing that we rose pretty strong, I'm thinking, okay, if we're still in a range with Friday's high, yesterday's high being the top of that range, I'm going to look to sell it there. So I took a sell there at 50.53. Got out of that as quick as I could. Probably could have been a little faster at 50.63. So took a 10-point stop there. And then when it recently broke the previous high of day VWAP, as you can see there in purple here, I'll change the color. That was where I got long again, rode that up to this last week's high VWAP. Now, I didn't know that that was there. I just saw it slowing, and that's why I pulled this, which looks like a great exit in hindsight. And that's where I'm at on the day. So I'm down $300 today so far. So not too bad on the XFA.
Manageable.
Looking to manageable. Yeah, I want to get some action. you say rounding. Would you say Dolby rounding error?
It's a rounding error. 300.
Something like Austin Silver,
that's it is,
yeah,
dude.
That's a
ask my wife, bro. She'll tell you that's definitely a rounding error.
Yeah, that's.
I hear you.
But Andre, I didn't know that previous week's high VWAP was there. I got out because it was just not moving, and I'd rather take the $250 win, start to recover the loss, rather than risk another donut today with no money. So going back, now I find the level. Now we can see it slowing there, and it looks like, oh, of course it's slowing there. But it's a good one. So we'll see if we can get back up there, 50.75. I don't know if I like selling it here.
So we'll wait. We'll wait still early into here to this power hour. I want to give a shout out to Cigar Goradia. Says in the chat here, power hour, passed my first trading combine, all thanks to Hoag and Dakota.
Nice.
Hashtag power hour. Good stuff. Get that hashtag going. Congratulations.
Please do.
Huge.
Well done. Hashtag Dolby, tell us what hashtag power hour is all about.
Hashtag power hour. I mean, we are trying to take over this hashtag. We have the most profitable segment on Topstep TV. This is where the winners are placing. This is where the winners are placing trades. And if you are winning and you're trading on Power Hour, please use hashtag Power Hour at Topstep Official on Twitter or Instagram. I will find your post and screenshot it and share it with the world.
Ooh.
Chat. Think about how cool that is. And it could be almost anything. And I will put it up. As long as it's about you having a win or it's making fun of Andre. I will take either one and post it.
Wow.
For you. I know. That's to be really good if you're making fun of me.
It better
really.
It better be a good joke. It better be a good joke.
Seriously.
I think at the end of the year, you guys have to do like a Topstep TV awards, and you have to let somebody like best meme of Andre and award somebody for that. Best meme of Dolby.
That would be tough, actually.
Award winner for that. That would be tough. There's some good ones.
Deal. I would like to be the judge, though, of my meme, though.
Yes, you have to judge it. Yes,
absolutely.
100%.
100%.
We could do that.
Yeah, there are quite a few of Andre. I have a handful. Andre, you have some. The Third Eye one of my favorites.
Costanza.
I was not here for that. Yeah, Costanza, that's great. A little risque for me personally, you know. I have very conservative taste.
My mother was concerned. My mother was concerned, to say the least. Andre, I didn't know you looked like that. I'm like, Mom, I don't. I do not. Hey, quick delta. Plus 4,000 NQ, plus 5,000 ES. Still got a setup coming here. Yes, please.
My Baiynd trade has gone literally nowhere.
I was going to say, look at, isn't it crazy, man? Like, look, the price action this afternoon is kind of interesting. Look at it since 1 o'clock. Sideways from 1 to 1:30, moves up very quickly. Sideways again for another 10 minutes, moves up very quickly. Yep. And when we got that, like, it's very like burst like almost this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean the really good consolidation trade would have been up there at like 38,660. We had 2 5-minute consolidations back to back, right up there. And you have some tight candlesticks too, so it gives you like opportunity to actually participate in that short. The short I'm in now is like a very, very dirty continuation trade of that pattern. A very dirty version of that. Yeah. A lot of olive juice. That's all I'm saying.
Gold today.
All right.
Well, you guys seen that?
This is Power Hour, and we'd like to pull some levels from those watching the audience here on Topstep TV. So if we don't mind, Dan, let's drop that form in here and see if we can get some levels pulled from those traders of ours. There it is. Boom. Asking you shall receive. Thank you, Danielle. Quick with it. I love it. So we'll pull those. I don't know. What do you think, Danielle? Keep those open for 10, 15 minutes, digest them, and then maybe pull a trade if something presents itself in the final half hour here on Fast Markets. It's kind of what I'm thinking. We're having a show meeting here on air as we speak.
I'm going to short one more.
All right.
Yeah, we're going to take one more.
Share those
We're
levels.
just going to walk our stuff down. Yeah. We're gonna try to sell this down into like previous daily high. I think that's gonna be the goal.
What price would that be?
38,346. A little ambitious.
346.
It's a ways. It's a ways.
Okay, we've been there, but yeah,
ways. We've been there before.
Nice range into YM today. Nice range in
real big range.
Yes, pretty good. Nasdaq almost 250 point range there. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, Austin, since we've seen you last, I think we've had some of your Zach Anthony, one of your boys in your group there.
Guy.
Black Shirt Gang? Black Shirt Gang, is it?
Black Shirt Gang, bro. Black Shirt Club. But yeah, we'll take gang,
Black Shirt
club,
Club.
affiliation,
Gang.
association, Legion Club, whatever you want to call us. We'll take it, bro.
Gotcha. The club. Awesome. And you do have a podcast, and a little birdie told me that you may have someone here at Topstep may have joined you for the podcast. Tell us a little bit about it. Tell us who it was, and maybe give us a sneak peek at some of the things you guys discussed.
So I got two I can actually tell you. So
hell yeah.
This week on Friday, I'm dropping an episode with a guy who's a market, like a true market wizard, bro. Like his name is Chris Cady. He's been trading futures for 40 something years, like a real legend. Super good interview. Following Chris though, next week I'm dropping an episode with Rips. Everybody here probably knows Rips since you guys have him on all the time. Great guy, great trader, great conversation. You guys will love that one. Especially the stuff that he says about like his mentality towards trading. I think his entrepreneurial success before he was a trader really feeds a lot of the success he has found here. So it's really interesting to draw parallels there. And then after Rips on May 10th, we're dropping the episode with Michael MP. So that's a big one. Mike is, as you guys know, a very interesting guy. And we get into some.
Is he?
I mean, he's very dude. You know what the best thing about him is, and not to just like talk him up, but he's very normal. As much success as that guy has had in his life, you would think it would go to your head a little bit. And from the way, like, yeah, he's got his quirks like we all do, but he's a normal guy. Like he's super authentic, and I think that's what my audience really looks for, and I think that's what people love about him the most. Wouldn't you guys agree?
How much time did you spend with him?
I set you up for that, didn't I, Dolby?
No, he's got one hell of a story, and yes, he is. He's normal. He's a farm boy. Grew up on the farm.
Yeah, that's what I like about it, man. So yes,
was not born on third base, and definitely didn't think he hit a triple. He gets it. He busted his ass for this thing. Yes, we butt heads. I know the chat's gonna have fun with this one, but yes, he's pretty damn normal.
Sure.
So, any topics that you want to give us a sneak peek of?
Yes, I'll give you something. He tells this story about a dude that stabs himself in the arm while he's trading on the pit. Do you know this story?
Right. Vaguely, I'm sure Eddie or John know this. Yeah, I have heard this one.
Bleed in money, $10,000 by the second, MP said. And then at some point cut the loss. I don't remember the exact number that we filmed it like last week. And he just takes a pen and just stabs himself in the arm. Blood going everywhere, MP said. So there's a couple of good stories like that in there, yeah. So the podcast, everybody, is called The Day Trading Show. So make sure you guys check that out. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. It's everywhere. Just search The Day Trading Show and you'll find us.
Thank you. There it is. Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you, Danielle.
The YouTube link is there right now. Oh, here we go. Rips, thank you. Got some NQ levels here.
Oh, got some levels for the house account.
387, 443, the upside. 5060. We're at 5060 right now.
Mm-hmm. Not 62. Andre, can you explain? Because I don't really understand. When you ask for the levels, what are you guys doing with it? Like, what does that mean to you guys?
Good question. Well, we're just pulling levels right now. We're trying to find a confluence of levels. We get 2 or 3 levels that kind of line up from some of our trusted traders here. People on air like yourself, Dolby, Hoag, who's joining us. We pull up the house account, right? We're going to execute some size trades because, we believe in our traders. We put our money where our mouth is. Not only do we back them, We also want to promote their levels, promote them as traders. So we're going to execute some of those levels here on TopstepTV. That's why we asked for levels. See if we can get 2-3 levels to line up, and see if we get the market to kind of dance around those levels, trade up to those levels, and then we do with it as we please, as we are discretionary traders, so to speak. But kind of going off of some of our better traders, their levels. Hopefully, those in the audience can catch on to some of them. We have seen some success doing it. I think this will be the first power hour trade with the house account. Maybe not. We do see some. We see some success here in power hour. So let's see how it works here. First couple power hour trades this morning. Tight stops. Maybe we should have widened them. Just getting long down there at the bottom in the NASDAQ. Would have been nice. But, kept our stops. Market didn't go as we wanted at the time we wanted. So we got out. But, so we're just pulling levels here. See what we can do with them.
I like Rips's levels on ES.
Yeah, I'm trying to take a look at them right now.
He's saying 50-60 is, I'm sure he's saying a little bottom in here. I see that. I like that. Because I think if you slide under 50-60, it could slide a little harder, lower. And then I like that potentially.
50-60. Okay.
Yeah, we're right there. We're knocking on it right now. And then I like 77.50 as the upside. That's the current high of day. And then 93, that's a little far from me right now. But I'm sure if he's seeing that up there, I'm sure there's a reason for it. But I like 60 and I like 77.50.
All right, so looking for shorts beneath 60 and then longs above 70.
I think just because you could slide, it's setting up in a way where to me it looks like it could slide. If it slides under 60, I don't know what's going to catch it. Maybe 45, 46, maybe 43.
A very tight 5-minute range too in the NQ here.
But we're doing the same thing. Like I was saying, burst, go sideways. Burst, go sideways. So
yeah,
that might be good for power hour. We got 40 minutes, so we might get something here.
We will. Yes, we will. Okay, pulling just quick turnaround here in the form. Seeing short 50-66, which are at short 50-60, short 50-65. So we are right there. 1, 2, 3, 4 plus rips. Austin Silver. Breeze there. Okay, let's switch over here.
I also like 60 as a bottom. If we break here to 65 or 66 in the next few minutes, I could see 60 as a short-term bottom to move back up to 75, 76.
All right, well, now we're talking okay, so not a complete breakdown. It's more of a scalp is kind of what I'm feeling, or what I'm sensing here.
Yeah, so
I mean, our risks would be pretty well defined. Just if you, if we're trying to play that range, I mean, now that we're talking about it, it's getting more expensive to take the trade.
Take the short? I'm looking at ES. I'm looking at ES. NASDAQ a bit too
ES long or ES short?
Short. ES short.
I like short. I would under 60. Yeah, I mean, I think it's holding this high of day VWAP here, which is a good sign that buyers are not able to step in here. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I think if you slide under 60, which is your short-term high or low, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what catches it. Maybe 51, maybe 42. That's why I'm not.
Would you stop limit the order?
I'm not a big stop limit guy. I'm sure some people would be like, yeah, stop limit. I'm a market guy. So I'm looking at it, like I said, if we break this high of day VWAP here, I'd look for longs for a short-term scalp. But if we slide under that low at 60, I think you're going to get more movement down than you are up right now.
Yeah.
We're on the spring.
I added another to YN.
Some longs coming here. Looking the 5-minute at the bottom end of this range. Nick T, I'm looking for shorts. Just got back to my desk after being gone. All right, it looks like consensus is bearish here. So wait, I got the house account pulled up right now. So trade 50, 60.
Yeah, Rip said 50, 44, 50, and 32. So same thing I'm seeing. 40, you could go from 60-ish to 42 quickly here.
I mean, we are in the range, though. I mean, pullback would be nice, but we are in this 5-minute range for some buyers.
Really tight range.
Yeah, we are.
Not going to stay here forever, though.
We're not.
Looks like Eddie's Bong is saying NVIDIA rejected 800. You hopping a short?
I did. Short 10 from boom. Wow, we are short real quick. Short 10 from 50.95, 50.59. Boy, that one real low.
Let's go. You got that in. Instant.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, I love it when that happens.
I'm just one contract short at 57.
Did you take this sucker to view out?
A little bit. Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. Me and Rips are both saying the same thing. I don't know where this catches here, so it might slide.
Take the sucker to view up. Here we go. Short from 59.
I mean,
59 quarter house accounts. Minus 10, 50, 59 quarter. Whoever's working the board there?
Yeah, I'm one
50,
short
36.
at 50, 57. 36, Dolby?
50, 40 would be a good target.
Even 42. I'm seeing 42. I'd love 42.
42. All right. Well, I got VWAP. What I got? I got VWAP here at 50-50. Am I? Or I'm sorry. No, I do not. I just read that back.
34. 50-34.
34. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Different chart.
Oh, nice.
Well, you know, they like to head fake this.
Well, what's going to be your risk tolerance for this one, Dre?
I'm going to trade by the market right back to entry. So somewhere around the question, Dolby. We'll see how this plays out. Probably should be more defined, no?
I got $500 on the line. I got to stop in at 68.
Nice.
Stops.
I try to keep it tight with this XFA when I'm trying to build this
right back
buffer.
in entry.
I'm 1 day away from I need one $200 day, one more, and
nice.
I get my first payout with you guys. So I'm close to getting my first payout from you guys, which is cool.
Oh, that's
Very
awesome.
That'd be cool to hit it on Power Hour here today. Let's see.
Hell yeah.
Slide. Somebody hit the slide. Somebody blow on the screen in the chat. Come on.
What is funny here is that Anna Reed told me about this option volume level, 38,530, and we bounced right there. So I don't know if that's going to be like a temporary sort of bounce or a permanent sort of bounce, but interesting that, you know, she kind of called that level that appeared to me to be in the middle of Nowheresville, and the market caught a bid. So it's very grateful she called that out. So we're going to keep an eye on that one and see what happens there. It might be a short-term bounce, but we will see what happens.
Okay. There we go. See if we can get that.
Oh, I think Dakota's bullish. Watch out, everybody.
Always. Come on, Dakota.
That's true, actually. That shouldn't really be a surprise. That shouldn't be a surprise.
Our house count short from 59 quarter here. Give the old college try to the downside.
I mean, I like the trade a lot. Like for a stop, I would put it I would consider a stop maybe over 50-66, you know, 50 67.
Well, 67's I like.
That would be them breaking this high of day VWAP, which is a
Right.
signal that buyers are stepping in. So that would be a great place to get out of shorts there.
Cool.
Yeah, so 68, 67, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, above that.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, you guys got VWAP at 34, you said?
Yep, 50, 34, 50.
Cool. VWAP 34s. 50. Right.
Yeah.
See this
Zach,
play.
I'm in the chat. What's up, Zach?
725. Ooh,
What's up, Zach? Okay, taking a look at the other markets around here.
I want to get my risk adjusted. So I'm going to move my stop down. I only want to risk like about 410 on the 3 contracts I have. And we're getting
Andre,
back down to 38,530.
You did say that because we're in the same trade, I get a piece of the house account, right? You did that.
On the losers too, or just the winners?
No, just on the winners.
Oh, gotcha. Yes, of course. Of course.
Yeah, you were here on Friday, right? You were the one that told MP to go short, so I think you actually owe us about $7,500.
No, that's the other Austin. That's the other Austin.
Oh, that's Austin Copper.
Dude,
we were talking.
Hold on. Shout out to you guys. Yeah, Austin Bronze. Shout out to you guys, bro. Not in any way mean, but you got that guy, Justin. I'm waiting for him to sit down for the podcast with me because I want him on too. And you were like, all right, end of the stream. Do you know who you're on stream with? And I was like, there's no way he knows.
No chance.
He was like,
man.
No chance.
Dude, that was so good. So funny. I love that.
He's a good kid. Hell of a trader, a good kid, but
yeah.
He had to,
He's never going to forget a name ever again. It's the last time he ever forgets a name.
Scarred him in front of 6,000 or 3,000 people. Scarred him. That was so funny.
to bust his chops off her. I said, thanks for being a good sport about that. It was funny.
It was so good.
I think he knows our name now. If he doesn't, he better. But, yeah,
Bro, he knows my full name now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he does. I think I saw him doing LinkedIn searches on us after that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Really getting our bios down. But, yes, that was funny. We'll have him back on. You're going to have him on your podcast, right, Austin?
Yeah. He blew me off a little bit because he was in Sardinia and got his time zone mixed up because he's young, balling and traveling and doing all that cool shit. So we got to set it. I think we have it on the 30th. So we're filming this month.
So you are absolutely asking him if he knows your name as question number one, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
Okay, good.
The first, wait, I'll tell you one more thing about the MP podcast. Mike goes, just so you know, it's Michael Patak, not Patek. So like
Paddock,
in my
Patak,
head now, I'm
Patak.
all in my head about it at the beginning of the episode. I'm like shaking. I'm like, oh shit, am I going to say his name wrong? So then we start off the episode and I'm like, all right, everybody, just so you know, it is not Michael Patek. Stop calling him the same name as the watch brand. Got it? And
Right.
Michael's like, all right, good.
I thought it was Paddock. Was it like Felipe?
Philippe
Paddock or
Patek.
something?
Yeah,
Philippe
don't
Patek,
hurt
yes.
yourself, Dolby. Listen, Dolby, don't hurt yourself. all right?
Dude, I think I can't afford that anyway. So what am I talking about?
Dolby, what's up with the glasses today? I really am missing Wesley Snipes, Dolby.
Oh,
This is like too
yeah, I know,
casual
look.
for me. I know it's Monday, but
I know.
Yeah.
I don't know where they're at. Hold on. Oh, here we go.
dude,
My-
in the
my
background,
power
bro, with
glasses.
the what is that? Fantasyland and cats? What is that?
That's the YOLO Bolo.
Oh, yeah. YOLO's
That's
right.
it. Yeah, I just can't see anything. So, chat, you have to manage my trade for me. I'm short 3 at 38,560. So please, if you have any ideas, as long as they're bearish, I don't accept bullish ideas right now.
Right.
Yeah, we don't entertain that. No.
All bears
No.
right now.
No.
Some
Hopefully
buyers
they
coming
didn't
in.
hear me
Oh,
though. Yeah, actually, did they just hear us talk about them? Hopefully not. We have a really nice formation though. It's all lower highs. We're getting a little bit of a bid here, but it's not really putting up much of a fight. I don't want to go to break even. It's such a cop out. I'd rather just take profit than go to break even. No, we're letting it play. Let it play. I really cannot see anything in these glasses. It's not.
That's a problem.
Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah. Is that a green bar or a red bar? Apparently, I'm colorblind too now. Yeah, that's
Don't
tough.
overthink.
That is tough. Don't
Zero is a
just
level.
hold. Don't think. Just hold. Yeah. Our other markets. How's this ES short that you're in for the house? Oh, you're still up. You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad right now. Just kind of chopping around. Coming back up to the entry price here.
Yeah,
We'll
it
see.
got a little bit of a bid at this
did.
option volume level that Anne-Marie mentioned.
What
it's
price?
still a lot of for 38,530. She called out for YM. So I didn't have anything at all on my chart, and this is like middle of Nowheresville. And she called this out, and we caught a bid. So I might need to start paying attention to some of that. Because those like random levels that all of a sudden just catch a bid and you're like, why? Who is stepping in? Well, it's like, oh, that could be a reason right there. That could be a reason.
Right back in the range here.
Yep. Ooh, back within range. All right.
Maybe shorts got rejected there. We'll see. We're coming down the bottom of the hour here. Eddie, please keep us posted on any MOC imbalances. I know you'll be scanning the wires here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold.
Taking a look at the tilt here. 63% short ES, 64% short ES, 63% short NQ. So what it do?
So when do you start sweating bullets here, Dre, in this ES trade? You gonna time stop it? Gonna sweat stop it?
Nah, not really. Well, no, nothing to sweat right now. I'll sweat it once we hit 56. Actually, no sweating. This is just pure execution based on levels, influence of that. No sweating.
Nice.
When do you start sweating, Dolby?
I don't know. Probably about now. Probably think I'm due for a little bit. This little option volume bounce at 38,530. That's
keep,
why my Jimmy's in a twist right now.
We got Daniel Grant here saying needs to break 50, 54 half for downside. 50, 58 is Friday's high of day. This is a great entry. Thank you, Daniel Grant.
Yeah, definitely. Ride this one right into the bell, Andre. I like it too.
Wow. All right. A lot of
I mean, we don't really have
the train
any...
is getting crowded for us, Andre.
It is. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I'm just, we can make a market here. Come on.
Just fall out of bed, huh?
Listen,
right.
real quick,
230.
On the sweating thing, I'm thinking about starting a Trader deodorant brand. Do you guys support that?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what is it?
Definitely.
Where like it's extra like antiperspirant. You know what I'm saying? Like so for all the sweating all day long, you still smell fine. I don't know. I think it would do really well.
I think it would do. Yeah, I mean, I would take some. I mean, they
I like
can
that
smell
idea.
you from chat.
Yeah.
So
They can
you
smell
could be
you
our
from
Terry
chat. They
Crews,
know.
bro.
I could
You
do
know, like
that.
how Terry Crews does those commercials for Red Zone. That could be you for us, bro. We could have.
I mean, I do like. I do look like him shirtless.
Exactly, bro. I know, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it wouldn't take me. You know, I just gotta take my shirt off, and it's like the same thing. So
It's like the
I
same
can
thing.
easily do those ads. Easily do those
Same,
ads.
same, but different.
Yes.
And like $100 spent.
Oh, see, Ribs in the
Come on.
chat.
Oh,
says
Rips.
$100. Dude,
Rips gets
In
it.
the pits. Oh, that's a nice
Rips
one.
gets
That
it.
is good
I gotta
stuff.
rip him off some now, bro. Rips is now cut in on the deal. Anyone that comes
Yeah.
up with our logo, I'll cut you into.
Yep. Man, sell it in the Top Step store. Get a cut.
Oh, dude, that'd be sick. Send every person that buys a challenge gets a mini stick of deodorant.
Mini stick. Like travel size.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Slide.
rolling over
Come on.
through.
Everybody's
let's slide.
seeing this short. I'd love to see a slide here for us all. That'd be great.
Would be
Do
nice.
the electric slide straight down.
The cha,
Oogie,
yeah.
woogie,
Wow,
oogie.
we are on fire right now.
Ooh,
Dude, I would
what
love
is
to do
up?
the electric slide.
It's on Monday.
What else we got?
You're
here?
getting a
Oh, we
5
gotta
minute
do
range here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are. We got to do some quiz results here eventually in the last half hour on Fast Markets. Everybody, welcome again to Fast Markets. This is Topstep TV. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. For those that did miss the first and second forms of the fire drill today, rest assured we got your back. We'll be reposted in slow markets this evening, 8 p.m. Central, with Coach Dakota, who's having a hell of a trading day. Hell of a trading day.
Did anyone ask him how his little Bronny did this weekend? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't win.
It's game one.
It's like a lot of games left.
There's a lot of games left tonight.
Colby, are you a Denver fan?
I'm just trolling.
He's a fan
You're
of
interested
Trolling Dakota because I think, obviously MJ is the greatest of all time. Then he's like, no, LeBron's the greatest. And then we're just like, LeBron's a baby. And he's like, oh, whatever. He's old and he plays a lot and scores points. And I'm like, I don't care. So that's like kind of like the back and forth.
Yeah.
You're
Listen,
never
I'm
going to
having a good
convince
day,
me.
so I don't want to entertain that because I'm a LeBron, not an MJ. So like, we're not going to go there right now. We're going to all be
Hey,
friends.
be careful.
And
You're
make
talking to
these short
Chicago
videos.
here, Austin. You're
I
talking
know
to
who I'm
Chicago.
talking to, bro. I know who I'm talking
Yeah.
to. All
That's
right.
Do you? What are our names? What are our names?
Dolby, we should do that every time. Every
I
time,
know.
Dolby.
And if they get it wrong, they have to be banned from Topstep TV for like a week or so. It's like, all right, look, you got to remember the names if we're going to bring it back on. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, they give us the keys to their account, and then we get to head or tails a 15
Listen.
lot on their account on their behalf.
Get Zach on here. He's coming on this week. Get Zach in a trade and then ask him tough questions. The dude can't talk and trade at the same time. It's so funny. I love fucking with him. You got to do it.
That's
It's so
his-
funny.
All right.
That's his Achilles heel. I like that.
And he can
nice
still
little
trade.
break
So
here,
he'll-
boys.
Oh yeah,
Let's see.
it's going to slide.
He's
in.
50-54
Rip said-
according to Daniel Grant. See some follow through.
What did Rip say? 44. Rip
Rip's
says
got
44.
Target of 44. Okay.
I think you said 44. I like 44.
Yeah. Reps.
Because you could see the consolidation back there earlier here. We stopped there at
Yes, you can.
105. We sat there till 120. So there's something going on.
44s. I like that.
Yep. I'm gonna move my stop to break even. Sorry, my cat really wants to go outside. I'm gonna move my stop down to break even.
Yeah, stop
we're good. We're
neglecting your
sitting
animal.
pretty in this one.
They're gonna make memes about you neglecting your cat, dude. Come on.
Out of control. Just a cat dad. Just a millennial.
I got
cat
two, bro.
dad.
I know,
We're
bro. I
doing
got
great
two of
over
them.
here. Yeah.
Here we go. Starting to see some sellers come in here, guys.
Wait, Dolby.
Trade
This is a tough
50-50.
question.
Sellers come in.
Save this for your streams. What is Austin Silver's cat's name? My cat's name is actually Cash, like cash money. See if anybody remembers.
Cash money. Oh, that's easy.
Cash
Okay.
money.
It'd be like a top quiz.
My
one.
dad
It's a top
actually
quiz.
wanted to name me.
Hey, more sellers here, guys.
Great selling.
Coming up to
Great
48s.
Oh,
Target
yeah.
44s here. Target 44s
I'm
here.
locking
See if we can
stop.
get the 44s.
Stop is
One more
locked.
push. One more push.
Okay, I'm flat one of mine. I still have two running.
One more push.
Just hold it till the end of the day.
I got stop locked on my side. I'm
Go.
going to try to get over
More
the
push.
$200 target for the day, and we'll take this.
One more push.
I'm out. Up on the day. Covered. Let's go, boys. We love that.
Hey, is that your 200?
Damn, that was a 10,000. I'm out
We're
flat.
We're payout city,
flat.
boys. Payout city.
Flat.
My man.
All right, count up $4,500. Count us up $4,500. Oh yeah, nice trade. Shout out to Rips, man. Shout out Rips. One time.
Shout out to the
Hell
team,
yeah.
bro. The whole team.
Hell yeah. All you
Everybody
guys.
in the
All you
chat.
guys.
That
Yeah,
was
everyone
team.
stay short. Hell yeah, man. Nice trade.
Chat doesn't
Love
know
that
how
we
to
do that
lose
on
money.
stream today.
Hell yeah.
Let's
Hell
go.
So what are you
Hell
going to,
yeah.
live up 45?
Oh, dude, you know I'm getting my Lambo
goodness,
with this
Dre.
payout.
Hell
Don't
yeah.
even ask me, Dolby. You know it's Lambo
Yeah,
City,
so-
bro. Come on, you know me.
That was a real
What
one right
color?
there.
What color Lambo are you getting?
I'm getting your face stickered on the hood, Dolby, with the glasses.
Which picture?
Which one?
Is it
Oh,
the
yeah.
one with
What
the
we sell?
tinfoil hat? Because that's my favorite one.
That's a
we should
good
get
one.
that one under Lambo.
Bounce.
That's a good
Oh, yeah, there we go. I'm going to cover one
Nice.
more. We're going to let the
Oh,
second
yo.
one run. We've locked in
Hold on.
983 on this short.
I need a little love from the house people here. It says Austin flat. Austin's up now. Yeah, let's give some Austin some love at the top.
Let's go.
Yeah, he's
Come
up.
on.
Are you gonna come back tomorrow and take a payout live for us?
I would.
Chat really wants to see what it's like to take a payout.
We
It's
could
been
do
a
that.
while for some of them.
So I was down 550, 560 bucks today, and now we're up 307. So that's a nice little turnaround.
Yup.
That's a great turnaround.
No, all
That's a
one mini
great
contract the whole
turnaround.
day. I've just been trading one
That's
mini.
awesome.
Yeah.
How do you feel about all the mini to micros thing? You excited to be able to trade 50
dude.
micros?
Are you kidding me, bro? Of course. I mean, it just mathematically makes sense. Oh, wait, I have to tell you guys something since we just crushed this trade. I got feedback from a girl in my mentorship. She says, how can we have such a great platform on TopStep X, but we can't export our trades so we can put it into like TradeZella? So you guys got to cook on that for me. House account in the background, you got to cook on that for me. We just need the CSV file. That's all we need. I know a lot of people in the chat would like that too.
Well, for those on TopStep X, just go right to the little question mark icon there on the left side. Pump it in there. If you don't have it, we do take feedback this way as well.
Yep, little question mark on the left-hand side. Definitely click that, submit your feedback. I think that is a relatively easy thing to do. And people have actually been asking for that for like a decade. So
yeah.
People want to export their trades.
Well, because you can put it into TradeZella or a trade tracking software and get so much data about your trading.
Yeah.
Not that you guys don't provide that, but it's just even more. And it's a cool place to do a little daily report card. It's got a notebook feature. It's got a lot. You know, we have guys doing daily review videos every day. They post that in there. It's cool.
Yeah, so listen, if you do have TopStep X and you want that feature, click here. I think my screen's up. If you click this question mark on the far left-hand side, it's tagged support, you can actually create a new post and submit your own feedback, and we'll follow it. And you can see who has like the most feedback, who has the most requests, the roadmap, the change log, all of that stuff. Question mark left-hand side. Definitely utilize that. They pay attention.
Get it in there, everybody. I see the chat. Everybody's saying yes. Yes. Get it in there. Show them that we need this.
Yes,
Andre, I think we're going to 41, bro. I think we got another.
Could be. Good for one. Yeah, we get the view up at 34 half-ish. That was a hell of a trade. Shout out to everyone that contributed that one. I'm simply here just clicking buttons, listening to everybody. Sold 59s, bought back 45s. 10 times.
Dre, what is it about?
$7,000 winner.
What's it about Power Hour, Dre, where you just get into the zone and you just start making a bunch of money? Is it just because it's, I'm here with a great guest? Is it the time frame?
I think it's all of that, as well as we kind of have an idea, like we talked about. We kind of have an idea what the narrative is. We've seen the last 6 hours of trading taking place, 5 or so hours taking place. So the market's been, the prices it's seen, and you see where it's been rejected. In fast markets, it's a blank canvas. You don't know. But come Power Hour, you kind of have an idea. You know what's coming up tomorrow, perhaps after the bell of earnings week. So, yeah, I think we also have Delta. There's a lot of things that kind of lead into Power Hour trades. Kind of make it a bit, I don't want to say easier, but maybe give you a clear picture as to what's happening in the market, where it might be going.
Yeah. No, it's been good. It's been a great segment. Listen, Power Hour is good for people.
Dude, sick segment, especially for the people that have been here the whole time. Because now just looking at this trade, I was short at 130 at this basically the same price at 54. We just got short at 57. You were in at 59. I was short earlier, lost it, made a little bit back long, and then stuck with the bias here. And as it starts to fall over, we knew if it slid under 60, we could go lower. So getting an entry 59, 57, 58, that's perfect. Now, how low does it go? At this point in the day, if you were still in it, I would just trail a stop if you wanted to keep a little bit on. But I mean, when it drops like that, dude, for us, we're going to take that 4 or 5 minutes, just boom, 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 to basically
and the price action you got off of that trade was just like so good, just immediately
a little slow in the
$1
beginning.
grand.
Yeah, a little slow in the beginning, but not making higher highs or higher lows. It's still lower lows, lower highs. So it's just a little sideways, but still lower.
Yeah, I'm still keeping one for YM.
Good. Dolby, we know you got the biggest in the group, bro. We're proud of you for that.
If you got those quiz
Me
results.
and my trading combine.
Quiz results, fellas. Let's get those. All right, starting to see
There
maybe
we
a
go,
bit more
43.
selling here.
Almost 43.
We do have quiz results.
Let's do it because let's pop them in here real quick.
All right, here we go.
People like that. What we got here? Everything kosher?
Tim Kramer, Dusty Bottoms of Three Amigos fame. What else?
Looks good.
Jack
Looks
said
good,
Meyer.
right?
A couple Jack Stalkers in here.
Nice.
Yep.
Him
A lot of
Kramer.
fans. A lot of fans.
Rips Man Crush.
There you go.
One of many.
We're starting to see some buyers come in here. Never got the view app, but
No. Makes our exit look good.
Trade
You guys
did
are getting
play
close
out.
to 100K subscribers on this channel. You
Yo,
guys gotta have a
right?
party plan for that, dude.
We are.
what should we
What
do?
should we do?
That's big, man. I don't know. Probably like a 48-hour straight stream. You know, Dolby shirtless. Like, pull the whole thing out, bro. Monkeys.
You're joining us
I
then.
think MP has to
I'm
be on
there.
for 48 hours straight.
Yep.
I think that would
I
be
think that-
sick. He has to stream for just in the bathroom,
48 hours straight.
brushing his teeth. Yep.
All he gets
Yeah,
is 2
something
hours
good. I
off
know you
when
guys
the
are planning
market's
something
closed.
good. That'll be sick.
Yeah. Do you have 100,000? 100,000
No,
subs?
I'm just under 40, so I'm making my way.
Just under 40. Okay.
Look at us. Yep.
But you know what's going to happen? You guys are going to cross 100, and you're going to be at 200 in 2 or 3 months. And
Is that how it
gonna be-
works?
all
Yeah.
at the same time. All these new customers from the CFD drama coming to you guys, crossing the 100K followers, like, you know, quality of streams is going up. It's all going to come to this head where you guys are going to just see them. I feel like 25, 26, 27, you guys are going to compound. It's going to be massive.
I'm feeling good about it. Dre, what are you going to do with the plaque? Who's going to get the plaque? You know, the big
question.
silver one.
I think it goes to the trophy. Well, I know
want to
Jack.
pop it.
Jack is
Coming to
most
the
excited
office for
about
sure.
it. There it is.
Going
Yeah,
to the
Jack's
office.
very excited about it. That's show our parents that we made it with that $100,000
Yes.
100,000 subscriber
Yes.
plaque.
Look, Mom
Yeah.
on TV.
We made it.
The,
Yes.
the cryon tells you exactly what's going to happen to the plaque.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Curly fries? Got some
Wow,
curly fries,
Arby's
James?
sauce. Some Arby's sauce. I like
Pretty
it.
good.
Eat the
Apparently-
Arby's off the 100K flag, bro.
God.
You can have your production assistant clean it with a toothbrush, James. That's a nice
Yeah,
intro.
Pass around like a Stanley Cup before it gets hung in the office. There you go, Danielle. I like that.
All right, wait. I actually have a good idea. Here's a good
Okay.
idea. 100K live stream, but you sell tickets or you do it so people can come hear it live and see like you guys on stage with a panel of people trading live for a day. And it's like a big 100K celebration and also like not a seminar, but like a live podcast almost, because this is kind of like a podcast. I don't know, something like that would be cool. People could come to see you guys in Chicago and do it live with you guys. Like do this live. That's next level.
I could definitely. I like that.
Do I
I
have
like
to go
ideas.
into the office?
Keep the
That's
ideas
my only
coming.
question.
Keep the ideas
What
coming.
about if... do I have to go into the office for that? That's my only question.
Basically, you're asking, do I have to put pants on? Yes, Dolby, you have to put pants on.
Oh my god!
We don't want to
Drive
ask
a
too much of
hard
you.
bargain. You drive a
Yeah,
hard
hard
bargain.
bargain.
I think MP should put on a trade worth $100,000 and just go
Ooh,
either make
that's a
100 or
good
lose
one.
100.
That'd
That
be
would be
tight.
pretty sick.
I'm
Make
sure
100,
Risk
lose
would love
100.
that.
I mean, it's just like our bonuses, so whatever. It's fine.
That's true.
Just throw them in there, double or nothing. H1 and H2. I think that'd be awesome.
Catching a bit of a bid here, looking at S&Ps and NASDAQ.
Dude, look at our exit.
I
Looks
would,
real nice now, doesn't it?
Yeah, beautiful exit. I still actually have this one runner. I'm going to hold it and see if I can actually short more on the way back up.
15 minutes. Dolby time.
Yeah, why
Dolby
not?
time.
I still think we're going to get back down to the previous daily high. So we still have, I don't know, like 120 points or something to go, 130 points. I think we can get back down there. Maybe not. That's
Can't
only
do.
15. That's not that much. That's a lot. That's a lot of movement.
Hey, Dolby, has
That,
anyone ever told you that only boomers trade YM? Or no?
Mhm. Don't you know how old I am, though? Oh, wait, no, I'm not.
Hold on.
Wait, how old? What's my age again?
I just think of the stocks in the Dow, and I'm like, oh, that's such a boomer index, bro. You know what I mean? It's like all the stuff we all need, but it's the value stocks a lot in the Dow.
Right.
But you can trade size and not get your face ripped off like NQ. So it's kind of fun for position management. You know what I mean? It's like, I traded 4 or 5 contracts today in YM. Like my max risk was like $400 or $500. Like, and my stop was like a good amount away. It was cool, man. It was cool.
It's fun for Dolby to play boomer for the day. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm gonna role play like back when they could get a house for like $30,000 in a car.
Oh, dude, imagine.
That's
that
what I'm
teases me,
role playing
That's
that
the best,
life.
yeah.
A little 5-minute consolidation on the YM here.
Yeah, we are 14 minutes left here in fast market, or power hour. Sorry, fast market, power hour. We do have some news coming through here behind the scenes. We'll see if we can share it with you. But until then, we'll keep an eye on these markets as we are approaching MOC time. Eddie, I know schedules changed for MOC.
Yeah, we do have some breaking news coming from outside of the trading world. Well, it's inside, but outside.
Listen to this.
The trader in chief took the old Series 3 test today, and
drum
we
roll.
got ourselves a passing grade.
Hey!
Congratulations.
He did it. My goodness, he did it. All those pop quizzes here. How about that?
Yep.
He'll be on tomorrow.
Is Jack also celebrating now because he doesn't have to write?
No, Dolby. With them be passing, Jack is now banished back to his cave for the next 5,000 years.
Oh, Jack, congratulations. Enjoy your cave.
Well done, MP.
Good job.
What's MP
Congrats
doing
to
that for?
MP.
Are you guys allowed to share?
Series 3? Just keeping everything buttoned up, keeping it real. Differentiating yourselves from the rest of them pretty much. Like, real trades, real certifications, all that. He did pass it, though, which is pretty sweet.
Dude, that's huge.
He was
huge, bro.
Yeah, it is.
MP trader. Talk about traders posting their wins today. That was a big one.
There's the win. Now there's a win.
Yeah, that was a trader win. There's our one trader win. That is from MP. I think there's some other trader wins in here. We did get someone sent us a meme from the internet.
Okay.
I think I did send that to the producer Slack. It is pretty funny. It is a dig at Andre. So, let me see. Yeah,
Yolan Wilson.
Wow. Hey.
Oh, that's good.
Shout out! Wow! I like that one. Send me that one. I want to see that.
Actually, that is a sweet one. You should get that on a shirt. Actually, that'd be a great shirt.
We do have one more. We got some payouts from coming in through Discord.
Love it.
Oh, do we? Yeah, I love
nice, decent numbers.
I love highlighting these. Yeah, I like the base hits. Like, we always talk about these guys putting up like 50K, 100K. What about the people out there? Yeah. What's wrong with 600? There's 11, 6,000. These are solid payouts. Doesn't always have to be a big ass payout. Anything between a couple $100, couple thousand. Be proud of yourself, chat.
Absolutely.
Being yourself.
It's a thief of
big
joy.
deal.
Yeah, it is. Very big deal. Well done. Nice exit. Thank you, Freddie A. A shout out to the team on that one. I'm simply just clicking. I'm like a robot. I'll let our trusted traders here tell us what to do. That was a nice trade. There it is. Oh, yep. Power hour.
Yep. I might get filled on a couple more on the short side here. We've already locked in 983 on this, so we're okay. We're okay, chat. But there might be some value to sneak in some more shorts. We're gonna give it a shot.
Let's do it. Got about 11 minutes left here on Power Hour. Market did reverse a little bit. Damn, Rips, nice call on that target. Rejected.
Yeah, that was a great house account trade.
Yeah, it was. That works like that. Liquidity injection here too.
Oh, never mind. I forgot how the house account.
Oh, sellers. Here come the sellers.
They are coming in. Yeah, I'm on the 1 minute chart. Appreciate that.
CME trading 24/7, 365. You guys see that in the news? Stephen Cohen's trying to get that through. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
I did see that.
I don't know how I feel about that, dude. The guy that gets caught for insider trading is now somehow lobbying to get trading for all times.
Hold on, we got some breaking news here. Eddie, what do you got?
MOC in balance, 1.6 billion to the sell side.
Yep.
Oh, wow. All right.
Big
That's a
number on a
number.
Monday.
Yes, it is.
Thank you,
1.6. Thank you, Eddie. You said, sorry,
That's a check.
1.6?
Yes, sir.
1.6, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a decent number.
Yeah, on a Monday especially.
Yeah, so we still are hanging on to one here. Did not get filled on any adders, so just still short the one in YM. We'll hold this till close for power hour. So 9 more minutes for this one. See if we can get below 38,448. Chat, I would read your comments, but I can't see because I don't have my glasses on. So I hope it's funny.
Spoke to Michael real quick. He called in knowing that we're on power hour. He did say, I'm a broker now, bro.
Awesome.
He didn't say bro. He didn't say
That's
bro,
awesome.
But I'm a broker now. He's very excited. Driving back. So jump on. He's in he's not getting great reception now, but he's very excited to jump on. He will be on tomorrow, Fast Markets. So
oh yeah.
Rest to him. Busted his hump on that one. Deservedly passed it. Does it say the score on there? Does it say what percentage it was? It won't tell you.
No, I think
No,
it
they just give you a
pass or
pass fail.
Man, I wanted to see what it was. Yep.
I know. We all did.
Whatever. Pass
We
the
all
pass.
did.
All right, we got some sellers here in the S&P. Sellers, not so much in NASDAQ. Sellers for sure. Look at the 5-minute, of course. MP, I'm a broker now. Yes, he is. Can't
Very,
fill in
very
the
happy
complete
for
set.
him. Yeah. Is he much of a test taker, Andre? You've known him for a long time.
He was today, Dolby. He was today.
And that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Today, he had to be a test taker, and he was one.
He passed it. All right, we got we've got the clock up here. Yes, we do. As you see in the lower right-hand corner, we got the clock. Closing bell, 7 minutes, 30 seconds. Closing bell coming up on this Monday. Big earnings week coming up. Mag 7 coming out this week. Get ready. Get ready. This should be a good one. Fed in a blackout period right now. Cannot talk until next FOMC meeting, so shouldn't hear much from them. Like I said, earnings will rule the week. Yeah.
Guys, how excited are we that there's a blackout from the Fed? Man, that was annoying.
Seriously.
God, was that annoying. Is the market even going to know what to do? Oh, can you? Yeah, yes, please.
Yeah, just on Fed probabilities, it's interesting. I was looking at this today. We're now at a 60% chance that they do not do anything to rates, even in July. Only a 46% chance that we cut in September. So that means there's less than a 50% chance now they're saying that we cut at all this year. And now it's almost now increasing the percentages that we are higher even into April of 2025. So things are changing every single day. Yes, it'll be nice that the Fed speakers are quiet, but as soon as they start talking again, this chart's going to change. I'm looking at the CME Group's website for that. So that's really interesting, just compared to where we were a few months ago, four months ago.
We got some selling action going on right now.
Yeah, we most certainly do.
Yep.
All right, JD, I'm switching over to my account so I can see all the screens. I'm getting off the house account. House account's been closed for the day, everybody. We're going to hit that lockout button right now. Lock me out. Yes, I am locked out. Clocking $4,570 on the day. Locked out. Nice trade. I'm going to switch over to look at the global board here, if you will.
I moved my stop down. So I'm down to 38,488. I've locked in 320.
All right.
I am going to start getting tight on the stop as we get into this close here.
Bring it down.
All right.
Yeah. We might get VWAP, Andre, 36.50 now for VWAP, 36.25.
Yep, definitely in play. 6 minutes left.
Could do 10 points.
5 minutes, 30.
Easy.
Definitely in play.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about on Strategy Lab. It's like we did a really big stop run to the downside on Friday. Now we've done a really big one to the upside today. And we're getting kind of close to closing with inside the previous day's daily high. I mean, we're not I don't know, 100 points off, but the candles are going to look pretty similar if it does end up kind of rolling over to the downside. So I just wonder if that is big players just shaking and baking and getting people out of their trades.
There we go. Liquidity injection right there. 55. 5 minutes till the bell. Not a whole lot. You get that almost MOC of 1.6 bill with a B. Thank you, Nick T.
Yep.
See Nick T on this week. All right. Yep. More sellers coming in. New price. This range 50.43. S&Ps. VWAP is 50.36. 50.36. That's right, Coop.
Yeah. Yep. and why I'm trying to get below this 38,448 area that it is bounced off of numerous times. This is the 4-hour daily high, that 38,448. So we will see if it can sustain buyers. But we got to stop up at 38,488. So we could be done with this whole situation relatively soon.
That's right.
But nice trade. Nice trade all around for everybody.
Yeah, everybody today. The chat.
Everybody, great trade.
That's what I needed today. So I'm glad we got to have that happen together. It's cool.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like when everybody wins.
And dude, first payout from Topstep is a good milestone for me. I just started with you guys this year, so
beautiful.
This is gonna be your first one ever. Oh man, Trey, we were here
first
for
Topstep payout ever.
Wow, honored. Good stuff. Look at that smile. That's your first payout smile right there, Austin. Very good.
Golden.
Sir.
That is
golden. You know, because like as you guys know, I got this mentorship group of people. I got a lot of people with you guys, so I want to try to lead by example. I've been trying to show them, like with the XFA, you don't want to swing too hard. You want to stack a couple of wins, get this first payout, make yourself profitable, right? Like even Rips talks about it in the podcast that I did with him. Get yourself profitable first. Then you got a lot of breathing room, so to speak, to know that you can trade slow, stack some wins, and get a good payout from you guys. So, very happy.
Excellent. Did you find it difficult switching from trading combine to XFA?
No, because if you buy combines and you just try to YOLO them like we all have done, yes, it's much different. But if you treat it properly, I think you throw 1 to 3 contracts and you can pass a combine within 2 weeks. I passed this combine. I documented the whole thing on my YouTube channel. It took me a month and I traded very slowly. So I took a month to pass it, it in March, just started trading this in April, and now here we are, April 22nd, eligible for the payout. So slow and steady, I think, is the way. If you really look at it from like I think if you have some experience, thank you. If you have some experience, I say about 2 months till your first payout. Here we are, just about there. You know what I mean? If you go slow, you don't rush it. But of course, someone's going to YOLO it and do whatever they're going to do. But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm just saying, being able to keep an account alive for a month, regardless of your skill set, is definitely something to be proud of. Not only just making sure you're placing winning trades and managing risk, but just having the restraint just to not YOLO your account
at
any point in time, because that is. I know.
That's everything. I'm dealing it with guys in the mentorship right now, like just guys that are at the desk on an inside day, like we were most of the day today, and they couldn't come back this afternoon and trade because their mental energy is spent because they just burned it out. Like it's like, dude, it's a Monday morning. Relax.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't blow the week on the Monday. All right. Starting to dip below here. Train 50.
We're gonna get our 40, Andre. We're gonna get our 40 at the end.
90 seconds left. It's all good. All good. Let's see how this plays out.
Austin, you had a really good call to this downside, man.
Thanks.
I've been watching this. Good call to the downside.
Thank you. Good read by everybody. Andre beat me by 2 points on the price, but I'll give it to him. I'll get him next time.
There you go. All right, Train 53's got the last, coming up to the last 60 seconds here on Power
Dolby,
Hour.
good holdout, bro. We had to hold that thing to the end, man. Dolby's like that guy that just don't stop running. We need a Forrest Gump meme of Dolby. Somebody get me that. Just keep running. Dolby just keeps holding.
Running. All right, Train 54.
I'm letting the market run for me. Let it do the hard work.
Yeah.
Probably gonna get stopped out here though.
50 seconds.
50 seconds.
Good day. Nice. There was some movement for a Monday. Big earnings week coming out here. Got some numbers later on the week.
Mm-hmm.
Good start. We'll see how it goes. Austin's information is 100% spot on, slow and steady, says Futures Reaper. Absolutely.
I'm flat. 1486. Yeah, 1486 on the day and the 100K account. So all of my trading combines are now in the green, which is cool.
Beautiful.
You're a real star.
All right, 15 seconds. Here we go. Shout out to all the Bell to Bellers. Everyone join us again. If you forgot, you missed the forum today, tune in this evening. Slow markets with Dakota. All right, watch this price action. Look how thick it gets in the ladder here. Boom.
Look at that.
Here we go. Gentlemen, that was a pleasure. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Pleasure, boys.
That.
Very much fun.
I'd like to thank Austin for being with us here today, and of course Dolby and Andre, the dynamic duo. And great trade, nice job, you guys, working as a team, and that's what it's about here. Good stuff. But take a look at what we've got here tomorrow. Early bird special. Looks a little bit better than the burnt toast and rotten egg today. We got a 7 o'clock building permits. All right. So if you're building something, make sure you got your permit in. Also at 8:45 Central AM, we're going to be seeing our PMI Manufacturing Global. We got the PMI Composites, and we've got the PMI Global Services for April. Come up 9 o'clock here, we do have new home sales. It's going to be here at 9. And scrolling down here, really not much. Richmond Manufacturing, and scrolling to 12 o'clock, we got a two-year note auction, and later on in the day here, API Weekly Crude Stock. Take a look at what we've got here for our All-Star Cast tomorrow. Be here at 8 a.m. Central Time. All right. Hoag and myself will fire up the machine, get things going. Rips is going to join us tomorrow. So we're going to have Andre Rips, Hoag, and MP for Fast Markets. We got Andre Dolby, Isaac Rivera for Power Players. We got some heavies here coming tomorrow. You can't miss tomorrow. Top Quiz, Jack and Anne Marie. I've got Shoulder Tap with Brent or Ben, either one, maybe both. That'd be cool. Both. Group Coaching with JD and Hoag. Got a 1 o'clock Market Stalking with Deanna. Gosh, we are loaded tomorrow. Power Hour, Andre, Dolbe, and Zach. Tech. You remember Zach. Good stuff. And hey, hope you had a good time today. Hope you learned something. And even if your day was negative, all right, don't fret. It's part of the business. We have to accept those days. You just come back tomorrow. All right. Nice, good focus, clear mindset, and work yourself forward. So we love having you here with us each and every day. And hopefully you love being here with us just the same. So now it's time to get some rest, re-energize. Tomorrow is a new day, and we'll have you back here. So stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
That's all, folks.
That's all. See you tomorrow.